This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, see truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, with 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
We are back. We're back. We're going to give people a couple minutes just to get here. We had a malfunction of some type. I don't know what it was. I can't do it all. And in this case, I couldn't fix that. I don't know what happened. Give me 1 second. I'm putting on Telegram just the links so everybody can find it. There's the YouTube. Let's find the Rockfin, and we are ready to go. Rockfin is over here. Rockfin, share, copy. Let's put it in the Telegram. There we go. I'm just going to do that. Control V. Boom. Let's move it along to forward to the VIP group. There's VIP there. VIP chat. Yes, and go. All right, that's good enough. We are as good as we're going to get. Let's get this on for a second. Make sure everybody's coming in. Make sure they can find it. Share it with your friends and family and your coworkers and your enemies and your local baker. If you use a local shoe, what do they call it? Shoesmith? No. I don't know what they're called. Not sure what it is. Plum Level Square Bear, thank you very much. $5 over there. He's got 5 on it. He's got 5 on it. I missed that Looney song. I could play that sometime. I got 5 on it. All right, we are back. Let me check, make sure that we are good. Okay, now we're good. Now we're running at a good kbps's. Yeah, we're good. All right, sorry about the screen. It is part 2 of Speaker's Corner. We're going to keep going. I'm going to keep the clock to 4 minutes, so try and get your stuff in the correct time, or else you will be unceremoniously removed, and I will not be to blame for it. You will be. All right, let's go back to the main screen and see if we can bring everybody back. Oh, is that a different chat now? That might be the old chat. All right, let's go. We've got who? Maddie D was already done, right? Chris was done. Or wait, Chris, were we supposed to go back to you?
Yes.
Okay, what's up? You ready to go now?
Yes. I'm ready.
Okay. Welcome.
You know, it's just welcome. Thanks. It's just one of those things, like, you get so nervous and then you prepare everything and then it all goes to shit.
I know about that. I showed up and my computer flew off the shelf and all kinds of shit happened. So I get you. All right, go ahead.
All right,
You're going to try and share screens now.
Yep. Should be entire screen.
I see it. I'm going to add to stage. There's your screen. Everybody can see it.
All right. So this is the public information that I was talking about in Serbia, where you can find land. And also I'm just going to select a random parcel here. When you click on it, you can actually see here the GPS coordinates for that specific spot.
Okay.
So if I go, for example, closer, and I click on it, and I go a little bit to the east, right? Only that changes. So I know that these are correct coordinates.
Okay.
So if I go to Google Maps, and I'm gonna just go out a little bit, I can kind of get to the same spot on Google Maps. Let me do it this way so you can. All right, you see, so that's kind of like the same spot right here.
Okay.
This little thing. So if I click on this parcel right here, you see the coordinates are completely different. It's 511-0593 427574.
Okay.
And here is 46144. Like it's a completely different coordinate.
Yeah,
And if I put
weird.
this, if I put these coordinates from the public information website into Google Maps, it's gonna take me to like Russia or somewhere. So
That's weird.
I've even tried right now.
I have no idea what would be causing that.
Well, my thoughts are that, the public information website needs to have the exact coordinates for the parcels, the regular ones, and then Google Maps is just.
But that's off by like 10 degrees, right? But let me see. I can't barely see what that says. It's too small. Does one say 59 degrees? I can't really read that. 51?
51, and the other one is 46.
Right. Okay. So, 5-degree difference is huge.
Yeah. I mean, if I put it.
But have you seen that happen any other place, or you're just talking about this one place?
Yeah. Like you can click on anywhere in Serbia, and this is what's going to show. So if I put these coordinates into Google Maps, you see it takes me to like Russia or somewhere.
Gotcha.
No, this is in Poland now, for example.
Okay.
And it should be like down here.
Right. So what's your opinion? Why do you think they do that? What's your best guess?
Google Maps is just, for people to use it, and then I guess just to get around, like maybe that's how they hide the whole GlobeLie and the whole coordinate system and how everything works. But when you're trying to buy land, obviously they have to use the real coordinates. And then I try to compare it to the one in the United States.
Right.
Because we have, you can download here the app called Land Glide. And you can also see public information on houses, lands, whatever you need, like whatever you're trying to buy.
Right.
And there's no coordinates in the United States. So they don't put coordinates on their public information websites in the US, which is also weird.
It's very weird. I mean, there's lots of things that they do wrong like that. They're just trying to hide things.
So yeah, anyway, I wanted to share this because I ran into this and I didn't really know what it means.
Well, I guess the next bit of study would be to see if it happens everywhere. Because then there might be some sort of transform that's going on that we could pinpoint. But, we'd have to see if it's happening multiple places. Every different state has something like that somewhere. Then there might be some story there.
The only thing with this website is I have to put in, you see here, I put the VPN. I changed it to Serbia.
Okay.
In order to even pull up this website, I have to be connected to the VPN over there.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if different countries have different, I don't know if I can pull up some other country in Europe and see how they have their stuff, but yeah, I just think it's weird, and I didn't really have an answer for it, so I just wanted to share this and see what your opinion is, or I don't know.
I don't have an opinion of it. I would have to look into it much, much deeper. But I mean, it seems like that's completely wrong. I mean, there can't be a 5-degree difference in two places. So obviously, I will look into that. Anything else for us?
No, I heard the music, so appreciate the time. Sorry for the.
No problem. It's good. I think people should look into that and check themselves. What was the name of the other site that you were getting those from?
So it's called Geoserbia.rs.
Okay.
And then just change the VPN to Republic of Serbia in order to, pull up the website.
Okay.
But yeah, good luck on Antarctica. I can't wait for the result.
All right, looking forward to it. Let's go with Chris. Chris, you're back. Were you supposed to be doing something? I forgot what you're doing. Christopher.
You were just talking to me.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I see now. We got that. I see because you're on there twice. Your share screen. How about Luke Way? Oh, lucky.
That's right, mate.
How are you?
How's it going?
Good. Let me move this.
Yeah, you did that really well. It was cool to see you, talk yourself through
everything I
reconnecting
have
and
to. There's so many
restarting
things that
through.
happen in there. I didn't know if you guys could even hear me, but that was weird because if the internet goes down, usually I would lose everything. But you guys were on there the whole time. So yeah, I have to talk
Yeah.
myself through the whole thing, or else it goes bad. So you got to hear a little inside baseball.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. Kudos.
Let's say Jeranism. Throw the link back up unless everyone is still in line. The link is, I'll write it on the screen. Anyway, it's tinyurl.com/cornerism, which it's been for 2 years. But I will put it on their screen for you. And we're going to let you go ahead and begin your talk. I'm going to set the clock for 4 minutes. It's all you.
Sure, man.
Go.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I'd like to say congratulations, man. What an exciting time. And it's been wonderful to hear everybody share today and have a discussion. And yeah, this is just huge. So it's wonderful to be a part of this, as a fan of yours and other guys. I was talking to JT earlier today, Run Boston Bear.
Yeah.
He just started, he did an awesome stream this morning. So I checked that out. That was cool. And I think like when you were talking about people just making these really ridiculous accusations, it's very toxic. It's divisive, and part of this globe deception is to take away, it's to really overinflate ego, right? Because you look at egotism, it's one of their pillars. I think it's the number one pillar of their religion, but they have a higher power. You've got people that are running their lives without a higher power. They're running on self-will, and self-will runs riot if left to its own devices, right? So,
right.
These people, I would say spiritually and psychologically unwell, and I'm one of those people. Like we all are. We live in a very distorted realm, obviously, and it's going to take, I think, a lot more work for people to have a spiritual experience, and a higher power is what people choose, but to choose a benevolent higher power is what's most important here. And
very true, very true.
Yeah. So I say to those in the chat as well, be patient, be kind, be loving, be tolerant, love your neighbor. That just we don't have to get into religious dogma to be able to do that, but
right, Jesus'
ask
two
how you
commandments
can
are
be
great.
useful. Yeah. I mean, like it's a great teaching. It's a great philosophy. So, if we can do that, we'll get a lot further. And all this bickering is just beyond childish. Like, to call it out what it is, it's ridiculous. So, I suppose to prop each other up and support each other, and you may disagree, and that's perfectly fine and it's healthy. But to have a conversation at the least where we talk about these ideas, that's the whole purpose and the scientific method.
Right.
Because it's so destructive, and there's so much time. I've seen you waste and lose so much time, Jaron, as a result. And I see, I've spoken to Narc and like Z, that like those guys, like it's spiraling out of control, and it's really sad. I remember talking to Eddie when Eddie was first making accusations towards you, and he would not. He deleted my comments actually, because
which is crazy, because we believe the same thing. We both believe in the AE map, and it's like funny because like even that, I mean, that didn't help. You still just because people are talking to Duffy, it's like nobody has any faith in anybody. Everybody's out to get you. Everybody's an agent. Everybody. It's like there are some people you can have faith in. There are some people that you can put trust in and say, no, I trust this guy's going to do what he says he's going to do. I would think that Austin and I were people that have graduated into that category, but obviously not. There's people that have been watching me for 7 years that are now off and saying I'm a shill or I'm an agent. It's just ridiculous. It's like just shows how bad the research is, really, or how bad their discernment is, which is a scary thought when you're somebody who thought that you were kind of teaching that. But
yeah, it is. Yeah, Jaron, and it must be, disturbing at the least for you, especially with having people that you'd interacted with over 7 years. I can imagine that would be, it would be hurtful. And I say to those people that, if you're feeling that level of distrust and discomfort, it's probably most likely something within you. And if you're here and you're getting involved, then you're making a decision based on self. Therefore, you are putting yourself in a position to be harmed. So you can't blame Jaron for whatever Jaron's going to do. That's his choice and that's his life. All you have to do is suit up and show up and live by the principles of the virtues, not in the sins. That's a good way to live life. So respect
said.
Jaron's journey, or just like go. That's what I would say. Not to lecture people.
No, I don't like to lecture people either, but it is crazy to me because I would never base my beliefs off somebody else. So I would never be in a position to get upset at people like people got upset at me, unless they're banking on me for their beliefs, which you shouldn't be doing anyway. I mean, you can have a helper and you kind of go along and add things to your truth category that match your reality. But it seems like some people just, I don't know, that they think that all the truth has to come from people on the internet and that they can't figure out anything on their own or they can't make decisions on their own. It's kind of a weird predicament to see people. I mean, just to mention a name like Sarah Breslin is somebody who we've talked before many times, texted back and forth on Telegram. She would tell me about, my husband and you are so much the same because you're hated so much and you guys are such good people. And then just like a light switch, she's gone over there saying all kinds of crazy shit. So it's funny because it's like, what happened that would cause somebody that's been following you for 5 years to just, and it's crazy because it's just me saying something about my beliefs that they don't agree with. That's no reason to just ditch somebody that you've been friends with for 5 years. It's crazy to me that we would even think that that's okay to do. People have to be able to get along, even if you have different beliefs. And there's some people, I mean, they'll tell you, people on Telegram that'll message me and we'll go back and forth. We have totally different beliefs. We go back and forth and then they're like, all right, we'll see you on your show tomorrow. It's like, yeah, great. And I even stop them and say, look, thank you for being that kind of person that me and you just went head to head for 5 minutes. We went back and forth yelling at each other basically, or typing, no, it doesn't work. It works this way. And then you were like, all right, we'll see you tomorrow on your show. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Because I can be fine with somebody like that. But some people, I guess, cannot. It's kind of crazy. If somebody disagrees with you, then that's okay. and we're all at different places of our journey, right? Nobody is got all the answers. So you should just look at somebody else who has a different opinion than you and just remember they're either ahead of you or behind you. Whatever they are, they're not somebody that you demonize and throw under the bus. That's ridiculous. But I've said it too many times at this point. Like you said, I feel like I'm lecturing people like, oh, you have to do things my way. No, you can do things your way. If you want to operate that way, by all means, do it. I ain't going to stop you.
Well, yeah, Jaron, I mean, you've said a lot there. I couldn't agree with you more. And I guess from where you sit, it's just allowing people that space. Like, even though it's toxic, you just remove yourself as long as you're keeping your side of the street clean, right?
Absolutely. That's all I care about.
Worry about them. Yeah.
Sadly, that's all I care about, because I'm like, if I'm telling the truth and I'm being honest and I'm being myself and being legit, if people want to go on their channel and spiral and say a billion lies about me, how can I stop that? In fact, I've actually learned in the last couple of years that the more you try and stop that, the more it will happen. Right? So really the only thing you can do is just ignore it completely. Now, I get people who message me every day that say like, oh, this was happening on this channel, this person said this, and I just tell them like, I don't care. I know that you guys, I'm like, why are you still watching that stuff? But it's like, I just don't care. And I think Austin's the same way. And we're trying to teach Lisbeth Acosta to be the same way, which is you have to be able to turn off the haters, because otherwise it will consume you. You'll spend all your time trying to respond to accusations and crazy nonsense, and then you just get lost in the sauce. Sometimes that's why it seems like it's almost on purpose, right? It's almost meant to throw you off your game because you get nothing done. You get consumed. And I know how that is. I mean, there's, when Z came on my show that one time, and, I just told him, get out. I don't want to deal with this. But anyway, from that point on, I wouldn't dare watch him. I wouldn't watch him. But, somebody came to me and they're like, oh, you should have heard the things he said about your wife. And I'm like, okay, deep breath. I'm like, everything inside me says, go listen. But then I realized what will happen. What will happen is I'll get so pissed off that somebody's talking shit about somebody's wife from 3,000 miles away and what a pussy move that is. And then I'll become agitated, and then that'll just consume me for a certain amount of time. That will be, I'm just adding negativity to my life. Like, it doesn't matter what that guy says. We shouldn't say those things. But if I had to go hear him, then it would have been a totally different story. So I've never heard it, and I refuse to. I'm not going to listen to it. Or listen to the things that he said about me, just because I'm not going to listen to liars. But basically, that's what I'm saying, is that it seems like, and I don't know if people are doing it because they really feel that way, or if they feel like they feel jaded for some reason, or they feel that they really feel I'm some sort of shill or something. I don't really know what other people's choices of action is. But all we can do is, and I think Austin does an excellent job at it, is just not listen. You know, I think if Austin gets told sometimes, oh, you know, Nathan Oakley was talking about you today, but he's never there listening to that. He just hears it and says, yeah, well, they talk about me a lot. And you kind of got to move on. Otherwise, you'll just be consumed. So that's my moral of the story is let them spiral. I've seen it so many times and I was talking to Patricia Steer the other day about it because we brought up Validation Boy. So you remember Validation Boy? Because that was kind of my first sign of that. This guy, Validation Boy, started talking about the top brass, he called it. He was like, oh, the upper echelon flat earthers, they have some sort of grouping and they control what happened. It's just so nonsense. Like, there's nothing like that. And then so he starts doing these shows and he's getting tons of views. He was getting like this influx of views. But I said, watch, there's no content there, right? What he's saying is interesting because people are like, what? Wait, there's some sort of top brass flat earthers. What are they doing? But if you don't have anything to back it up, if you're just saying words, those people eventually realize what you're doing and they just migrate away and you end up with less people watching you and then you disappear. So sadly, I thought people like Z and Notch were going to be good. We're going to be great. At this point, I think I chalked them up to the Validation Boy. They won't be here in a year because what happens is they're now pushing this one narrative, but there's nothing backing it. And eventually they're just going to have to kind of let it fizzle out. And then people are going to be watching like, wait, you made this big old deal about all these things. And then there was nothing there. There's no substance. So when there's no substance, people leave. And then you end up with less people than you had before. So just a warning to anybody who has a YouTube channel, don't ever follow what you think, like with views. I mean, I could do a show today and I could put Mark Sargent as a shill and I would get more views. I would get a ton more views. I would get double my normal views. And then I would feel like, oh, that's my calling. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. And then I would go on to the next person's a shill and the next person's a shill. And I would get views for 3, 4, 5 weeks until people realized, oh, Jaron has no substance here. There's no evidence of anything. He's just saying words. And it might take people a while to kind of go away, but they will. They eventually will go away because you're doing nothing for them. And that's what I think is going to happen to a lot of these people that for whatever reason have decided to play some narrative rather than just go along with what's happening, kind of observe. We haven't even observed anything in Antarctica yet, so there's no reason to stress about anything yet. There's just no reason until we go and observe, and then guess what? That's data, and from there we'll make decisions, and then we can worry about it. But the people are like, you know, what would you do if you saw double suns? What would you do if you saw reflection suns? Like, okay, we're not talking about that. That's why would I waste my brain energy on something, you know, these what ifs that there's 15 of them rather than just wait for the one that happens and then worry about that one. So anyway, go ahead. I know I talked through your whole 10 minutes there.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Like what you said was very valid and really important. And one thing I will say before I go is that remember, this is a spiritual battle,
Right.
and that those people are affected energetically. So we don't know what else is going on. Yeah, it's a combination psychological, you know, science, modern psychology, science tells us that, right? But also, this is a spiritual battle. So one could, well, I could claim actually that there are forces at work that might distort a person's reality, like Nuck and Z, Eddie, those guys, you know, it's and they might very well not be aware of that. And it is that, you know, self-ego, the self one right, etc. But as long as you're, like I said, keeping your side of the street clean, and it's attraction by promotion, you know, you're a leader in the community. So like if you keep doing what you do and being kind and loving and patient to those people, you will be that change that you want to see in the world. So it's really important.
No, I
and
think
the resentment prayer, check out those resentment prayers. Like you really need to survive in this satanic shithole, if we want to call it that. You really have to live a spiritual reprieve daily. Like get up and ask the creator, whatever your higher power is,
right,
is like, what can I do for others today? Please remove me of my shortcomings, my defects of character. Check in with your higher power. Call friends. You've got a mobile phone. Use it. Ask for help. Humble yourself. That's the only way you get through. And if you do that, you will continue to keep your side of the street clean and trust God, you know, or whatever you want to call your higher power. Absolutely. And your day will run well, and that will affect those around you. Otherwise, yeah, it will be self-will run riot, as those guys have definitely spiraled. And I do like those guys. Like, they're good people at heart, and
Yeah, sadly,
in the
so do I.
spiritual,
Yeah.
yeah, and in the community, it's unwell. Like it is, people are paranoid.
Yeah.
And it's a topic that's heavily censored.
And
Like
people
BMOs.
you need to have trust in others. I mean, that's whether you call it evolutionary, whether you call it a part of being a human being, you have to have trust in your family, your friends, your groups. So the hardest part to see is that think of how this community is broken, but there's never been a shill. There's never been somebody who's been outed. So it's just name calling. It's just nonsense. Nobody's ever proven anything. And think of how fractured where would we be if we were as one unit? And it doesn't matter if you believe in an infinite plane and I believe in a dome and this guy believes it. Doesn't matter. None of that matters. What we're trying to do is tell people that we've been lied to about the earth, and we need a concerted effort to find the truth. But instead, when you've sectioned off into these tiny little groups where there's the RV Truth group over here and there's this group over here and the Nathan Oakley group over here, I mean, everybody has strengths, but now we don't get to utilize them. Nathan Oakley's got strengths. I don't get to utilize his strengths anymore because he's burned that bridge. So it's a sad thing that where we could be as a cohesive unit would be so much further, but people would rather the drama. People I think people like it because there's no other reason for it. I try and stay away from it. Others seek it out. They like it. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think it's because I can do content on my own. I don't need anybody else. I can show up here every week and I can just talk, go through news. I can have fun. I don't need anybody else, but I think other people need other members of the community to give them content. And so they tend to like drama because drama is a good 2 weeks worth of content, no matter what the drama it is. So I think that we can do better.
Misery loves company.
Yeah, exactly.
Well.
And there's a lot of people that want to join in that, but I think that we can do better and we can be better. And that's the hope here is that people can move forward and not be stuck on stupid shit, which a lot of people are. So,
and Jaron, your actions will show who you are. Like after this, that's when people can make up their minds.
Right.
They're just running away with themselves. Like I said, self-will run riot. And hopefully that those people, if you come back and you are who you say you are, then they have a humbling experience. And I hope that they reach out and say, hey, look, I'm very sorry. Like that's really powerful. That's what makes a human being, is like being humble, saying you're sorry, making amends. Is there, what can I do for you? And hopefully that's what they get out of that, and hopefully you're who you are. Who you say
well, that's true. I mean, I just think that sometimes people have too much pride in their opinions, and they just, even though we're all truthers and we know that everything changes from a year to year, you believe something different today than you believed 6 months ago, and you believe something 6 months ago different than you believed 6 months before that. That should be enough info for you to realize that what you believe now will not be what you believe in 6 months. And so to get on your high horse and attack other people about your current beliefs is just dumb, because you're going to further segregate this community. And I think that that's the worst part. And then also I think that the sad part is that I'm kind of noticing is there'll never be a role model of any type, because no matter how good somebody is, people will tear that person down. So there's never going to be in this world a role model. There can't be, because people won't allow it. How do I describe it? If there's 4,000 men and there's one man that's standing above them or kind of moving in a certain direction and looking good, well, the 4,000 men, rather than change and become like that one, would rather just destroy the one. It's easier for them, and then they can continue on at the 4,000, and they feel like now they're at the top of their game until one breaks away again, and they'll just bring them right back. And I think that that's happened throughout history. People do not like, they want you to have success, but not too much. Right? Like if you're going a little too far, you're like, no, it's too much success.
Syndrome.
It's what?
Tall poppy syndrome.
I never heard that word. Tall poppy?
Tall poppy syndrome. Australians are famous for it. Yeah, look it up.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
I think Australians wrote the book on tall poppy syndrome.
How are you spelling tall? T-O what?
T-A-L-L. Tall as in height.
Oh, tall poppy.
Yeah, tall. Yeah.
Oh, I like the sound of it. Okay, I'm going to look into that.
Yeah, check it out.
It's definitely something I've realized, because I've always said there's no male role models, and then it hit me like the reason there isn't is because any guy that was good has been lied about to the point that I think he's bad. Right? Like it's one of the, who is it? I can't tell you because I think they've all been lied about. Well, or some of them have been lied about. Some of it might be true, but the one who's doing good, I mean, name somebody who's doing good. I can't think of anybody that we haven't already dismissed as bad. Tall poppy syndrome. All right, I'm gonna check into this, but I appreciate it. I gotta let you go. We got people behind you.
No worries, mate. Well, thanks for the chat and all the best. And
Yeah.
I'll get back to you later about that dinner thing with
Please.
Whitsett.
Yeah, did he
Yeah.
get back to you about the did he look into it for you? The date that was supposed to happen?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So when we get together, it'll be like a networking thing.
Okay.
And Net and Dee, they're keen to catch up with you guys when you get back and you're settled, but like in your own time. So we'll touch base in the new year, man. But,
Sounds good.
all the
January sounds
best,
good.
Much respect.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thanks. All right, we've got where are we going here? Who is next? We got all right. Nope. Sorry, got you back again. Pseudoscience University. Pyramid Earth is back. Let's go. Let's bring him on. Yep, he's coming in a second.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Good, you?
Good. Hey, I had a question for you, and a couple of considerations. So you going to Antarctica,
Yes.
and you going to the degree, right? Latitude.
Say it again. You broke up or something.
So I said you're going to Antarctica and you're going to the 80th degree.
Right. Correct.
Latitude.
Yep. 80 degrees south.
All right. So you go to latitude, and you said, "Am I still here?" I don't know.
Yep,
why
you're
I'm
here.
doing that.
I don't know. It seems like you're cutting in and out.
Some
but go ahead.
buffering going on. Some buffering.
Not again.
Um,
Don't
it
tell me
could-
that's happening. No. Okay. Everything's still good. Go ahead.
you just me. I was seeing it. I was hearing. So I'm wondering if you go to Antarctica and you see the sun beyond the 80th degree, you probably should consider the fact that Antarctica itself is becoming greener. I just was showing Antarctica itself is becoming greener. The weather is changing, and the thing that changes the weather is the sun's position.
Right. So you think the sun is going further south?
Right, hurricanes, depend everything. That could be so they're moving into two different tropics. So it will no longer be in between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, but two new tropics.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be
Several-
measuring that for sure when we're down in Punta Arenas. Since most things I want to do is watch the sunset there, calculate sunset time in Punta Arenas as far as because I think that moves the time after sunset to compare that with the north, and then also checking where the sun is. I've had a couple people message me and say they think that the sun is going further
Right. You
south.
said you're gonna.
Go ahead. I lost you again. Come on back. I don't hear you. Come back. We'll come back to you. Oh, there you go. You're back. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying the stars, we should suspect that doing a time lapse, they should converge in the center of the Southern Crux, as it does where the Polaris is, right?
Right.
If they say that's where, if they say because the poles meet, they both sides. I hypothesize something different, towards the south and stay flared out and continue out into an expanse, right? Until it gets to the Great Circle. And but that's out to the 80th degree. You can also look at the fact that if you look north, well, hold on, the sunset part. The sunset, can you explain to me the sunset? But I just want to understand what you call the sunset.
So the globe model calls for the opposite of the north and the south 6 months later, right? So in the north, we know that somebody standing there in Norway, Sweden, Alaska, wherever, watches the sun go around them left to right. No matter which direction they look, it's going to be left to right. You can't look in a way that makes it go right to left. It's impossible. So the sun goes left to right for everybody inside that North Pole circle. So then 6 months later, which would be December 21st, what is the sun doing in the south? If it's going right to left for somebody down there and it's the same but the complete opposite, that's very, very difficult to explain on any flat map because in order to do that, the sun needs to make a reverse or a U-turn or a drastic turn to go another direction. Well, we've never seen that. The sun doesn't do drastic turns like that. So it tends to mean that if that happens, that's excellent evidence for the globe. It matches what the globe calls for perfectly. Whereas a flat Earth, when you think of a AE map, the sun goes around the continents in a clockwise circle from above, right? And there's no questioning that either, because we know that the continents are in order. Now, could they be different shape? Could they be longer and skinnier and maybe they're fatter? Yeah, of course.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, here's the deal. I think that if you're standing more south than actually travels, looking north, they're to be going the opposite direction.
Correct. But the fact is it supposedly
Yeah.
circles you, right? So yeah, if you're looking north from outside of the sun's circle, so yeah, if you're in Antarctica and you're looking at the sun coming around from the east, it's going to be moving right to left. So it does change direction now because you're looking from a different direction. The problem is they say that you'll keep turning and it will go around you right to left. Right? So that's because you're on the outside of the circle. Now, that's still a problem because on an AE map, right, it has to go around the Earth. So it's got to get over to Australia. It's got to get over to New Zealand. Yet, if it's behind you in Antarctica, that's the problem with the flat Earth. How could somebody in Antarctica be looking behind them and see the sun when it's actually over Australia? That's like you're seeing somehow through a portal or something. Which, again, could be true, right? People want to go that direction. That's fine. But it also is explained cleanly by the globe if that's what we see, because that's their prediction. So we'll have to go see it. You know, people, I think.
So what I'm gonna do?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like that. I like that frame of thought.
Okay, you understood that part.
I was just going to say I'm gonna take some thought at that. I'm keep going in and out, and I'm not hearing you.
Okay. Yeah, I keep losing you too.
I'm gonna go and listen to what you propose, and I'm gonna take some thought into it, and then I'll come.
Yeah, you keep cutting out. All right, well, I appreciate it.
Some of my
Check it out.
ideas.
Okay, great. We got, hey, John O, where you been, my friend? Nice to see
What's
you.
up, man?
How are you been?
Good to see you.
Good.
Doing great.
Hey, did you hear my question about the Southern Stars that somebody brought
Yeah.
up? This is
Yeah, do you see my presentation? Can you put that up there?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
All right, so that's from a video from the old man AJC. I don't know if you remember him, but
Hold on, why did this all screwed up here? Okay, I don't know why it's not showing it correctly. It's okay, it's just kind of off the square. But go ahead.
oh, that's crazy. All right, so on that map, do you see the constellations that are joined by the red lines?
Okay, yes.
Is there like the outermost constellations?
What are we looking at? Is that the Southern Stars or this north?
Yeah, the southern. So
Okay.
the green point in the center, you'll see Polaris, which is the center star on the map. The Alpha Ursa Minor there in the middle.
Wait, I thought these were the Southern Stars, so these are the northern?
No, I'm talking in the middle, the green one.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the center. So
Okay.
this is like looking at the flat Earth from above with
Gotcha.
the
It's the whole disk of stars.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what this is we have to remember that most of these constellation maps and stuff, we were talking earlier, and you kept saying the Southern Stars.
Right.
And I think you meant the Southern constellations, because these Southern constellations in red, you can see how stretched out they are and how sparse they are in the space that they fill.
Right.
Okay. So if you see there's one constellation that's not even joined by lines in this map, and it's the green outer stars. So if you're looking at on the YouTube one, it's harder to see, but there's 2 stars down where March and February are.
Okay.
And then there's 1 star up near October.
I see it.
So that's octans. Okay. So you can, you're never going to be able to see all 3 stars at the same time. That would be a prediction of this map. Okay. So they might say, oh, you shouldn't be able to see it. Well, that one's so stretched out. That's why there's times of the year where it is a certain darkness down there or a certain light, and they can see more or less from, like even in that book, the 16
Okay, so
land. Go ahead.
well, I just wanted you to explain, because somebody brought this up to me and I just baffled me. I was like, why? I've never heard that before, and it doesn't seem to work. So if you're in the South, let's say that you are at the tip of South America, and you're gonna. Well, I kind of want it to be a time when it's mostly dark the whole time. So let's say you do go past the Antarctic Circle. So you just barely are past it. You're on a cruise ship or whatever, and it's June 21st, so it should be 24 hours of darkness down there, or at least as close as possible. If you looked up at the stars, supposedly there's not a what do you call it? Octanus. There's not the, it's not a same Polaris star in the south. Okay, that's great. But there is circumpolar stars. There's stars that just go around that spot and never set for that person observing, right? So the problem with that is what that means is that if you're looking at this star map here, that those stars are going all the way around the outer edge of that disk, and it turns in 24 hours. So how could somebody from South America be seeing stars that are actually on the other side of the northern stars? They're actually all the way, they're further than the stars that we already know they can't see, yet they're seeing them. Does that make sense?
I don't think that ever happens, Jaron, because again, you're talking about constellations, not stars. The constellation can be seen because it's so stretched out, but the whole constellation, all of those stars that make up that what we call a constellation, right? Because in reality, all of the stars are just a constellated wheel. It's just one wheel of dots.
Let me explain
all it is.
Let me explain it one more time. Can you put the other image back up just real quick, just the one that had all the stars, so I can see if I make sense? Let's forget about constellations completely. Let's just say that we're looking at one star. Say go to where it says September up there, and it's got that little red star or it's got some lines coming out, but there's just that one star close to September. Okay, so let's just talk about that one star. So that star in a night or in a day, 24 hours, will go all the way around the outer edge of the disk and come back to where it started, right?
Correct.
Okay, but if that is one of the circumpolar stars, which means it just goes around octans in 24 hours, then how is that possible that somebody from the south would see a star go around octans in a complete circle, yet that star actually went away around here to the point where now picture it's down here in March. Somehow that person in the south is seeing the star all the way across in March, but they are not able to see the northern stars because they can't see Polaris.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that, so I don't.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's just somebody brought it up to me, and I'm like, what?
But what I don't think that ever happens.
Wait, hold on. But what about that? Do you not think that happens? Is there not circumpolar stars in the south?
No, there may be. That's not that's why I brought this other picture.
Okay.
Okay, so this other picture here. Why is it taking so long to load up?
I don't know. Mine has little issues too.
There you go. All right, so you see that picture there?
Okay.
All right, so that's what someone could essentially see from that point on the Earth. Okay?
Right. So there would be no circumpolar stars there, though, because those stars are going to be sweeping through. Every star that comes by just sweeps through, right?
Okay, but here's the thing. When I'm down there, let's imagine that I'm standing on the blackness and I'm looking towards the South Pole, because that's where you're going to be on the 80-degree, right?
Okay.
So I'm looking towards Antarctica from the blackness, and I'm seeing all those constellations, okay?
Yep.
Octans is going to be the little green dot where it says 12 a.m. I mean 12 p.m.
Show me with your mouse. Okay, so that's octans.
That's octans.
Right.
Okay? So now what you have to think about now is how those would move upon some type of on a perspective grid out there. Okay, so I'm looking, and you can see how octans is all the way down there, right? Yep. And that circle of black is all I can see with my human eyes. That's all I can see.
Correct.
Okay, so that picture right there, as time goes by and as those stars go through that, octans and those stars may have some circumpolar effect, okay? But I'm not seeing all of octans. I'm not seeing the star up here in October and the other one that's hard for me to see on this map, but I'm not seeing all of those stars. And that's what I would say, like on their map, this map that we're looking at, that we're as flat earthers are assuming could be real, this map in their map is circled around, right? And it's and they do this thing here, right?
Right.
So this is how it is. So on this map, those constellations are structured different. Instead of being on opposite sides, they're now brought down to the bottom close together. And then what those people keep saying is that you can see those stars no matter what time of year it is, no matter where you are, blah, blah, blah. Of course, they never mention where you are day and night. You can only see the stars at night. But regardless of that, they're bringing up all these things. But what we are missing, because we're all kind of coming into this knowledge, is that those constellations are very spread out and sparse, and therefore we're imagining we're seeing this whole thing called octans, but we're not. We're not seeing the whole thing. And then because they have a certain effect of how they move, it's just like you've taught so many times through your streams about how the sun moves when you're down below where the ecliptic where the tropics are, right? So when I'm south of the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun moves away from me differently than when I'm so in that same effect, the stars, when I'm way out south, and the southern stars, which are way far away, are not far away in distance, but just very far south, those stars are going to have a different effect. And maybe that is circumpolar. I've never seen tons of proof to show me that. And
no,
that's
neither.
not something.
But that's why I was saying I was going to go down to Punta Arenas
and
film that.
I don't think that proves anything, is my point. And what would prove different is if you're seeing all of those stars, okay, in a very small amount of space, in a small amount of time.
Okay.
Because again, those stars are moving according to this map that we were showing. They're moving, like you said, in one day all the way through.
That's
right?
why. That's why I have to think about it, because I
and this is why I kind of say this whole thing about, if you can imagine that the sun is just sitting in these places. Yes, it's moving slowly, but it's sitting in this house. That guy said the house of the rising sun. I would disagree with all that, crazy stuff. And I just think this is the house of the rising sun right here. The sun rises in one of these 12 houses, these blue constellations.
Right.
That's what it does. And it's basically moving 1 degree counterclockwise in that constellation every day. That's what it does. And that's what takes 365 and a quarter days to go around this whole process. But I think that the sun and all of the stars, everything is moving together. It's like it's a one big thing, and everything is moving together with the constellations.
Wheels within wheels within wheels.
Like you talked about on your stream the other day, you were talking about the different I don't know if you used the word levels within the firmament, or maybe that was Austin talking about that. Yeah, he was talking about levels within the firmament.
Yeah.
Or as Pleiades or whatever his name was, he talked about it being the ellipses and all these different things. But these different spheres, you have the sphere of Mercury and Venus and the moon and the sun and so on and so forth. Well, the outer one is always the constellations. Okay, so the constellations are in effect carrying everything. But then the interesting thing is that the moon moves quite quickly in the opposite direction, only taking 1 month to get around. The sun takes a year to get around. Jupiter takes quite a long while. Saturn takes much longer. So they're all moving in those same blue stars. That's what's fascinating. Right. That's what, if you start watching these things with your human eye, no telescope needed. Although I love what that man talked about with the telescope on December 14th.
Yeah, I guess you should do that. It's important.
That is an awesome thing if people can do it, because looking up towards your zenith, which it won't be if you're in America, it won't be on your zenith, but it would be pretty close. Looking up at that, and then when you see planets through the moon or very next to the moon, like he's trying to do with the telescope, that's really cool. I've seen Venus through the moon, which, I'm not saying the moon's not a piece of matter. I believe everything in our reality has matter to it. That's what has it here. But again, I don't know what the moon is or nothing, But I think this map kind of helps me a little bit understand some of the aspects involved in what we do see. I haven't seen those things, so I don't know about them. But
yeah, I think that's why it's good that we're going down there, at least get to view some of that stuff and see if I can try and figure some stuff out. So
yeah, I love it, man. I'll be praying for you and cheering for you, and Austin too, and everybody else there. And if I could share one word, Jaron, about all the negativity and all that,
sure.
I would say that, not to defend people, I do study the stars, and I believe that you are very earthened in your identity, and that keeps you grounded and a little bit more down to earth. That's why you can do math on the fly and not get like some of us might get, or whatever it might be. I think you have some of these gifts, and not everyone has that as a gift in their life. We have that. It's ours to cultivate and grow, but not everybody has done that. And we're in a society where we're just learning that the earth is flat and stationary,
right,
and it's not moving, and heaven is. So when you have deception on a level that's cracking the minds of men, where men and women both would rather turn and put their heads in the sand for the rest of their life, even if they're 10 years old or 20 years old.
Right.
They're like, no, I don't want to know anything. I'd rather live ignorant as a slave to the reality around me. And that's what I'd rather. When you have that kind of thing going on in a culture, this is why people call you a shill. Okay. Yes, there's people out there that are just incentivized to stir up the pot. We know them. They're always there. And we pretty much always have ignored those people.
Right.
But then there are some that are loved ones, that are people who, whether they're agreeing with us or not, they've been agreeable and they've been working with us on trying to discover an openness to our reality for our children, for our lives, not just about the earth, but about all of reality. And then when they turn on us because of beliefs, and not knowledge, but because of beliefs, it's very painful, hurtful, and you just want to throw it all away. And I totally understand that. But I think there's another side to it, which is they are a prisoner to their reality just as much as we all have been,
Right.
you know? And this reality is what is causing it's the source of that fear, which ends up becoming all those sins that we commit, you know? And I'm not excusing their behavior, Jaron.
No,
because I don't believe, certainly you shouldn't attack the person who's been one of the best guys on the interwebs to try to represent himself honestly before, you know, those that would want to hear him out. And I've always appreciated you since I first ran into you online, and I'm so excited that you and Austin get to go on this trip. And I know it's going to be painful and not easy. But I think you're going to get great reward out of it no matter what you find, because, you know, you're heading in the right direction, my friend.
John, I really appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. I'd love to talk to you more. We'll see you again. Yeah.
Peace out, brother.
Okay. We got Dirth in the house. Dirth E.
What up?
How are you?
That was John O from when
Remember
he used
him?
to call into our show all the time,
Yeah,
right?
the astrologer. He's the one who helped us with the map, with the app, getting the stars on there.
Yeah. It was great. Great to hear from him.
What's up?
So a whole bunch of things.
Okay.
First, I
Ready
want
for
to
it.
predict that the Antarctic flight will be canceled.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's going to be canceled on the 17th when you're in Antarctica, and you're going to be stuck there for 6 months.
Oh, 6 months. I better bring some extra
Okay,
clothes.
all airlines are going to be shut down.
Oh,
There'll be
great.
no flights for 6 months, and you're going to be in Antarctica.
And I've only got 4 pairs of underwear. Fantastic. Should be good.
And recently, he brought up Mark Sargent earlier, and
Who? Yeah, Mark Sargent, who's planning for my memorial already. Yes, I know about
he's
Mark
planning
Sargent.
for your memorial. You know, people call him a shill, and some trolls commented, "They go, your top flat earther, Mark Sargent, lives in his mother's basement." He does live in his mother's basement. Do you know why?
Yeah, because she's sick.
She's sick, and he's taking care of her. Right? It's amazing.
What a
It's just
loser.
Amazing
Yeah.
how horrible these people are.
Yeah, they're terrible.
I want to talk about Bitcoin. It's plummeted to $97,000. What do you say about that?
What, 100 and what?
97,000. It plummeted.
Oh, it went down from the 102? It was 102 earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it did 103, but
Wow.
I mean,
What is
people
it?
saying, see, I told you it's crashed.
Oh, boy.
You got to add that to that Bitcoin, and it crashed.
And you know what the funny thing is about that guy is he only gets as high as like $200. That's what
Yeah.
as high as it's gotten at that point.
You should redo that. You could do it better.
Yeah, we could do it better. Hold on real
Right.
quick. I just want to catch this before I get away. Natural Balance sent 20 BGNs, which are Big Girl Nuggets, I think. That's the name of that. So, Jaron, can you please summarize my call for the viewers since the live stream got cut off right when I called in? The herb is called lemon balm. Yeah, so he was saying that he was having some issues getting up from the couch and feeling sick and his stomach ached and he didn't know what it was. But he says the herb is called lemon balm and it supposedly just repaired him quickly. He says, my email is medchiller, medchiller at gmail.com. I don't know why you spelled it J-E-E. That's weird. I am not selling it. I just want to help people. Thank you very much, Natural Balance, for that. Okay, go ahead, Dave. Sorry. I'll give you another minute.
All right. So a minute ago, I just want to throw this out there as an option. I'm not claiming it to be a fact.
Okay.
I'm a big. I like investigating. I don't want to say I believe it. I think that's interesting that we have a northern circling stars that reflect in the south. Let me share my screen for a second.
Sure.
And then you just made the comment that when a star is in the south and it's all the way to the other side,
Well, that's
how's
why I
it gonna
said
reflect back,
the
right?
first thing I said was let's see if we can prove that the North Stars are reflecting in the south, because that would solve the problem right there.
Well, there was a video, and I've been looking for it. There was a couple of videos where people were comparing star clusters by brightness and proximity of northern stars to southern stars, and there were so many similarities. I'm trying to find that video. I don't know really how to find it. But here's the thing. Can you see my mouse?
Yep.
So when a star, so if this is Antarctica,
Okay.
if a star is here, it's not going to reflect from over here, because when the northern stars reflect out, they reflect out like that. So the ones out here, you're never going to see. These over here. So the North Star would reflect, become the center star of rotation,
Yes.
and then this star is going like this, and these stars would go like this.
Correct.
'cause
Okay.
It's a reflection.
That's why I said that would solve the problem.
Right.
If we
so
could show
anyone
that. I told Joe Hamby, but I told Joe Hamby, he's already got the model set up. I said, get one of those stars to be a certain color, because if he can do that and then show where that color reflects, then we'll be able to see what the reflection is, because he's got the model.
You know how Joe's been saying, you could stop sharing that.
Oh.
If I can, how do I stop that?
I'll take it off.
Stop sharing. I got it. So he
Oops.
says that there's 4 or 6 centers of rotation. Well, it says in the Bible that the sky is like a tent. A tent has 4 or 6 sides sometimes. So maybe it is domed with sides. And think if you had sides, you're going to have 4 or 6 different rotational centers there. Something to think about.
Yeah, for sure. But you think if that was the case, that they would all look like suns with sunspots moving on them and everything?
Well, you know what? You remember my story when I was in Vegas and I said the sun was burning the right side of my face? I
remember.
thought about going to the other side of the pool.
Yeah, the reflection.
Right? And it's reflecting off the mirror. Go out on a sunny day, get a big mirror and shine it on Missa and tell her to close her eyes and see if she can tell which one's the real sun. She can't. So it sends heat and light, just like you like saying.
Yeah, but if you zoomed in on it, would it appear the same?
Absolutely. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Now, if there's some super fluid, super shiny, reflective, as good or better than a mirror up there, who knows?
Yeah.
But again, it's just something to consider.
Definitely.
Just something to consider.
And the good thing is that we'll be looking for that.
Yeah. I want to plug tomorrow night. I'm going to be on your crypto class, and before me is Uncle Odd.
Yes.
Talking about a couple of things, and one of those things is how to stop funding terrorism.
Yes.
And for all of you that know what I'm talking about, there's never been a better time to join Jaren's crypto class. We're going into a bull market. You're going to get all sorts of information, and if you want to stop being a terrorist, you're going to find some key information tomorrow night. What time is that?
Starts at 6 p.m. And yeah, that's
and how do people join?
WAP.com/Jeranism. That's where you become a VIP, and you'll get to go to Saturday's thing with Austin and Lisbeth. You'll get the footage when I get back from the trip. You'll get to listen to Todd tomorrow, who's got some. I mean, I don't know how much we like to say publicly, but
no, we don't say too much publicly.
Yeah, just there's is a way that you can take advantage of something that the elite have taken advantage of for many years, and we all were a little bit apprehensive about it at first, but we've all been doing it. Some of us a lot longer than others, and some of us 3 years, and there's been no issues. And so we think that it's now time that more people can get involved. You might want to come and check that out. What Todd's been doing,
and no better time to jump into that. Learn how to move crypto around, because there's never been a better time.
I agree.
I was on. What's funny? This morning I was clicking on something on my phone, and a little message popped up, and I accidentally clicked it, and I ended up on Clubhouse in Lisbeth's room. It's like I didn't even know where I was. Right?
That's a weird. I hate that site. I hate that site, man.
That?
I hate that site. I was like there one time, listening one time, and then they're like, "Oh, Jaren's here. Oh, Jaren, hey." I'm like, "What the hell?" Like, well, I didn't raise my hand. I didn't do that.
and you said that I'm liking that girl more and more. She doesn't give a rat's ass what people think.
No, she's funny.
And,
she's actually just a stud. Yeah.
And then something else I want to point out, in the community between flat earthers, globers, everyone, there's so much misunderstanding, right? There's misunderstandings between you and me. There's certain things you think about me that are wrong.
You're not
right?
a Jew?
What's that?
You're not a Jew? Oh, you are.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. And but my final comment is going to make you wonder about that.
Okay.
But like when Lisbeth won the final contest, a whole bunch of people, including, I'm going to call him out right here, Mike from THC.
Oh yeah, I talked to him.
He's like, she's a total shill.
Right.
She's a total shill.
Right.
Right. That's totally acting. And I'm like, no, she's just excited. Relax. Right. But people, because we're so paranoid, because of all the shit that's happened to us, we make a lot of bad foregone conclusions, and everybody's just got to relax a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's the tough part is that, or at least like reach out to somebody. I guess there's like nobody trusts anybody, right? It just seems like there should be some trust, because nobody's ever really, who have we really outed as something? I don't know. It's just weird. Everybody plays Monday morning quarterback where at first they demonize everybody and then they wait till something happens and then they're like, oh, I told you so-and-so was bad. Well, yeah, but you said everybody was bad. So for me, I just think it's better to look at each person, because I know why Mike thought that, and I know why. It's because she has that room over there, right? What is it called? Clubhouse. And when she found out she was going to be one of the finalists, she told all the Clubhouse people to come over there and cheer her on. Well, they were all the only ones in the chat. So, of course, Mike goes and sees what looked like bots. He's like, who are these people?
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And listen, and Mike, after I talked to him, he's like, all right, let me reanalyze it. And,
Right.
and he came around.
Yeah.
It's okay to have suspect something, but then check with somebody. And as you always say, there's people that attack you, but they never called you to say, hey, yo,
Right.
what's up?
Yeah.
And that happens to me every day.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. There's do you ever, by the way, I just want to tell you, do you ever listen to John Breaks Bad News? You know that guy?
No.
Okay. Just wondering. Anyway, go ahead.
So like you guys were talking about V and what's his partner's name?
Snatchy Keta?
Yeah, both of those guys have my phone number. They know how to get in touch with me. At this point, I don't even want to talk to them. But they could have reached out to me, Like there's people like, Melodome. He's upset at me because I never shared his solar work. I didn't even know he was doing solar work. Okay? It's like people that I consider friends, like, why don't you just reach out and have a conversation?
Right.
It's insane.
It irons stuff out. I think that's why I think sometimes people just want content. Because whereas if I have an issue with you or something, I'm going to reach out to you and talk to you. I'm not going to then say, I'm not going to go like, I'm going on my show to tell everybody that I've got a problem with Dave. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me unless I needed content. But I don't need content. I can do content on my own. But I think some people must need it, or else there's not really a reason for that. Why wouldn't you just talk on the side? But again, I have talked to people on the side that I thought that ironed it out, and then come to find out they weren't using it for that. They were using it to try and get info from me or something. So, it's crazy. Right. What are you going to do?
And this world is an amazing, and the word I like to use now, quoting Darius J. Wright, is a construct.
Mm-hmm.
And it is trying to deliver everything that you think to you. That's what this world really is. And once you understand that, and once you understand that we live in a soul system, a system made by the creator for souls to have these experiences,
mm-hmm.
Then all fear goes away. And then once you get rid of fear, you can actually think and operate much better.
So explain to me this, though, Dave. This is where I have a problem. So the people that are like upward rising earthers, okay? So I have no problem with them, because here's the thing, though. If we're all on the same team that we're saying we're being lied to, the globe is a lie, we can figure out that stuff after. Like, I don't understand why there has to be a separation. You got that guy William going around telling people that anybody saying that the Earth is flat and stationary is a gatekeeper. Like that.
It's ridiculous.
That kind of talk is just bad.
My opinion of them is, I think that literally they're possessed.
Right.
That's just me.
Yeah.
May or may not be true. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how you would prove that wrong. I just think that's the issue that I see, that we can have different opinions. It's okay for somebody to say, well, I believe that the Earth has an infinite plane, and I believe that there's a dome. We can coexist. It doesn't need to break into factions and then fight with each other. It's like exactly what I saw happen with 9/11. 9/11 turned into, originally it was, the government did this, it's a false flag, this, and then all of a sudden it became Judy Wood against this, and directed energy against no planes versus whatever, nobody died, nobody died versus 3,000 died, 500 died, the firefighters died. So then you have everybody fighting each other, and guess who never got held accountable? Anybody. Nobody.
Right.
We didn't put one person in jail over 9/11 because people were busy fighting each other. So I think that
Did
that's
you-
a design by the elite for sure.
Did you see that Elon got awarded $850 million by NASA to destroy the space station?
No, I did not, but I did see that the new head of NASA is
Yeah.
that faker who did the fake mission in space where he's comes out looking like a doll. I don't know what his name. Jaron
well,
Weisman. It's some rich Jew. I'm sorry, rich Hebrew. Israeli.
No kidding. It's because Trump's getting all his enemies close to him so he could expose them. It's
That's
7-degree chess.
90.
7-degree chess.
No, it's 90.
90-degree chess.
Yeah, 90 chess.
He's that good.
It's amazing.
Yeah, maybe Trump is Elvis. Who knows?
He might be Elvis. I heard that he's one of those people. Time traveler, I think.
And then you asked about role models before. There's no male role models. I could think of two.
Okay, I'm ready.
Gaddafi and the guy that wore the Michael Jordan short mustache back years ago.
Okay, good ones. I don't know.
Have you watched?
Most people would
Have
consider
you
that.
watched Stu Peters' Hibbler's new film called Occupied?
I have not, but I heard it's good.
It's free and it's on StopLookThink.com.
Okay, cool. Everybody hear that? StopLookThink.com. Great.
But be careful. It's heavy duty. It's like you gotta watch it and be prepared. It is mind blowing too.
Okay.
Mind blowing.
Looking forward to that.
So I encourage everyone to watch that and make up your own mind.
Okay.
And the other thing is the weight restriction on
I pretty much figured that out. I'm pretty good.
What's that?
I pretty much got it now. I redid some stuff and kind of thought about what I really need and what I don't need, and it was down to like 28
You know
pounds.
what you need? You need a 150-pound telescope, the Hydra Alpha telescope or whatever.
Right.
That's what you need. And I think that's why they're so restrictive. They don't want you bringing anything that would
Yeah. Here's another
possibly
thing.
show you the truth.
Here's another thing. So when I was talking about taking the stars and inverting them and seeing if we could figure them out, I was looking online for like stars moving, but I didn't want star trails, and then it hit me. That's why they love star trails. Star trails screw up the ability for you to ever match them and see that the north and south are the same. Right? Star trails
And
make it so that you would never see the stars. You just see the lines. So,
But also remember, the stars, being reflected in something that's at an angle and possibly curved
Mhm.
would change their orientation. They'd still be clustered similar, but they would look different.
yeah, and I guess I've kind of thought about it and thought that any bright star in the north should be the dim star in the south, and any bright star in the south would be the dim star in the north.
No, I don't think so. Like if you had a
Well,
bright
because it's
star
further-
and a dim star next to each other in the north, there would be a bright star and a dim star in the south.
I guess it could be that. Yeah, you're right. I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense because why would a dim star be reflecting bright?
But just when you're thinking of the reflection thing, a star over Australia will never shine over where you guys are going to be. It's only the center would be the farthest. The North Star would be the farthest south that you could see a star.
If they're mirrored, yes.
If they're mirrored, yeah. So just keep that in mind.
Yes. So somebody out there who likes to research and likes to look into things, that's a great place to start. You can find planispheres and stuff.
This was years ago, but somebody was showing.
Was it a
video
girl?
Of that.
Was it a
What-
girl and she had like a dancing girl, like a Mexican dancer?
I don't remember,
Oh.
but I remember the number of correlations. It might have been that Florida Marquis guy or something like that, but the number of similarities was beyond coincidental, in my opinion.
Do you know who that No Fanfare guy is?
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he did a show. He did a thing yesterday saying that there's some group in some boat trying to take off from where he's at, and they're trying to go around the world in 60 days or something. Have you heard that? And he's like, it'll never happen. It's impossible. Like, I love people like that. He's making a claim saying that boat can't make it in time. So I wanted to look into that, but I forgot what the name of it was. He said there's some Brazil ship that says that they're going to go around the world in 60 days, and the ship only goes 15 miles per hour. So again, I'd have to do that.
But where are they going? Are they taking shortcuts?
I don't think so. But what's 15 miles an hour times 24 is how many miles a day? 360 a day. Yeah, I don't know how many days would it take then. And they said they do it in 60 days. Is that what you said? This times 60 would be 21,600. Yeah, I'll have to check. I think they're going down around where the boats are for the Vendée Globe. Which, by the way, if you bring up Ventusky, what is it called again? Ventusky. one of the crazy things about that race that's going on down there, and I didn't notice that. Thank God for this app. So when you look up what's going on down there, they'll show the boats are going like 12 to 15 knots. If I bring up right now the wind down there, 27 knots, 24 knots, 25 knots. So how is the wind blowing 25 knots and those guys are pulling 12 knots in a sailboat that's in a race to go around the world? Give me a break.
Dude, in 20 knot winds, you can go 30 knots.
Yeah, I would think so. So that's why I think that they're going, 24, 23, 22, 17, 20, 19, 24. That's only 10 meters above the ground. So that's 30 feet high, but the boats are, the sail might get up that high. So they should be moving much, much faster. Plus, I think the current goes faster than 2 miles per hour, too. So anyway, I think the Vendée Globe, when we get it back, and they come in again at 12 to 14 miles per hour for the winter, show the winds and say, how the hell did this guy win the race getting 12 miles per hour? Doesn't make any sense.
Amazing. All right. That's all I got.
Later. Much love.
Later.
Tangerine.
Hey, how are you?
What's going on?
A few questions here. Nothing much. Excited for you.
Thank you.
Nervous for you.
Don't need to be nervous for me.
Few questions for you because
Sure.
I'm a newer flat Earth person. So
Welcome to the team.
So, anyways, I'm excited that you're doing this. I'm sure you've daydreamed about this sort of experiment for some time. From what I gather, you can you hear me all right?
Yep, you're great.
Okay. So, anyways, I gather you've been probably daydreaming about scenarios and so forth for many years, and now you're here on the precipice of doing this. So, in the instance that you have overcast and you get daylight, would you be somewhat satisfied with preserving your model because you don't really conclusively see the sunlight?
Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. It needs. If you're talking about changing model, you're talking about everything needing to be exactly perfect. Nothing that makes me think, oh, this is weird. No, this is more matches flat Earth. This is no. So yeah, if you're talking about any kind of cloud cover, we don't see it in the south or something like that. Yeah, then there's no way.
Okay. And I guess you're aware of variables like the coffee cup caustic.
Absolutely right, but that wouldn't be the actual sun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So a younger Jaron from let's say 2015 or 2016.
Okay.
When you became who you were, if they called into your show, what kind of question would that dreamer of a person ask you?
Which person? Who are you talking about?
The Jaren of, let's say, 2015, he calls into your show. What kind of question do you think he's going to ask you?
Whether or not the sun circles there? You know what you mean?
Yeah, something to that effect. Like a younger Jaren would have been I'm sure many years of being in this community has kind of numbed you in some ways and hardened you in others.
For sure.
Jaren, who has been void of that from, let's say, 2015, what kind of question is he going to ask you about what you're doing?
Yeah, I think that my wife and I have talked about it. What we were looking for from day one was evidence of a globe, and they failed at every opportunity, right? What globe proponents put forward as proof wasn't proof. What mainstream was putting out there wasn't proof. We proved that Behind the Curve lied about me. We proved that Stephen Hawking lied about his experiment. Nat Geo used an optical illusion. So these things were just compounding to where it became pretty obvious that something is amiss here, because why can't they show any evidence of the globe? And if you asked me back when we first became flat earthers, 2014, late 2014, we both thought that eventually somebody would come forward with something that would tell us we were wrong. That was in 2014, 2015. Now, as we went past that and I saw the what is it called? The ZQ pilot or whatever, the guy that didn't circumnavigate, who got the award for circumnavigation, all those things then started to come in to play. And you're like, okay, this is just horseshit. There's too many things here that add up to them lying. So that's where we've pretty much always been. And then you see the South Pole webcams, which is a joke. And then recently they added the last 8 years, just magically, they just showed up. They weren't there 2 days before. Then all of a sudden 8 years worth of full time-lapse videos is up there. And even those don't show one time a 24-hour sun. So something's up. Some liars are.
It must be so surreal to be like the person because that kind of revealed a lot of that Antarctic telemetry with the videos and the webcams and such. And you were the content creator that kind of revealed a lot of that.
Well, that's why when
And
they
it must
asked me,
be-
I was like, you know what? That's something I would be interested in if you could meet my demands, which I didn't think at the time would ever be met. But I could tell that Duffy also saw the importance of it being for his desires, thinking that thinking that the sun sets. Sorry, thinking that the sun circles. He wanted the biggest impact, so he wanted the biggest flat earthers he could. So he wanted Dave, he wanted me, right? So we knew that. So we knew we were in a little bit of a power position to where we could just threaten, say, if you don't like what we're saying, if you don't like our demands, go find another flat earther. And he has every right to do that. None of us would have even been upset. But he chose to instead go with us and adhere to our demands. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay, a couple more questions.
Sure. Keep it quick if you can.
So why the lie? That's always been kind of like the debate item for many years. Like, why the lie? And then the trump to that would be, or not the trump to that. Often a global person will ask, like, well, why don't you just go to Antarctica? And the rebuttal, more frequently or commonly, always like, well, you can't go there. They have all this security and they have destroyers and Marines and Navy. Like the idea that there was always this built up of security and the impossibility of it was always like the rebuttal from a flat earth perspective in all the debates that have been archived online.
Right.
And it's now kind of with what you are doing and what Woods is doing, with this whole thing that's being facilitated. It's almost as though that idea of this high security has been kind of dissolved a bit. But
Well,
also,
I think that if you went down there in a boat today, you're going to get stopped. I believe that full-heartedly. Yeah. If you tried to go to Antarctica on your own, you would get stopped. Now, there are going to be different people who have different reasons for that. Well, you can't go to any country and they'll not stop you. No, I get that. But then we were correct in saying that you can't go there and you'll get stopped. So we actually were never wrong. Now, the people who may have said things like nobody can go to Antarctica or something, no, and we've always known that you can take trips to certain spots down there. There's certain to these travel agencies, but I looked into them and I saw like one travel agency owned all these websites. Remember that? So that always was weird. And then the head of that, or one of the employees there, her dad was Spinraker, the guy that Obama named the head of the NOAA. His daughter worked at that place. So anyway, there's enough things that go on that make you question the legitimacy of some of that. And if people were going down there on lead groups, then why wasn't any of them actually filming it? Now, I have to be the first one to admit that this has not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. I said, well, if the sun circles, I want to get a 5-day time lapse of it. What a joke, because you're only allowed a certain amount of weight. That tracker device I have is about 11 pounds. So I'm already reducing my 55 down to 44 because of that tracker. Finding a camera, like people don't think about doing a time lapse that lasts 5 days. That's not easy. You have to have the memory to do it. You have to have the cords. You have to be able to watch the heat. You have to watch, the cold. You've got a daisy chain, power bricks, and you're only allowed to take 2 power bricks on an airplane. So it's not as easy as we thought. Like I heard Banjo one time say, oh, 10,000 people go to Antarctica every year. There should be 10,000 time trail or time lapses of the sun, 24-hour sun. It's like, no. That's not right. If 10,000 people go down there, probably only 5 of those 10,000 would even try it, because it once you realize what goes into it, you're going to be like, oh, I don't want to do that. And in fact, if it wasn't important for me to do and it wasn't important to show what we're trying to show, then I wouldn't even be able to do it. I would have just given up on it and said, no, I'll go do something else. I'll bring a different camera. But I kind of put myself out there as I'll kind of try and do this. So everybody else is doing something else. McKeegan's bringing a 360 camera, we got a couple other people bringing time lapses to look down at some shadows. Anyway, it's just I realize that it's not as easy as people might think.
Yeah. Now your cell phone, people often don't really realize that there's modern cell phones kind of capable too of doing like long exposures of the night sky. So in the evenings, I don't know if they allow you to leave the tent or what the circumstances.
Well, there won't be evening.
Well, I guess it won't be an evening, but if there's an opportunity, I guess, to see the stars, which I guess would solidify your position.
Yeah, if we see the stars, we won. If I see stars, we got a problem.
Here's a question for you. I'm sorry. Now, if you're in this unusual position where it's now been clearly understood that you have won, quotation marks, the crowd and the company that you're with, like, what do you sort of see what's going to happen, like atmosphere-wise, with like the awkwardness? Like, what
I
do you
have no
suppose-
idea because I that's why I said I'm going to take all the credit. I'm not giving credit to anybody who's bailed on the flat. I'll go out and point out every time they bailed on it because I don't appreciate that. We could have been a
'Cause my-
team
my
through
feeling
this.
would be-
Huh?
Yeah. My feeling would be like you're there, you're in the Antarctica, you've just like got this home run, and you've humbled everyone around you. Like obviously you're gonna remain humble too, I suppose, and just quietly have a quiet trip back home.
Well, yeah, because I mean, we've made it a point to point out that I don't need Toon's face for my content. I don't need it doesn't matter to me what McKeegan's face is or what do you have to say, McKeegan, if we see the sunset. I literally don't care. I would hope those guys would disappear into the night. I wish they would like do that back move that Simpson does, that Homer Simpson does when he goes into the bush, right? I want him to do that into the ice wall or into the dome, somehow just disappear through there. But their whole thing is basically humiliating us, whereas flat earthers don't need to do that. We don't need to humiliate any of them. So that's the difference is that, yeah. So what would it be like the ride home? The ride home would be very vindicating, and it would be kind of the culmination of this whole thing. I don't want to get my hopes up. Like I said, that is a very, very slim, I'm talking 1% possibility. So
And it's good that you're fearless to this. I think that's excellent about you too. You and
yeah, I don't have any, besides it being cold. I'm from California. Although I'll tell you, I put my snow boots on. They're the most comfortable things I've ever worn in my entire life. I'm like, wow, these things are freaking awesome. So,
do you
anyway.
plan on wearing like lots and lots of layers on the flight just so you don't have to
Yep.
compromise your back?
And I'm actually wearing the ski boots on the flight because it's the only way I can pack them. Otherwise, they're like 6 pounds. So
yeah.
That would take. I mean, it's a huge. It's 10% of my luggage. So I got to wear them. All right, I gotta let you go because we got a bunch of people here lined up.
Good luck to you. All the best, sir.
Thanks, Gregory. Welcome.
Hey, Jaron.
What the hell's going
Hey,
on
one
in
of
your picture
your
there?
callers
Oh,
earlier
Jesus, thought somebody was
got me
giving us.
thinking.
Go ahead.
Got me thinking of do you know the channel Mr. MBB333?
Yeah. I remember. Yeah,
He does sky phenomenon pictures. All of his viewers send him in different things.
Yes.
I remember about a year ago he had some people. I don't remember if they were in Washington or something. That all of a sudden their solar panels that they had mounted stopped being in the sun all the time and were like in the shade like a crazy amount of time. And he said solar panels have been in the same spot for like 10 years. It appeared that the sun stopped going or changed slightly. And he even had some people in, I think, Alaska too, that said on the solstice or whatever that the angle to the sun was slightly different, that for some reason, like a year or two ago, this was. And that always kind of stuck in my head. And earlier somebody was talking, and it, reminded me of that episode that he had where I always thought that, like, how could people not think that that's like a big deal and want to see like why that happened?
Yeah, it seems like it'd be quite a big deal. And then people in the South saying that they are getting more sun on the south side of their house than they've ever seen before. So it's something I want to check into. I don't. I guess that would mean it shouldn't go as far in the north as it does. And I believe that like Lahaina, they have what's called Lahaina noon, right? When the Tropic of Cancer, the sun's on the Tropic of Cancer, there's no shadows on those items. I think we would know that if that wasn't happening, because it would be slightly under that, so you would still get a shadow on Lahaina noon. But I haven't looked into it, so maybe that does happen.
Well, there was a place in Mexico that on, I don't know if it was the equinox or solstice, that they had this cement long thing in the ground, and each year they'd mark exactly like where the farthest point that the shadow went to or whatever at the solstice.
Yeah, I think now that you mention it, I do.
And a couple of years ago, they stopped doing it for some reason.
Yeah, I remember that they were saying it was moving a little bit. I forgot where I saw that.
Yeah, but they like stopped doing it for some reason, and they stopped marking it. Like I don't remember if it was like 2018 or 2019. For some reason, they stopped doing it.
So I'm tripping out right now. I just went to Himawari 8 because I wanted to see where they say that the sun is, right? So just trying to watch the day go by, and then I was like, "Where's the sun?" I don't see a sun reflection. They've gotten rid of that. Remember on Himawari, you used to be able to see the sun reflection.
Yeah.
It's completely gone. There is no reflection of the sun anymore. How weird is that?
There's a whole bunch of things you should collect. The stuff that they've changed as an obvious result of stuff we've did that caused like them to react in some way. Like like your SpaceX thing, and changing the definition of like horizon in Wikipedia, and
Losers.
dropping the counter for the results on YouTube, and that they clearly changed all that stuff as a result to videos you guys were putting out.
Yeah, without a doubt. I don't even think there's a question there. So like, okay, I just went back a little bit to see if I could find it. Oh, maybe it doesn't show here. I was trying to see where they show. Okay, so like here, if people can see what I'm showing here, this is the sun reflection, right? See it? So they always show that reflection. I was kind of trying to see where the sun is, or at least where they depict it. And then, but if I go to, so this is 2017, we definitely see a sun reflection. But if I go to today, 2024, here, I wasn't seeing any sun reflection. See that? There's just, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, I think they mentioned that with the artist said that they called that the focal point or whatever, and to add it back in. I think.
Yeah, they forgot to add it back in here because there's
there's some.
Man, it's always been here. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go back to a different year. I'm gonna go to like 2020, and then they usually show. Let's see, December 5th. I just want to see if there's a reflection here. Oops, went too far. Yeah, I kind of see it again. That's weird. It's right there. All right. Well, anyway. See, I'm just showing people here. You can see the sun reflection there back in these older ones. And I'm certainly not saying this is the Earth. I think that anybody who believes that has lost their mind. But it is a collection of high altitude footage and balloon footage. They send up 1,000 balloons twice a day from 1,000 locations on Earth. And this is how they get all the cloud data inserts. So you see here this reflection, clear sun reflection. But then if I go to now, for some reason, that wasn't there anymore. Right when we're talking about it moving, I was just seeing where they would. Oh, well, is that now? Oh, now I do see it there. Hold on, let me see. Oh, now it just disappeared. Weird.
Yeah, totally.
Weird. All right. Anyway, I can't look at that live.
Yep.
I've got to pay attention.
It's too bad that all the other, creators that have different views don't focus on the stuff that you do have in common that we've clearly been lied to about, and demand funding so that they can figure out the stuff that we disagree on.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I think people are out for themselves. That's the problem.
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff that we have in common that we've been lied to about, that we could use to come together.
Totally. All right. Anything else for me?
No, that's it. Have a great day, man.
Thanks, buddy. Curvature. Nope. How
we doing?
Good. You?
Pretty good. Hold on. Yep, I've made notes.
Okay.
Yeah,
4 minutes.
I hear that John breaks bad news. I gotta pay attention.
What about it?
I need to pay attention to John breaks bad news.
Somebody will be getting some bad news in the coming weeks. Yes.
All right, for sure. That'll be a good one.
It'd be pretty funny. I just was thinking. My wife and I were thinking. We're like, oh, let's do one. Let's do this one, and it'd be funny. So anyway, it comes in time. Hopefully that person answers the phone. Otherwise, I'll leave a message. But
no, for sure.
Have you ever listened to him before?
Yeah, I followed him on TikTok. I've got his account over there.
Yeah, he needs to. I was thinking even offer some help. Like one thing that he should do. He does that live stream right for like 3 or 4 hours. If all he needs is somebody to go through and put chapter markers where they actually answer the call, like it would just really be a great thing for him to do. I don't know why they don't do that. I was actually going to offer to do it. Like, all right, John, let me break some bad news to you. You're not having any views because actually I was thinking of starting Jaren Breaks Bad News, but then I'm like, that's a dick move. All right, anyway, go ahead.
He can do that there on YouTube. He can section it up by chapters.
Yeah. Easily.
Okay.
Yep. You just go to your description of your video and you just put in the timestamps, 00.12 : and then you write what it is, and then it puts those chapter markers for you.
Yeah, that would definitely be benefit to him.
Yes.
Yeah, one thing I've been trying to bring up more and more is that circling moon observation.
Right? The 24-hour moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is not really true because it would actually be much more than 24 hours, right? It should be 2 weeks, 24 times 14.
Okay, yeah. I think of it as just a circling moon. I don't know how long you'd be able to observe it, but
well, remember the moon does in a month what the sun does in a year.
Sun does in a year. Right.
Yep.
Between the two tropics.
Correct.
And as far as I understand, the best time to possibly observe this would be when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn at the south.
We actually realized that there's no connection.
No.
Nope, it can happen at any time because a full moon just happens when the sun is across from it, or that they're at the antipodes or whatever you call it, the nodes, right? So that
Sure.
can happen whether the sun is at any point of the tropics, right? It's not like
Good to know.
only full moons happen when the sun is on the inside, or only full moons happen when the sun is on the inside or outside track.
Okay, yeah, good to know. Because I was thinking, to observe this, it's going to be obviously cold during the winter. But yeah, if this again happened anytime during the year, then we should definitely have this observation made.
Technically speaking, if you are in Norway or somewhere like that that's in the polars, you should just have 2 weeks of sun, 2 weeks of moon, then no moon for 2 weeks, and 2 weeks of moon, then no moon for 2 weeks. It should,
okay.
But especially if you're at the North Pole, right? Let's say we were at the North Pole, then that's exactly what you'd see. You'd see 2 weeks of moon, 2 weeks of no moon, 2 weeks of moon, 2 weeks of no moon. But again, nobody lives there, so.
Yeah, get your point.
Santa does, and the elves. And
and I bring up the North simply because it seems like there's a lot of eyes. Like we've talked about the South a lot, Antarctica. There's a lot of nonsense going on down there, and not a lot of people pay attention to the North. And I think that some more eyes need to be pointed at the North.
Oh man, something's going on in the North. The other thing I saw in the North recently, and the South, I was looking through the drone requirements, and it says you're not allowed to fly a drone within 19 miles of the South Pole, circle, 19 miles radius from the South Pole, which I thought was interesting. Don't know why that would be. I was going to figure out what that is. So 19 miles radius would be about 40 miles circumference. Okay, the diameter. Just thinking what that circumference. Okay, got it. Anyway, I wonder if the North has the same rules. Probably.
Yeah, I know they have restrictions up there in the North, just like they do in the South.
Right. Yeah, I don't even know what goes on up there because nobody's even tried that one.
Right.
But maybe that's next. I'll be the polar traveler. No, I'm just kidding. This is gonna be the last one for me.
I was gonna say, Jared, I don't think you care for the cold.
I do not. I'm not gonna be a fan. I was very happy I got heated gloves. Thanks, Dad. My dad got me some heated gloves.
That should be enjoyable.
That should be fun. So let's hope that they continue to work. All right, anything else for me?
No, enjoy the trip.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Still don't think it's going to be a circling sun.
I hope not.
I still hold that opinion. Not a chance.
Sun's going to set. All right, thanks. We've got FE tests. Brian? Brian? Did you fall asleep?
Hey, man, actually, I did fall asleep, man. But,
Unbelievable. I hate the amount of people that have told me they fall asleep constantly to my voice is pissing me off.
No, I nodded off, man. I wasn't asleep. I could hear what y'all was talking about. And
Oh,
everything,
it's like my dad used to.
off,
My
man.
grandma used to rest her eyes at church too. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I guess sleep was a bad word, man. But yeah, I wanted to say, like I'm making, trying to work on that model and everything. I mean, you did, like for one, I on the last video, I made the claim, I'm not saying this is how it works, and
Right.
it's still a work in progress. There's obviously
Did I get back to you about that?
trying to work out,
Did I get
Just
back to
trying
you about that
sort
map?
Something out just in case, and plus to work on the star rotation, even if the sun doesn't do what they
Right.
say it does,
Yeah, but I was going to send you some map, and I don't know if I ever got around to it because I couldn't remember the name of it. So the other day I was in my files to where I sent people files on USB before, and there was a map that I hadn't seen before, and I started to look at it, and the continents are shaped differently, and then the guy says like the continents are correct. But anyway, I wanted to get it to you because I think it might solve some of your issues. Let me find it though.
You sent me something, but it was a PDF about CIA. I just seen it when I was sending you a video earlier to play. I was like, God, how come I didn't get this message? But it didn't have a map in it. If you come across
I
that
might have
map,
sent
then I
that to the
would
wrong
so much
person.
appreciate that.
I might have sent that to the wrong person. Somebody was asking me for. You're talking about it was the CIA. They had CGI before the moon landing. That one. I probably sent that to you.
Yeah, I ain't even got to reading it yet, man. But I
Okay,
think
that's what it was.
Seemed like it was saying something about latitudes and all that. It had to, but I gotta go back and read the whole thing.
Okay.
But man, I wanted to see if you could play that like 3-minute 50-second video that I
Where'd you put it? Telegram?
Yeah, the one that I telegrammed you. And I want to say beforehand, I'm not claiming. In fact, if you could, yeah, just go ahead and play that, man. It's
Okay, 1 second. I'm just trying to see if I can find this for you. What's going on here? Okay, let me see if it's in here. What's that noise? You doing something on your
It
computer?
might be muffled or something.
Oh, it just
Let me
sounds
read.
like it's like clicking, like downloads 1, downloads 2. Shoot, I thought that I knew where it was, but now I don't see it. All right, anyway, I can't think of the
I
guy's
really
name.
want that, man.
Yeah,
I
it's
really,
an 1800s
really, really
map.
want that.
1800s map. It seemed to explain a lot. I want to say Carpenter is his name, but his name's not Carpenter. I'll find it. I wish I knew where that file was. I'm trying to think real quick. Let me think about it for 2 seconds. I think that it was in there. Yeah, it's not going to be here right now. No. I'll have to look for it after. Wait, maybe it's here. Don't. It wants me to type the password in. I don't know my password. All right, I'll have to do it after. I'll send it to you. I'm writing a note because I want to get you that map, and then I'm going to play
Real
your
quick,
video. Yeah.
I just sent another one. If you can, it's 6 minutes and 50, but if you could play like the first 4 minutes of that, man, that would
And rather than the
show
other
you
one.
it would show you where I'm at so far with this model. You know, it's still a work in progress though.
So, but you don't play the 3-minute one then?
You can play, yeah, just play the one I just now sent. Just play like the first 3 or 4 minutes or something like that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, man.
Appreciate it.
Oh, one last thing,
Yes.
Jaron. If you remember, download a theodolite app on your phone just for the trip. You know, if you get bored on the trip and everything.
Okay.
If you get clear weather after leaving Punta Arenas, if you get real clear weather, because I predict that the if y'all even do wind up going, I'm still thinking something's going to happen, and God forbid, I hope I'm wrong. But my prediction is on a good, clear, clean air down there, we're going to have a very, very low, small angle to the horizon, and it's going to be real, real far away. That's my prediction on that. So
Okay,
if you
I like
remember, you could download the Theodolite app just for that particular test or whatever.
Sounds good. Thanks, Brian. I'll send that to you also after this. Okay.
Peace out.
Later. All right, we're gonna watch this real quick, and I'm gonna run to the restroom, and we'll be back after these messages. After the messages, we'll
Here's
be
going to cover my
back.
latest version of the
Let me
flat
do it
Earth
better. You
with
can't see that.
2-star rotations. And on screen is the AE map centered by the equator near the
There's
prime
this.
meridian before I made any adjustments. And just so everybody knows, anywhere you center an AE map except over a pole, you do get 2 rotations.
Be right back. Watch this.
So only if you center it directly over the north or south pole do you only get 1 rotation. On screen is my latest version, and I've made improvements each time. This being the best so far, but don't get me wrong, it's still a work in progress. I've added perspective as if we're viewing it from the center. And the distances we will check later in the video, but they should be pretty close. Also, we'll be comparing our sunrise and sunset angles at the extremities to SunCalc and see if they work. The reason I started working on this model in the first place is because they said it was impossible to have 2-star rotations on a flat plane. So just to cover the basics, you see on screen there's a north and a south pole. Any direction away from the north pole is south, and any direction away from the south pole is north. And you also see a continent of Antarctica, and on the outside is an ice barrier containing the world's oceans. And anywhere on this map, if you travel in a straight line far enough, you will hit the ice barrier. That covers the star rotations. Now you see the top circle is 23.4 degrees north, or the Tropic of Cancer. The bottom yellow circle is the Tropic of Capricorn, and the red circle is the equator. So I start off with the sun traversing over the Tropic of Capricorn during the winter solstice around December 21st. And then it's going to traverse to the equinox. And from the equinox, it's going to traverse to the Tropic of Cancer during the summer solstice around June 21st. So I need to cover a couple more things about distances and angles. I mentioned perspective earlier. Now you see the lines coming off the North Pole there? They all represent roughly the same distance, and everything is south from the North Pole. But if you're along that bottom line, say like right there in America, and you would move that dot down to where you're at, and that would be your east, west, north, south direction. Here's an example. So if you're right here in the middle of America, you draw a line from your position to the pole. 90 degrees from that represents east and west. Same thing in the south. you draw a line to the South Pole and you set your east and west 90 degrees to that. So let's say we're trying to position Hawaii. So it's around 21 degrees latitude. So we'll start off in Los Angeles, like right here. We'll draw our line north, and then we'll determine our east and west and go from there. So checking Google Earth, from the west coast of America, we got to head slightly north of east to get to Hawaii, and then end up traveling slightly south of east, which works if it's right here. Now, if you traveled south from Hawaii, a place where nobody really goes, you'd hit the ice barrier. And that's also where flights have come up missing and where Antarctica's unclaimed. The time zones are all messed up. There's a lot wrong with that area we'll talk about later. Right now, let's look at the distance between Cape Town, Africa and Perth, Australia. About 5,400 miles. So let's go with a distance we're familiar with. We know that...
All right, we'll stop it there. If you want to watch it, I'm going to put it in the chat. Obviously, there is some issues with this map that need to be corrected because you've got, again, we know that people go Sydney to Santiago, which would be absolutely very difficult on this map, right? You're basically talking about going from Sydney to Santiago over here in just 11 or 12 hours. That's going to be very difficult. Many flights would be difficult on this, but it's worth thinking about. I don't know what would cause the sun to pull one of these and then do these, but it is kind of what people see for sure. Here in the north where I am, I would see the sun setting here in the north as far as our northern summer, and then when it gets to be towards the south, I actually see it set the other way. So, all right, let's go with the one, the only, Tony Corey Olis. Tony, how are you, my friend? Oh, where'd you go? What's happening here? There you are. Oh, we gotta get you on the screen. Gotta get you on the screen here, and then I gotta get your theme music up. Where is it? It is here, and it is there. Boom, got it. Thank you, Enrique. Appreciate that. Okay. Hey, why'd you put that picture behind you?
Because I was messing around. I was sitting here for so long. I actually.
Sorry, I know I'm terrible at getting through the times. I gotta be more
all
strict.
good. You can hold me to 4. I'll be good.
Okay. We'll hold you to 4.
Okay, so I still am captivated by the whole moon thing and like how it appears. Okay.
Okay.
So, what is that thing that you say the moon does in 1 month what the sun does in a year? Right.
Right.
Okay. So my past 2 calls into Karen have been talking about that exact thing. So when I brought up the thing about the 27 days in between the tropics, I guess what I'm kind of finding out, I mean, is this right or wrong? Does it go 27 days to one tropic and then the next moon appears at the other tropic? Like it's 2 moons where it does what the sun does in a year?
So the sun, if you're talking about December, let's say December 21st, right? So it starts at the southernmost spot, and then by December 21st, the next year, it's just gone to the north and back, right? So the moon would do the same. So if we have a full moon, it's not really a full moon. If we see the moon from the south on a certain day, then for the next 2 weeks, it's basically traveling towards the top, and then has to come back all within 1 month, right?
But okay, so that's what I got to in the call with Karen. Apparently, so it'll be 1 full moon on one tropic, and the next full moon on the other tropic.
No, because that would mean that it did what the sun does in 6 months.
I guess I just need to, but no, it's like 2 moons for the sun to do the full for the moon to do what the sun does in a year. It's like 2 moons is what I'm getting to over there, but maybe we're interpreting it wrong. But either way, the 27-day cycle thing, what would I be looking at to find out how the sun's looking to me? Is it the azimuth?
Yeah, where it's at compared to you.
Okay, Karen was checking the azimuth, and that's what we were kind of getting to. So okay, I'm going to be doubling down.
So you were checking it. You were checking it and seeing that the moon, you're talking about a full moon is on one tropic, then the next full moon's on the other one?
Yeah, that's what Karen said.
That means that it would happen in 14 days. I don't think that's possible. Let me bring up Mooncalc and just check myself.
Okay, yeah, check it.
Because that would be interesting.
And, it is just Karen responding to me calling in. Sometimes I'm a little loose, so I just want to double check this one. I'm just trying to learn it. So
yes, I like learning.
Citing my calls.
I like learning. I'm gonna
Yeah.
cover your face here with Mooncalc in a second. As soon as my computer wakes
Yeah,
up.
that's fine.
As soon as it wakes up. How's everything else going in your life? You have a girlfriend yet?
Nope, no girlfriend yet. Just on YouTube,
Okay, we gotta find you one.
Yeah.
You're gonna
I'm
need one of
open.
those. You're open. You're good. Good. Don't be closed off to that. That'd be weird. Be a little gay, really. For being honest. Come on, Mooncalc. What's going on?
I hear you. And then hey, but like as you're pulling that up, you mentioned Leonardo da Vinci with the mirrors and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, I found that very interesting.
Dude, it's one of the
Um,
craziest things. And here's the thing: is everything they've written about that guy is a lie. Like he was trying to get things out, and I think that they've just hidden it all from us, and it's very
Do
difficult
you
to
think
find.
you think his birthday is right though?
What does it say? His birthday is Christmas.
It says his birthday is 1452.
I don't know if that's
So
correct.
so long ago, who knows?
Yeah, I
But
don't
either
know about
way,
that.
it says he's a water monkey like me. So I really like Leonardo.
All right, water monkey, go water monkey.
Yeah, totally.
What is going on? Why does Mooncalc not work? Let me try SunCalc just to see if I'm having any issues with my computer. What's going on? Keep
It
thinking the
knows
stream's
we're
gonna
onto
drop.
something.
Must be.
But I did tell you to hold me to a strict 4.
Oh, somebody
yeah,
says-
no pressure. I'm sure there's a lot of people today.
We might be having troubles again. Let me see. No, it does say we're going good. All right. Let me see what we got here. So SunCalc, nothing is working. Brave Sir Robin says there is something wrong with the audio. I can hear every word. What? Ruhif, do we sound okay? Help us out here, Ruhif.
Ruhif.
Oh, Ruhif. I gave him a tough one the other day, and he's his answer was not good. I didn't like it.
Hey, can I say something about Ruhif too? As I got a second to since
You may,
brought
you
up
may
Ruhif on my call, I
say
feel like
whatever
I
you want.
get to bring this up. Just so you know, Ruhif asked for a wrench the last time he was debating, and then you gave him a wrench. So he still has a wrench, and I don't have a wrench. So if you gotta take a wrench from one dude, give it to another. Just saying, throw it over here.
I don't mind who has wrenches, but as long as they never make a bad move with it. So he hasn't made a bad move with it. But yeah, you gotta go chat right now. I'll make you a wrench.
Okay, I'll hop in the chat. I'll at you.
So weird. My computer will not render SunCalc, and it will not render Mooncalc. What are they trying to stop me
Oh.
from doing here? Mooncalc, come on. Why is the internet?
Well,
not
no
working?
problem. I'll see you on the next speaker's corner. I'll be back around. And with just an update, I'm going to be investigating this moon stuff. I'm finding it very interesting. And then the
Mooncalc.org
whole
does not
Leonardo
count.
da Vinci thing, doing the reflection. I like that we're talking about that. Let's delve down that. You did that one Rome stream, and then we've kind of just been on this, kick for a while.
True. Good point.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, I don't know if you can see this. I'll just show you real quick. So this is Mooncalc, where the moon is today or whatever. But so if we went down to, we want to find where the moon is straight across, which it looks like it's right there, right? So the moon is right here. Get a little lower. There. Okay, so the moon's right there. Right now it's on this line of latitude. And we are at the 5th of December. And it is half full. So if we want to go just to get to a full moon, we're going to go to probably be in here. That is a little bit too far. We're going to go back to maybe the 10th. Oops, which way are we going here? Is that going the wrong way? 13th? Yeah, let's go 14th. Okay, so on the 14th, it's a full moon, and it's going to be way up here. Get like level with it. Nope, way up here. Okay, so the 14th, the full moon is happening on the northern tropic. So what that tells me is that a month later, it would be back to the same place. Because it does, the sun would do that in a year, the moon does that in a month. So let's see. So if we then go 27...
And that's for this coming full moon?
The coming full moon will be December 14th, but it will be in the north, so we won't see it from Antarctica. So then,
Okay, and
you're saying that if we add 14 days to this, that it will be back to where it started?
No.
Well,
No, I'm just saying, check the next full moon where it's going to be.
So
It's
that
going to
would
be at the other tropic.
So December, well, that would be impossible.
Because the
but-
27 days in between the tropics, like it's not like 27 days to what? Like, is it from the equator to that tropic, or is it like does it cover both tropics in the 27 days? You know what I mean?
Okay, let me see. So I went to January 14th. That's too far. January 12th. Wait, what? January 12th.
The full moon's going to be January 13th.
January 13th.
Is the next full moon after the 12/15 full moon coming up?
Wait, hold on. That says waxing crescent. Why did you say? Wait, January. I'm in 2024. My bad.
Okay.
Got to move to next year. There we go. January 14th. You said 12th or 14th? What did you say?
The 13th of January.
13th, January. All right. So this is, no, it's back up at the top.
Okay.
So it went down to the bottom 2 weeks later, and then we'll come back up 2 weeks again. So maybe I was wrong in saying that does that mean it's always on the north? Let me see. So what's the one after that?
The next full moon after that is the February 12th.
I might have been wrong when I told the other person that it's always, okay, so that's in the north as well. Let's do again. Next one.
And then 3/14.
March 14th. So it's full again, and it's north again. Wow, I didn't know that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
all full moons are on the north tropic.
And then can you just check for shits and gigs the 129? That's the new moon.
Wait, hold on a second. Now I'm really confused. So that means that it's impossible to see a full moon in Antarctica going
Could
around
be.
for 2 weeks. Go ahead,
Could
give me
be.
the
The
date
moon's
again.
such a mystery. I'm glad we're delving into some stuff. This is very interesting.
What date am I checking?
129. That's going to be the full moon in January.
January
29th.
29th. I thought you said the full moon was the 12th or 13th or something.
Yeah, I just wanted you to check where the new moon's going to be.
Oh, okay.
If it says that. You
Well,
know?
the new moon looks like this is it is a new
Is
moon.
that south?
Yeah, it's not quite. It's not the tropic. Maybe it is. Hold on. Yeah, it's at the southern tropic.
Okay.
Well, let me see. Is it about? Wait, that goes south this way.
Well, then can you check the next full moon too?
Yeah, it's again.
227.
It's actually lower than the southern tropic. That's So it goes way lower. Wow, that goes a lot lower than I thought. I wonder if the sun Wow, that is really low. All right, yeah, it does go pretty low. That's 5 degrees off the. Wow, that seems like it's more than 5 degrees. Anyway, it looks like you get the new moon down there each time. So if we then do, what's the next new moon after that? February what? 28?
February 27th.
27, and it's going to be there again. Maybe down this way. Yeah, it's the south again. That's crazy. I never knew that.
Okay.
Learn something every day.
Very interesting.
One more. Just give me a September new moon. We're just going to go way out and see.
Yeah, September new moon is 9/21.
9/21. It's the south again. Wow. I got to think about that. That's breaking my brain. New moons are always on the southern tropic, and full moons are on
That's
the north.
interesting.
Okay, thank you, Coriolis. We do appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Shout out to Zulu, everyone. Mark Sargent just did a great memorial video for him. Go check that. It explains him. Zulu was awesome. Shout out Zulu.
Much love, Zulu.
Much love, Zulu.
What does it say? Okay, let's go with next person is we've got David Sanch. What's up, Sanchez?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing great. What are you driving?
I am. I hope the sound's not too bad.
It's not too good.
It's horrible?
It's not horrible. It's just not good.
Okay, I'll try to be short, I guess, maybe then. So I get 2 minutes instead of 4?
You can have 4. Go ahead. I like it.
All right. So, 5 days away till you fly out?
Yep.
Good luck, man. Wanted to call in and wish you good luck. It's been, I think, like 2 or 3 speakers' corners since I called, so wanted to call.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll be praying for you for sure. And then about the what Dave was saying with the stars in the north being reflected possibly in the south.
Mm-hmm.
So the sun, if we were to look at it in the south right now, just like the moon's face, it would be like upside down, right?
Correct.
Like the sunspots.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're saying that in Antarctica it might have a reflection, are we saying that it would be right side up again for the sunspots, or would it be like switched inverted left to right or something?
Right. A mirror inverts things only left to right, not up and down. But but we don't know how it would project from a dome-like structure. So it could be. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw it the other way as well.
So if you saw the sunspots down there, right side up, that would prove to you it's a reflection.
You mean the same as they are in the north?
Yeah.
No. What do you mean? A reflection that's perfect that doesn't change either up, down, or left, right?
Well, no, it's supposed to be already upside down because you're in the south, right? the
Correct.
sunspots.
Okay, correct.
So if it was actually right side up instead of upside down, then it flipped up to down, down to up. So would that prove to you that it was actually a reflection and it's not the physical, tangible sun in that location?
I got to think about that because mirrors don't work that way.
All right. Well, what if it was sideways?
I mean, like if you look at yourself in the mirror, you're never going to see yourself upside down.
Yeah, it's always sideways.
You
yeah.
see it mirrored left to right, right?
So if it was left to right, then you would say, "Oh, it's a flat Earth, but it's just mirrored left to right." The sun
Yeah,
down
we'll
there.
come back and report that there's a mirrored sun. That the sun in the south is the northern sun.
Awesome. Okay, so that'd be good. And then, so I know I've heard you say that you think the final experiment is like a mutually exclusive experiment, right?
If it's perfect, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it, right? I mean, if it was like concrete, then I do think it's pretty mutually exclusive. I think that, and I think that for several reasons. I just don't think that there would be. What are the chances that we're being deceived about where we live, but it actually matches perfectly to what we observe, and then where we think we live, it doesn't match at all? Wouldn't that be weird?
Yeah, but it only matches like one observation towards what they told us rather than everything else. Like,
but
do
it's
you think the globe has impossibilities? Because this would be an impossibility, like you say, on the AE map if we were to see this.
Right.
But why would one impossibility on the AE map of the flat Earth make all the other impossibilities of the globe disappear?
It doesn't, because people think too much about proof. They think things, it means proof this, proof that. I'm not saying anything is proof of anything. What I'm saying is that if you have a southern, can you mute for a second? Just that's annoying.
Well, yeah, my fault. I'm sorry.
That's right. Just mute for a second. So if you, what you're saying is that just because there's this one observation that matches the globe, but think about everything else that doesn't match the globe, right? That's what you're basically saying. So the problem becomes is if the AE map gets falsified, let's say that there's a circling sun, it just circles down there. Then you have to think to yourself, well, would God deceive us with what appears to be what would happen on a sphere? And you're seeing what you're seeing because you're upside down. But you would say, no, that God wanted us to see that, but know that it's flat. Well, then he could just make the sun circle on a flat Earth. There's no reason that God would ever need to make the sun do an inversion, flip, mirrored version through a refracted sky. It just, now you're talking crazy talk because God can do anything. Why would God make it like that? What that would mean is that God is deceiving humanity on purpose. He wants them to think one way, but really it's another way. So to me, that's just an impossibility. God does not confuse humanity. God does not purposely deceive. And so when we hear about God gave us his only son to be a guiding light, he's the light of the world. I believe that we are to follow the sun. I believe not as far as worship it. I mean, there's truth in the sun. The sun is the most important thing on earth, and people are now just dismissing it like it's nothing. Like, oh, what difference does the sun make? We don't know what the sun does. No, we know exactly what the sun does. It's why all you guys know your horoscopes. It's why everybody knows what sign they were born under. It's why we have the horoscopes, why we have the zodiac. Plus, everything is calculated by the sun. The sun is the best timekeeper that there is. It calculates everything. So to just dismiss the sun because it doesn't match what you think it should do, to me is a folly. I think that if you ask me, what team do you want to be on, Jaron? This team that, because imagine this, picture this scenario, that we came in and we're talking about we're talking about the globe Earth. We start to think that it's a deception. So we say, hey guys, how do you explain the sun doing this? What if they told us we don't care about what the sun does? We'd be like, no, but you're claiming that you know it's a globe. So we're asking you, what does the sun do here? And if you just said, we have no idea what the sun does, we would laugh the globe Earthers out of the building. We would belly laugh for weeks. But now because it's us, people are okay with it. People are like, nah, we'll just be okay with it. Just be cool with it. So that's a problem to me. I don't think we should be doing that. I think that we should recognize, like, I have no problem recognizing if we go down there and see the sun circle, I'll come back and say, look, I was wrong about the A map. I was wrong about the way that I envisioned it, the way that I pictured it. And so we need to go back to the drawing board, and then people can make up their mind from there, whether they can fathom a way that it would work or not. But as far as the A map, I think the A map is true. I think the A map is how the world works, how it's laid out. But that requires a setting sun.
All right. So,
if that made any sense.
My original point, there was a lot there that I wanted to talk about, but I didn't have like a notepad to write anything down.
Okay.
But
remind me
my original point was like you said that this evidence
Right.
would side more with the globe.
Correct.
Because you think it's impossibility on the flat Earth with the AE map. But you also already know the globe has impossibilities as well. So why wouldn't you rather become like a no claim earther where you're like, hey, I know the globe's impossible, but the flat's impossible also. So I'm like a no claim. I just don't even know what the Earth is. It can't be a globe though, because I know it's impossible.
So I'm just able to have balls to say that the observation matches the globe better. I didn't say.
Well, yeah.
Well,
that observation does match the globe better.
That's all
I would agree with that, but it still doesn't make it a globe.
I didn't say that. There's no proof of that. And number one, there's so many problems with the globe. It doesn't mean we're spinning. It doesn't mean the sun's 93 million miles away. It doesn't mean an atmosphere can exist next to a vacuum.
Exactly.
So what people have
would
a problem.
More be like, you don't know what the Earth is. That would be your claim then,
Well,
right?
I'll never be a glober. I'll never be a glober because of what that entails, what comes with that, right? What comes with that is just you basically are subject to the mainstream everything, right? It's like once you become a full-on science believer, you give up all your autonomy. You're not allowed to make your own decisions. You don't have your own beliefs anymore. You are basically handing your beliefs. I'll never do that. My beliefs are my own. I will be responsible for them. So there's never going to be I'm now going to go teach people the globe. It's just not going to happen.
Awesome. Because like you always talk about gravity being an impossibility, that every single object innate within it has a force that pulls to the center. How crazy that is.
That's crazy.
So it's like, but if we are a globe, that has to exist then, because that's why we're a sphere, because that force exists. So, and then if you have that, if you then acknowledge that we're a sphere, you're acknowledging that force exists, which means a Big Bang could be possible, and now all of the universe could be formed through a force that is innate through matter.
Yeah, but you keep
now you don't have God anymore. I honestly believe when you're a glober, I'm not saying you specifically, but anyone, when anyone's a glober, it's logical to then become an atheist over a series of steps.
I agree. I would agree with that. So that's why I'm saying that by placing that on me, you're making it sound like I'm saying that then I'll be Team Globe and never think about Flat Earth. No, what I'm saying is I can say that the observation better matches the globe. That's called being honest. If people can't say that, then I have no respect for them at all. Like if the globe basically.
I agree that observation is what the globe calls for. I don't think anyone would deny that the globe calls for that observation. I just think that they would deny that. Okay, cool. You got the one observation that sides with your model, but your model is impossible on so many other fronts that we know your model's still wrong. So cool, you get one check of the box, but the flat Earth has 100 checks.
Well, but
why does one check overcome our 100 checks?
So name 100 checks. Name one.
All right, it'd probably be dozens, but
okay. Name the top one.
The top. Well, seeing too far is one, but yeah, they have refraction. So if you were to go for do you think that every answer that McToon and FTFE have, that it actually is an equal possibility of being reality compared to the flat Earth explanation for the phenomenon?
Because we don't have any explanation at all for it. That would be the only reason that I would say that. Now, I don't think that they're right, if that's what you're saying. But I'm saying that.
Yeah, well, their explanation of with every topic, they have the gradient.
No, but look
for
at this.
The vacuum and everything. Is that a feasible explanation to you, or is that just their random explanation?
Not to me. It would need to be. Yeah, it's never been shown. I don't believe that at all.
Exactly. And then it does. You always have that experiment that you made up where you put air in a box in a vacuum chamber and you open it electronically, and why doesn't the gravity hold the air down within that box, but it supposedly holds the air down at the top of the atmosphere? It doesn't make sense. When the gravity's weakest up there but strongest down here, it can't hold the little box of air. So it's they do have their explanations, but their explanations aren't feasible.
No, but I think that the scary thing about flat Earth, if the AE map seems to be debunked, would be that then we don't have a model, we don't have a map, we don't have an explanation for the sun. We don't have a distance of the sun. We don't have a distance of the planets. You literally would go back to step one. That's all.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying, wouldn't it be more logical for you to say, you know what, I don't believe in the flat Earth anymore because of all the things you just said, but I also don't believe in the globe because I know the globe's impossible too. So I'm a no-claim Earther.
Correct.
I don't know what the Earth is.
Correct. But I said that I would say that the globe better matches the evidence that we saw when we were down. That's what I was saying.
Just for that one thing, though.
Yeah, just for that one thing. But if I'm talking about being a man, like if you're going to have an argument with somebody and somebody takes a position and somebody else takes a position, like people can try and duck out of this all they want and pretend like they never made a position or anything. For me, I'm a stand-up person. I made a position that the AE map is right. I went out on a limb to say the AE map is right. So when somebody else comes along and says the AE map is wrong, this is the reason, then I have no problem going head to head with that person, finding out who's right, and then giving them credit where credit is due. I wish more people were like that. Nobody's like that. Why am I the only one? I have no idea. Nobody else is like that. Nobody can do that. And I can do it. I have no problem. That's how we get places in life. If we always had somebody say, I think this is the way something is, and it's going to show this result. And then somebody else comes along and says, oh yeah, I think this is the way it is. It's going to show this result. Then you go and you fucking find out between each other, and then you actually admit when you're wrong. The problem with this world is nobody's ever wrong. Nobody's ever wrong. Everybody, oh, well, I was right. I kind of was right. And we kind of do have the flat earth right because the ground's measured flat. You're just being a pussy. Admit that you were wrong. Go back to the drawing board. And like I've said, there is no such thing as proof. There's no such thing as proof.
So what are you admitting would be wrong, though? Wouldn't it not be that the earth is flat was wrong? It would, because you know the earth's flat based on all the measurements you have. But it would be wrong to say that, hey, I thought the sky used to match the AE map, and that was disproven to me. So I no longer believe the sky matches the AE map.
It's
That's
not the
all
sky,
that would be proven.
But the ground cannot be the AE map. How could the ground be?
The ground not be the AE map?
Because we know how the ground is shaped. We know what the sun does. Easy. We know we know the exact path of the sun. That's why people have horoscopes and zodiac. So if we lined up everybody on the equator and told everybody, call us when the sun is above your head, everybody would call, and 24 hours later the sun would go back to where it started. That's a no-brainer. So we do know what the sun does. And so if the sun does a change and starts going the opposite direction for people in the south, that doesn't work on an AE map. See, so here's the way. Turn your volume down real quick for me. Here's the thing. I think one of the, or you're mute, if you could mute. We're just hearing that car noise. I gotta mute you. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, I had to mute it. What?
Hey, are you still there?
Yeah, can you mute? Oh, there we go. That's better. I was trying to mute you. It won't mute you.
It's roboting out. I'll talk to you later. Thank you for having me on.
So yeah, I'll just finish off that thought. I had a thought, now it's gone. Okay, so I don't remember what we were saying. So I was trying to say that if you have a belief of some type that you've made, like I think it looks bad, all the flat earthers who are basically backtracking. I think Eric Dubé is a piece of shit. I mean, anybody who does that in front of their audience like it's no big deal, and you guys follow along, that's what pisses me off. You guys don't even care. You don't hold anybody to any kind of standard. You don't care when people flip-flop. You don't care. I mean, it's just like, well, no wonder they do. No wonder people aren't honest with you, because you don't care when they're not. They can change on a whim. They can do it. So that's, that's what you want to accept. I don't accept that from people. I believe that if you're going to stand up for something, stand up for something. And if you're wrong, admit you were wrong, go back to the drawing board. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that you're closer to the truth, right? So what I was saying is that if the AE map seems to be disproven to me, then I'll come back and I'll look at the drawing board again. We'll go back to the beginning and we'll see, okay, what are we missing here? Let's rethink. The reason I keep challenging you guys to do it is because I realize that I might have a block. Just like when my wife said, could the earth be flat? And I said, no, because planes can go around it. I had a block that I could only picture planes going around a sphere. There's no way in my head there was any such thing as a flat map that planes could go around until I saw the AE map. And I saw the AE map and it's like, holy shit, planes can go around it. So this could be the same kind of thing, to where I've created a block in my head because I've been so for the AE map the whole time that I've created a block in my head where now I can't envision how a circling sun would work on a flat map that goes backwards in the south. So again, it's not a matter of becoming a glober. Oh, I'm going to now promote. This is the problem with everybody. Is everybody's like, it's got to be team this, team that. Whatever happened to just following evidence? People are now afraid to do that. They take their position, they dig their feet in, and they no longer are looking for the truth. That's what I see in both these communities. There's nobody on the globe side looking for truth, and there's really very few on the flat earth side that actually care about the truth. What they care about is what they already believe. That's the truth. Whether you can admit it or not, I'll show you post after post after post of people just saying, we know for sure that it's flat. Okay, do you realize when we all came into this, the problem we had with globers was that they stood there and said, it doesn't matter what you say, we know it's a globe. And we all laughed at them and said, what a joke. What do you mean it's a globe? Why don't you look at this evidence? Why don't you look at that? So now we are just doing the exact same thing. So if we have two groups of people that end up doing that, Do you realize how the world will never go anywhere? You can't just have a group of people who says, we believe this is true, and it is because it is, and these people say, no, we believe this is true because it is. That's a problem. For me, I will follow evidence, and it doesn't mean that, oh, Jaron's going to switch to be a glober. No, what I would do is say the globe better matches the evidence here, and we need to go back to the drawing board because our map has been debunked. And then we'll go from there. And if you can't figure out a way that it works, then you admit that you can't figure out a way that it works. I don't see the problem. I don't understand why everybody's so religious about it. And it's maybe because you called your family names or something. I tried to stop people from doing that. I said, don't call your family names. Don't call people morons and stupid idiots, because you never know when something could happen to where you see something like a circling sun down there. And anybody who can't see that that is a direct expectation of the globe model, okay, that's all it is, meaning that the globe has called for that for the last 10 years. Since we all became flat earthers in the last 10 years, the globe has said there is a 24-hour sun in the south. The sun circles there. We've said it doesn't. Now, you might be somebody who says, I never said that. I never even thought about the sun. That's great. But if you would have thought about it, maybe you would understand that it's because we say that because it can't exist on our model. We weren't just making shit up. We weren't just saying like, there's no 24-hour sun. It doesn't matter if there is. No, we said there's no 24-hour sun because it doesn't work. So I don't understand where people are getting lost here. If something doesn't work, that's why and then we went looking for it. If I would have found any footage of the 24-hour sun when I went looking in 2015 or 2016, I probably wouldn't be a flat earther because I knew the implications of what that means. And as far as people saying the sun doesn't matter or it's just lights in the sky, you are very confused. It's not just a light in the sky. We know what it does. That's the difference. So like I've said before, people are like, well, could you have a contractor come over and look at your roof to figure out the shape of the ceiling? Yes. If you had a train car, let's say you have a toy train, toy train on the ceiling, and I'm not saying for one day, I'm saying for thousands of years, that toy train did the exact same path on the ceiling. Then if somebody is in a place in your house and they're like, hey, I see the train going the opposite way. It's going the other way on the track. What? No, we know what the train does on the track. It's done it for thousands of years. Well, I see it go the opposite way. Guess what? You just were able to figure out that the layout of your ground is not correct. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if you say, well, we don't understand the train in the sky. We do. We do understand the train. It's on the track. It does it every year for thousands of years. So people want to dismiss that. It's like, well, what astrological sign are you? Oh, I'm a Taurus. Oh, well, then do you realize that we know that because the sun has done the same thing for thousands of fucking years? So either we do know what the sun does or we don't. We do know its path or we don't. People want to pretend they want to play both sides. They want to be like, oh, we do understand it. We do know our horoscope. We do know what day it is. We do know when tomorrow it will rise. We do know what the next day when it will set, but we don't know what the sun does. No, our problem is we don't know what the sun does in the south. That's what we don't know. It's people telling us one thing, evidence leading to another, right? So you go and you find out and you see what actual reality shows you. And if reality shows you a sun that has changed directions and going the other way, again, so many things would have to be perfect. So many things would have to be perfect. Like, for instance, we're going down to Punta Arenas. In Punta Arenas, the sun should be setting right to left, right? South of west, which is weird. You're like, okay. Now, Flat Earth Asshole said that years ago. He told me, Jaron, what do we do about the sun setting south of west? And I said, don't worry about it. We're looking into it. We're trying to fix it. The way I always was able to rationalize it away to myself, I don't have my glass dome, but you can even do it with like sunglasses. If you put a light up in your sunglasses so you see the reflection, by moving the sunglasses, you can get that light to move, right? So I'm looking at this light over here, and if I move it this way, now the light's going to the right. Now it's further, now it's almost out of the glasses. Move it back, the light's over here on the left, moves it. So I said, based on the atmosphere that we have, it would make sense to me that you might see the sun going down right to left, but it's really going back around the earth. So I was able to rationalize that and move past it. Now, Flat Earth Asshole never could, right? He couldn't get past that. He broke down and cried in his car and a bunch of shit. So for me, I said, okay, that's just a minor problem, right? We can work on that. We can figure it out. I can explain it with this glass. It doesn't seem like it's a big problem. But there was never talk about, he didn't say the sun sets south of west and it circles Antarctica, because there was no evidence of that. So it would have been weird for anybody to say that. We're like, what evidence have you seen of that? So if that evidence comes to light, which then again would prove that this is all a psyop, because basically it means that the NOAA, NASA, NSF all don't care about correcting the record. They want people to fight. That's what they want. So anyway, if we see the sun set south of west from Punta Arenas on the nights that we're there, then the next day we get in the plane. We're ready to go to Antarctica. Let me see real quick. I'm going to show you something. Just if I can. Oh, what did I do with this? All right. Can you see that? Just so I can show you. Yeah, good. Where's my pen? Okay. So, watch what I mean. So this is going to be. Sorry for my bad drawing. This is going to be North America here. This is going to be South America down here. Okay, and then we've got Africa's over here, whatever. And then you got the ice wall. Okay, something like that, right? So if we are in Punta Arenas here, and we see the sunset, we use green for the sun. The sun's setting south of west. It's rising south of east. That already is a problem for our map, but it can be rationalized through atmosphere, these and that. Okay, great. Now the problem becomes, oops, let's go with whatever. So if we are in Punta Arenas and we get in the plane, after we see the sun rise there, said, okay, great. Now we're in the plane, going south. We fly for 4.5 hours. When we leave, it's going to be around noon. So the sun's going to be here. Now, the sun has to do one or another thing. It needs to go here, or it needs to go here. Very big different things. Remember, we have New Zealand here, we have Australia here, whatever. So pay attention that this would mean if we start the plane down south, if the sun follows us, right? So we're flying down. Now the sun's following us out the right window. What the hell's going on? The sun's supposed to go over here. And we land here in Union Glacier, and the sun goes around your head. And the next day goes around your head. And the next day goes around your head. And the next day goes around your head for 5 days in a row. If you aren't able to say, oops, this map is wrong, then I mean, more power to you. Enjoy that. Enjoy not having any idea of how you just lit for 5 days in a row, New Zealand, Australia, Africa. They got the sun, but the sun was over here with you. How could the sun over here get light over here? So it's a very simple understanding, and for everyone to be animated about it doesn't matter. What do you mean this doesn't matter? You don't see that it makes a difference. We know what the sun does. We know what the sun does. Now you might say, but Jaron, you just said we don't. Yeah, because we don't know in the south whether it's going this way around the earth or this way. But we know what it passes. It has to pass Australia. It has to pass New Zealand. It has to pass Africa. Must. End of story. There's no question. And people will say, oh, it's an apparent sun. Again, I don't think people understand what apparent means, right? If you're looking at the sun in the sky here, and this guy's over here looking, and this guy's over here looking, yeah, this guy might see it a little lower, and this guy might see it a little higher. That's the apparent sun. They're not talking about a sun over here and one over here. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. Unbelievable. Move this down here. All right. Anyway, you should kind of got what I was saying. We'll back it up real quick and do it one more time. Because it's baffling to me that people are so now stuck in their own minds that they can't just be rational and real. I don't understand why I'm the only one who can do that. Is that I understand that I've been pushing this map for 9 years, 10 years, right? For many reasons. It is the best layout. By the way, it's the only map. People think like there's going to be another map that's going to come out. What do you mean? Besides like Brian's map that he showed, Flat Earth Tests, where he has the dual road. Besides that, there's not a lot of other maps because the continents are in order, right? Could we be wrong about where Australia is versus New Zealand? No, we cannot be wrong. Can we be wrong about where Africa is in comparison to South America? No. We know that Africa has to come before South America. Never in the history of the world has South America gotten light before Africa. It has to go the other way around. We know what the sun does. So if the sun does this path every day for all of history, okay, then we know what the sun does. So we can determine what the ground, in fact, everything that is on, people are like, we can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky, but everything that we've ever done is through the celestial stars. Like as far as travel, as far as celestial navigation, as far as latitude, longitude, everything is with the lights in the sky. So what do you mean? What do you mean by that if you can't realize that that's what they've used? Now, again, if this sun is coming around and we're flying here and all of a sudden we see the sun go this way, okay, well, what's the sun doing going that way? Whoops. Why can't you see what I'm doing? There we go. So if the sun goes this way, then there's a problem with this map. And if you can't admit that, I don't know what's wrong. It just means that this map is wrong. It means we need to go back to the drawing board. And I'm trying to encourage people to think outside the box. For people who don't have their brain like me, who spent 10 years trying to explain one model. If my model is wrong, then we're going to need somebody else to step up and say, here's my idea. Here's my conception. Now, what I've heard from many people is they've given up. They've been like, oh, it doesn't matter. We don't need a map or model. We don't subscribe to some map or model. That's great. But that's not what I was involved with. This whole time for 10 years, I've been trying to explain, prove, show the flat Earth and how it works in reality. I didn't just say the Earth's flat and I don't care about anything else and let's just go and play billiard balls. No, I didn't say that. Every single week of my show, I was explaining how things match the AE model and how they don't match the globe. That's what I was doing, right? So to just then say, oh, no, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know how people live with themselves. If I came back after seeing the sun do this, after I've been teaching this for 9 years, and you just want me to be like, it doesn't matter what I saw. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's just being a pussy. That's it, not admitting that you've been wrong for 9 years. So do I get any accolades for being like, oh, Jaren's a stand-up guy? No. People would rather me lie. People who have bailed on me, bailed on the flat Earth, want me to be a liar. So the truther community actually encourages and promotes and pushes people to lie. Just, that is the truth. It's not a lie. It's not a misunderstanding on my part. I know of people that would rather me go there and tell a lie. They've told me so. So I just won't do it. I won't do it because I at least owe it to my audience that if I was wrong about the map, I want to be able to say I was wrong and this is the reason. And show, look at these, the webcams down in Antarctica. Just want to show you that real quick, and then we'll get back to calls. Sorry, I took a little hiatus. Antarctica. Oops. That's not what I want to do. I want to do South Pole webcams. So here's what you want to search if you want to see this yourself. Go South Pole webcams. It's always the second link. Oh, shoot, you can't see that. Hold on. Let's get this up. Browser, right there. So it's always the second link here, South Pole live webcam. Go there. You'll see that down here is a time-lapse movies from the camera. Click that. And now look at, these were not here, 4 weeks ago. They just had these, and then it stopped in 2014. But now look at, they loaded all the rest of them in. So I thought, oh shit, here comes the 24-hour sun videos. And I was like, they just loaded them all after we done this. There's not one, I repeat. How many years is this? 2004 to 2024. It's 20 years. That means, 20 years times half a year? I'm just trying to think of how many opportunities they had. So you had 20 years. Let's go 10 years then times 365. And we get, we get 3,650 possible days of 24-hour sun. And they can't show you one. So to me, there's a reason for this. And either the reason is that the Earth is flat, or we've been purposely led down the path to think so. That's the two options. So I believe that the Earth is flat. So I believe that the sun must set. But if I go down there and see it not do that, then I have every right and every responsibility and every duty to say I was wrong about what I've been talking, not come back and be like, it doesn't matter. That's what, again, I should just do those things because that's what you get. That's how you win in this world. That's how you get by. You just lie. You placate to your audience. It's what everybody else does. It's how you get patted on the back and how you get accolades and how you gain subs and how you gain viewers. Look at my channel. There's a reason why it's gone backwards in numbers. And it's not because as I continue to be honest, people don't like that. They take off. No, fuck this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's confused. He doesn't understand that the Earth is flat because we measure it flat. Yeah, that's what the globe evidence is. Like I tried telling Slow Sanchez many times over and over again. Because he kept saying, but Jaren, the Earth is measured flat below our feet. I said, stop with the globe evidence. The globe says the Earth is measured flat beneath our feet. They don't just say it. They show it that with the size of the globe that they say, the Earth is measured flat below your feet. Always, forever. But water lies flat and level, Jaren. Yes, the globe says that water lies flat and level below your feet. So stop giving globe evidence. That's not evidence of a flat Earth if you're saying the exact same thing the globe says. Now, you can say to me, well, Jaren, the globe says that we lose things over this distance of 60 miles. Yeah, totally agree. But stop saying the Earth is measured flat so we know it's flat. What are you talking about? The globe says the Earth is measured flat. Oh, but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. If you're not smart enough to realize that, there can be a sphere that's so big that people, and by saying so big, it means as big as they say the Earth is, not going bigger than that. If you have a sphere 24,000 miles in circumference and you have people that are 6 feet tall those people on that sphere will always measure the ground as flat. That's just how it works. Now you can say, well, I don't agree with that. Every curve has circle, or every circle has curve. Yeah, but to somebody our size on a huge sphere, you would not find that curve. You would have to go distances, right? Which is what we've done. That's why we say we see too far. Now, the globe says refraction. Again, do I believe that refraction is lifting up Canagoo? No. Not in any way do I see that. Not in any way. In fact, we just looked at one the other day with Ruhif and BLSML Bo 69 out there at Santa Barbara saw the Anacapa Arch, which is 40 feet off the water, and he saw it from 70 or 90 feet tall, or maybe it was 100 feet, and 33 miles, which it should be 256 feet below the curve. Now, granted, that doesn't work on their model. Now, they'll throw in refraction. Okay, now it gets it down to what, 200? How are we seeing 40 feet above it? So, granted, the globe doesn't have a good answer for that, other than, well, light just happens to work that we can see way further than we should. But again, people wanted to jump down my throat for steel manning the globe, which is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you are so triggered that you can't allow somebody to steel man a globe argument. That's why I brought up the Home Depot. The Home Depot is to help you see that a Home Depot, and by the way, I did the math on it. If you take a Home Depot and you tell the contractors, I want you to build this to a flat earth, put the foundation down, it's a flat earth. Okay, great. They lay the foundation. Now get another Home Depot next to it and say, I want you to lay this foundation as if it's a curved earth, 24,901 miles in circumference. Guess what? They're identical. A Home Depot, a giant Home Depot, we've all been in them. There is it's an imperceptible, immeasurable amount of difference between those two Home Depots. So now picture we do, 17 Home Depots, which is just 1 mile. Put 17 Home Depots next to each other, 17, they're all lined up. Guess what? In that entire stretch, there's 8 inches of curve. Now, what about the next 17, Jaron? The next 17 Home Depots, how much curve is there? There's 8 inches. No, but what about the 17 after that, Jaron? The 17 after that, there's 8 inches. There's 8 inches of curve per mile. Now, if you start at the beginning Home Depot and you say, well, what about the 51 Home Depots, Jaron? Well, the 51 Home Depots has 6 feet of curve because you're doing 3 miles. So people can't grasp that. And then I said to them, so imagine we have 51 Home Depots, which is only 3 miles, which is 6 feet of total curve. Now picture that they flooded. Picture that the Home Depots are all connected by walls. Well, I'm sorry, we took the walls out, so they're all one long Home Depot, 51 long, and it flooded. Would the water in the Home Depot be measured as flat? You should be able to figure that out, because if we took a level and went anywhere in the Home Depots, 51 of them, do you realize that no matter where you put that level, it would say flat? So to have you jump down my throat for telling you the truth and you're too stupid to realize it is a problem. It's a problem. It's completely frustrated me with the community that, so I'm not allowed to be honest. I'm not allowed to steel man an argument and tell you what they believe because you don't like the sound of it, then I must be a shill. No, it's just you aren't smart enough to grasp it. I don't know what to tell you. I thought the people were, and that we could at least come to that conclusion and say, okay, I get it now. I see what they're saying. Now let's go and disprove that. Let's show that they're wrong. But to just throw your hands and be like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's a joke. Well, no, that's what reality tells us. Like there is no, you can't disprove what I just said. You can't be like, oh, well, actually, if we did it on a sphere, Jaron, the Home Depot would be way different than the flat one. No, it wouldn't. Go do it. Go do the math. And you'll see that it's imperceptible. It's not a human, we don't have the ability to build things like that. The concrete itself would have more unevenness in it than possibly could be there because of the earth being curved. So anyway, let's get back to the calls. We've got free pizza. Wait, can I get a free pizza? Yeah. I think you've been there for like 2 hours. Sorry about that. I saw you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Yo, that's what's up, man. Hey, man, I find it ridiculous because I used to always think that flat earthers were kind of more intelligent. But man, the past couple months, ever since this final experiment, but they can't even get past this experiment part because they're like, but it's not an experiment, it's an observation. Bro, I've been getting fucking clowned on because I be on these spaces on X arguing your talking points. Man, they cannot grasp it. It's fucking ridiculous. I literally think it's fucking absurd how stupid flat earthers are, because I used to think that they were like smart, And now I've come to the conclusion that I might be a retard. Like, holy shit. Man, I can't believe that it's almost redundant how many times you've explained this, right?
Yeah, it's scary.
And they can't understand it. I understand it vividly. And I wouldn't even say I'm like a very intelligent person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was in fucking retard class growing up, and I fucking understand every single word you're talking about because I was always in love with geography. And man, I understand what the globe was. And then I didn't believe in the globe. I was like, man, there's something weird about the globe and evolution. And I would always argue with the teachers that fucking Greenland should be a continent. And I was always kind of witty, but kind of retarded at the same time. But man, these people that come on your platforms, on your forums, right, and argue this, that they can't understand the 24-hour sun at the equator and how it doesn't work in Antarctica. Oh my God, I can't fathom it anymore. I'm getting sick of this shit. I just really was waiting this long to give you my blessings. I want to thank you and Witsit for fucking going out there and really just putting the nail in the coffin already. Man, you've been like a role model to me.
How weird would it be? How weird would it be if the sun sets, though? If the sun sets, I don't even know how to react to that at this point, because people would be vindicated for their garbage beliefs, which is kind of weird.
It's fucking insane. Honestly, I'm the most hated flat earther on X. They started like throwing my name under the dirt and
flat earthers. You're roboting. Flat earthers, you're saying?
Yes, flat earthers. And they come up with.
I'm gonna put you
literally
just...
shunned me from X.
I'm gonna put you on hold just for a second because you're breaking up. Let's try Jeff. Jeff, welcome to the show. Jeffrey. Oh, we have some super chats. I want to check these. Thank you.
What's up?
What's up, Jeff? Give me 1 second. I just want to see these super chats. I see one. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much to Litton25, I think. $20. Thank you. And Natural Balance. We read that one. Okay, great. That was his first super chat on a live stream. Awesome. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, man?
How are
Been
you?
watching you for a long time.
Appreciate it.
I love you and Dave and Witsit. I just can't wait.
Dave, for real?
So when you guys go, what's up?
Dave, for real? You like Dave?
I love Dave, man. I love all you guys. So you guys are going for 5 days. Now,
Well,
what is the
11
exact...
days total trip, but yes.
Oh, 11 days, okay.
Well, 11 days is the total trip.
What is the exact experiments you guys are going to be doing? I know the sun thing and all that, but what other ones are you doing?
Just besides things in Punta Arenas that I want to check sunset angles and want to check daytime, and then also want to check time after sunset. But as far as experiments, there's a guy, Critical Think, that's going down there with like some sort of a shadow thing. Nope, right? Because I mean, if you have a straight stick in the snow, you should get a shadow that goes around it, right? We also have magnifying glasses. So yesterday I went out and burned leaves with a small magnifying glass and a large magnifying glass. Saw how long it took them to light up, and then what I'm going to do is test whether the same thing happens in the south. Maybe we get down there and the sun doesn't light things on fire, which would maybe mean it's not the actual sun. So there's just lots of things like that to do the best we can at verifying everything we're seeing.
And how far inland are you guys going?
To 80 degrees, so it's about 700 miles from the pole, from the so-called pole.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm just excited to see this experiment take place, man. I just wanted to come and support. I love you guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it should be good.
I'm with you on everything. I can't get over half of our community, but
well, the good
we're
thing
gonna
is
make the most of it.
The good thing is I want to tell people is don't believe me, because if it's that triggering, then just don't listen to me. When I get back, say, can we see your footage? Get my footage, and then you go and you make up your mind based on the footage that we get. You shouldn't be basing. I don't base what I believe on anything that any of you believe. I hate to tell you, it's absolutely 0% of my beliefs have to do with what you guys believe. I don't really get why the opposite isn't true. Why I have to be demonized and removed from a community for saying that, I'm just going to believe what my eyes see and not what men tell me to. Remember, we got into this because we didn't want men to tell us what to believe, and now we're in a place where people want men to tell them what to believe. Crazy.
Fucking crazy.
Hey Jeff, I
Well,
appreciate
have
it
a
though.
great night, man.
Thanks.
I appreciate you, man.
Charlie, can you have better service, please? Charlie.
Hey, Jaron.
Oh, it works.
Hi, Jaron.
You sound great.
Oh, I'm so glad. Hey, man, I had to use my son's computer. Imagine.
Get off your phone next time. All right, what's up?
Hey, just big ups, man. You're taking the lead on verifying, things that matters to all of us.
I should,
So
yeah.
I'm so
I think
glad.
so.
Yeah, keep safe over there. Hey, I wanted to bring up you brought something up about Isaac or Isaac man.
Yeah. I don't know much about him, but
Jared
he's
Isaac?
the Jew, right? I mean, sorry, he's a.
Well, he's the guy that's now the NASA administrator.
Yeah, I saw. Did that just get named today?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
But it's so funny because
That
about
doesn't
2
make any
weeks ago I was
sense.
talking about him, and I was trying to share that I cracked the code on his name. It's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Please.
You get a chance. Can you display his name?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up right now.
Jared Isaacman.
Yep, it's yes. I mean, it's so stupid too. What do we need another billionaire in charge of space? It's just so stupid.
It's totally stupid. No, and his name debunks the whole thing.
Okay, I'm
and it's
going.
so funny that they made him the administrator. Think about the name.
Okay.
Let me know when you have it on display.
You
I can't
want me
see
to
it.
put it like on the screen?
Yeah, if you don't mind, so everybody
Sure.
can understand it. I mean, it's right there in front of us, and it's a play on words.
Hold
but
on
at
one
the same
second.
time, I take a deep dive.
I'll bring it up.
looking at everything, right, with new lenses. I mean,
One second.
we go way back, Jared.
We do.
Jared.
We do. Hold on one second. I'll do
So,
this.
so the first name.
Hold on. I'm bringing it
Jared.
up. Hold
His
on one
name
second.
Jared, that
Wait.
means to descend.
So
Descend
hey,
to-
hold on. Wait. Just so I can get it on the screen for everyone. Isaac, AISAAC man. Okay, and I'll make it a little larger here. Let's go with 500. Okay, and one might be easier. Okay. All right,
Yeah.
you tell us what we got here. This is Jared Isaacman.
Okay, so in plain sight, we're seeing his name, and it's just right. So ridiculous, So the word Jared, that
Mhm.
means to descend, right? Descend from above or something. And then his last name. Oh, good, Isaac man. If you break down the name, is an act, man. It's like right there, is an act. He's descending from above like an act. That's fake.
And what did you say Jared
You know,
means?
Jared means descent.
Okay.
It's like coming down, to be coming down from above, something like that, right? So it's about space. They put him in there. Supposedly he had gone, so now he can testify. You know what? I've been there. Trust me. That's why they put me. I don't know how they're gonna spin it, but it's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
But his own name debunks it in right in front of our faces.
Yeah, it says
So
one
it's
who
up to us to
descends,
decipher what we're looking for.
one who descent, and it also says could use words for one who rules, too, as well.
Yeah, so there, there's all that stuff, but when you really look at it, so
Mhm.
to descend, he's coming down or whatever. But if you put like spaces between his last name, is a space AK act spaceman, kind of like Saul Goodman. Remember that show, Saul Goodman?
Yep.
That's how we got his name, Saul Goodman. He got it because he was buzzing in high school with weed. Hey, Saul Goodman, and it became his name. So names mean things, words mean things. It's just, you got to kind of look at the codes. Everything's coded, and that's my takeaway to help the people.
So kind of like that is what you're saying,
wanna know
right?
If you understand what I'm talking about.
What you're saying like that. Jared is to descent and is an act man. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's fake. He's acting that he came down, he went up there. It's all a joke. And they put him as the administrator. They didn't have to do that, but it's so funny how
No, I thought
how
for
it
sure.
all like
It doesn't make any sense either. Why would
You know
it
what I'm
be?
saying?
Yeah, but he doesn't have any just because he went up in space as a tourist. He doesn't have
that's what they tell us. That's what they tell us.
Yeah.
We know what's real.
But I mean,
it's
like, what
so
is his
hilarious?
right? But why would
And
you
it's
name that
stupid.
person
It's
unless did he ever go to school for rocket engineering? I don't think so. Did he?
I never heard of this guy until he got involved in all this.
Hmm.
So other than that, hey man, I'm so glad we get a chance to talk. I haven't been able to come to these shows, but I support these
Oh my
the Speaker's
God.
Corner. I think I started, my first one was Speaker's Corner number 6. I don't know where you're at now. But it's a big deal that people come up to your channel and say something. You got something to say, come on. Big ups to you for allowing us to give some presentations. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am now tripping out because I didn't see. I just looked up that guy Isaacman, and it says the nomination is drawing praise from across the political aisle. Democrat George Whitesides, newly elected to the House of Representatives from California. I'm like, George Whitesides? That name sounds like the guy that was with Richard Branson, and it is the same guy. So these guys are the whole space thing. George Whitesides.
Thank you, man. Big ups. You did it again. You see how it's all ridiculous?
Yeah, it is ridiculous. George Whitesides is this guy. I think I did a video on him. He's such a loser. Let me find. God, I bet I can find it on Odyssey. I remember doing a video about him, and in the video, you can totally tell the guy's just a shyster. But I'm trying to remember where it would be.
Just look at they have a recent picture of him wearing some like skinny jeans and all this and that, and he ain't no hipster. He's a fakester.
White. Oh, I thought it was white. Did I not put it in there? Let me see. Oh yeah, there it was. I just saw it.
Oh yeah, Blind Melon, baby. We're gonna be playing Blind Melon. We talking to ourselves more. Oh yeah.
So this is Richard. So this guy became a newly elected House of Representatives guy. Let me just watch this for a second. I want to kind of remind myself. Got to teach myself things. Way back May 17th. Wow.
Jeranism back with another video for you today, tonight, or this morning.
So on the side, you said you wanted to talk to me about something. So I'm glad I'm here. What's up?
No, I didn't want to talk. I was just kidding.
I'm sure you know who they are. That's Richard Branson.
I knew that.
I wanted you not to drink too much. That's all.
Richard Branson.
Oh, I can't. Let me show my camera. That's all I do, brother.
I know.
We drink and think around here. You know what I'm saying?
That's all we do.
And if you don't know who that is, his name is
we drink and think around here. Let me show you. Look at wow, what's going on?
I lost where I was.
George was the former
what the hell?
Cheers, everybody.
Behind Charles.
Oh, if I didn't get you on screen, do you want to get on screen real quick? Okay, then you got to go. All right.
Nah.
We got a little piece of you. Get back on here.
Oh.
I want to see how many we've gone through. Oh, now you're gonna do it.
You got it, man. You got it.
All right, I got it. All right, we'll talk to you soon, Charlie. Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, salutes and be safe, man. Take care. And
peace. Okay, we're gonna look up this Whitesides real quick. I want to see what I remember from. So he was CEO of Virgin Galactic, and now he's a House of Representatives. What?
Like I said, the owner of Virgin Galactic, and he also has a CEO. And if you don't know who that is, his name is George Whitesides, George T. Whitesides, and George was the former deputy or head deputy behind Charles Bolden at NASA. So that's an interesting little case. But we're going to start out talking about Richard Branson. The guy is a piece of work. If you need to know, what kind of exciting things are going on over at Spaceport USA, he's doing things like scaling the wall, drinking a bottle of champagne. You can find him online picking up many women for some reason and touching women, just being a strange guy altogether. But he is rich, and is he using his riches?
It's like another example of what they do. They want you guys to think that space is only for the rich. Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and now Isaac Waterman, or whatever his name is, who's just another billionaire who's going to be in charge of NASA. It doesn't even make sense.
Like I said, a strange individual. Here we see him with Al Gore. He is a big pusher on this whole idea of climate change, so if that tells you something about him, it definitely tells me something about him. But yeah, the guy's basically broke, not in and of himself, but the state of New Mexico, which is one of the poorest states that there is, period. They gave him the entire $183 million to build Spaceport USA. So, which is a lot of money, and he promised them thousands of jobs, and all these celebrities would be coming.
It's the Whiteside parts.
He was knighted at Buckingham Palace for his service to entrepreneurship, for his work in retail and music and transport, and he's one of the most prominent figures in British culture. January 2016, Forbes listed Branson family of nobility. If your craft will take off, if basically he's been talking about
what happened to this craft. When's the last time they launched it?
Please,
big old
flights, and he's killed, murdered. People are dead. 4 people.
Yeah,
so in
4 out of 8
powered flights, you've got 4 dead people. That is not a good rate, and I cannot see somebody giving him $2, let alone $250,000.
Man, you ever heard this guy? He does great videos.
Death Trap, which
good information.
So did you ever get on something if somebody told you, "Yeah, we ran this particular ride"?
Look at guys, it's space. It's space. You get 0G because the plane's coming down, but its wings are out, so you're not really falling right at the real speed. You're just falling slightly less speed, and then you float. It's amazing. That space is so great. Space is exactly what we were all taught, and it's just you know, it's reverse bungee jump. You got to throw people as high as you can, and then at the top of the arc, you get a little bit of 0G, and that means space is real.
Only 4 people have died. Doubt anybody would ever get on that ride again. Yet he's supposedly still selling tickets. Pretty crazy. So yeah,
Whatever happened to
basically,
this
is the
company? Are
whole
they
trip.
still
The whole
doing it?
trip takes like 30 minutes. $250,000 is a joke. For that much money, you'd be able to build yourself a balloon that could take you equal height, and you'd be by yourself, and you can.
Oh, you don't have to be by yourself. You could probably get a girl to go with you, give you head the entire time. To be honest with you,
you'd probably spend a lot less than $250,000.
Probably.
And if he has sold 700 tickets, that's $175 million for something he's never proven even once can be done. So pretty crazy. Let's look at also, we're going to watch a little segment of Bill Nye.
Oh yeah, this is the part I wanted to see.
And Dr. Michelle Thaler from NASA itself.
I remember this, but I don't
The guy
remember what
we're
it
looking
is.
at is here on the left. Just watch the smirk on his face.
Thanks for taking the time. We're living at an extraordinary time. Where space exploration is being done by governments, and it's being done by...
Oh yeah, it is.
So, George, let's start with you. You want to sell tickets.
Yeah, we've sold about 700.
Yeah.
So
This little smirk.
Sold
is driving me
700.
Crazy. I mean, this
Yeah, we
guy
did it.
looks like he would.
Did we actually send anybody up
steal
now?
from
Not
your
really.
wallet right in front of your face and just smile about it.
Alice, your company is Virgin Galactic, right?
Yeah, Richard
Yeah,
Branson
yeah.
Space
I would
Company.
do that.
Yeah.
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson
Mhm.
Space Company.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
And you are
Piece of
planning to
garbage. Oh.
fly when?
When we're ready. You know?
Oh.
We'll fly when we're ready.
You know.
Don't worry about who you give your money to.
Yeah.
We take your money and we fly when we were ready.
Pay us right
No,
now.
I mean, it's something that's never been done before, right? We're trying to open space up to you and to you.
Yeah,
and
what's
to
it,
you,
by the way, yeah,
and
I'm
to all
on-
you. I mean, that's what we want to do.
Whoa! Yay! Cheap pop.
Who wants to go to space? Which is something they don't.
They call that in wrestling a cheap pop. When a guy comes out and he's like, "Hey, it's really nice being here in San Antonio, Texas," and the crowd goes crazy. It's a cheap pop. You just fucking stole that because, of course, you're gonna get the crowd to respond to that.
don't
You
even claim they're going to do anything.
saying their hometown.
Because they can't get that high. And of course, we should know that. You should know how the planes operate, how they work, how they fly. And once you get up that high, there's no more atmosphere. And if there's no more atmosphere, well, then everything changes. How do you steer a vehicle without atmosphere to steer against? And
Wings.
There's just no way to do what they are claiming they can do. And in the times they've tried to even get up to a certain level, the plane breaks up into a million pieces because, well, that's what happens when you are trying to do something that you can't do. So let's continue on.
That's funny. I heard myself smoking a cigarette right there.
And it's hard, and we got to do it right. So we'll fly when we're ready, but soon.
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 Well, in space
Alrighty.
exploration, soon is less than 10 years, I guess.
No.
Yeah. And
way sooner than that. Way sooner.
Way sooner? Uh-oh.
Way sooner than that.
Uh-oh.
And the we're going to be going over here in a few seconds is
Uh-oh.
how many times they've told us exactly when they'll be flying.
if I were going to buy a ticket, what would it set me back?
Well, for you, Bill. No, our price is $250,000.
$250,000, and we fly.
Guys, we're in the wrong business.
Yeah, what I like to say is, right now, NASA's buying tickets from the Russians for about, I don't know, what is it, $80 million each?
Which is classic. So if you don't know that,
so
I think it's hugely important. NASA had these space shuttles. They had 6 of them. 2 of them blew up, so they had 4 left.
Okay, I'm done with
And
that.
all
I just
4 have been retired.
wanted
and
to see
put
what that was.
into-
Virgin Galactic. I can't. When was their last flight? What have they been doing? I don't understand how you can be a business who just does nothing. I guess when you have 175 million in the bank from people, don't they have a flight recently? Nothing. I know Jeff Bezos does recently. Let me try this. YouTube, and I just want to check Virgin Galactic because I think it's been a while since I've seen it. I remember seeing him fly in something, right? He went up there and floated around. Yeah, so when was that? 3 years ago. So he went up 3 years ago and there's been nothing since? That can't be right. The tragedy, Virgin Galactic is on its deathbed? So are they done? That would never be in the news. They'll just sweep that under the rug.
Started taking reservations in the early 2010s. The cost of each ticket was $200 days. In 2022, they also raised the ticket price up to $450,000.
Wow.
Charging so much money for each ticket, it should be easy for Virgin Galactic to make profits, right?
No, because it's not done like that. It's done as a joke. It's done as
Currently, Virgin Galactic's only working suborbital vehicle is the VSS Unity. Given the high maintenance burden and inability to launch frequently, this spacecraft is not commercially viable. So in June of 2023, the company retired it. it will no longer be flying.
So they have no planes?
Instead, they're going to develop a new spacecraft called
Oh,
the Delta
boy.
class. The Delta class?
It must be nice to be rich. Just waste money. Nobody cares. Get more from the whatever. Free pizza. What's up? Nah, we can't do that. I was way bad. Alex Landry, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, Jaron?
How are you? The Moringa Man, everyone. The Moringa Man. Is there a little song that we can play with that? I don't really know the Moringa song. Do you have a Moringa song?
That would be great. I mean, that's what everybody needs, right?
Well, yeah, we need Moringa. You know, I've never had so many people thank me that their like basically lives had changed. I've had people that were 60 years old who say they feel like they're 50 again. I've had people say that they haven't taken a decent shit in 10 years that are all of a sudden having a great shit. So anyway, people want to look into that. The Jeranism branded Moringa is at Moringa Leaf is on my site, shop.jeranism.com. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and that energizes me too, man. And I get hopeful because I feel like somehow it could be a solution for cognitive dissonance. Like if there's somehow some type of nutritional deficiency linked with cognitive dissonance, or people that
possibly
are just unable to hear someone's opinion, you know, that's different than their propaganda. But yeah, I don't want to get into that too much, man. But definitely, we got to be, you know, hopeful about the future. So I just wanted to send my blessings, you know, off. I was going to message you at some point, but hey, I thought this would be better to just, you know, say I wish you the very best and safe and fun travels. And I'm just so grateful, man, from, you know, discovering Flat Earth or really looking into it the beginning of this year, and just.
How's your guys' appointments been going, or your interviews that you do monthly? The one that I was on.
Yeah, well, I just last night actually, it was pretty late. Matt Belair, I don't know if you know about him.
Sounds familiar, but I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's a really interesting person. He lives in Canada, and he actually, during a live stream during the Freedom Trucker Convoy that happened in Ottawa, he was live streaming it, and then he was, you know, showing the Parliament building, you know, where the federal government of Canada is, and he dropped Tartaria, and that literally just changed so much of my worldview. You know, it began a whole.
So you never had heard about it before?
No, this was in 2022, January.
That's awesome.
So yeah, and I almost feel like, you know,
and that led you to everything else.
Yeah, it works differently for different people, but I had a solid 2 years of really looking into Tartaria and history and all those lies before, you know, really looking into Flat Earth, which I think I've shared.
That actually is helpful, right? Because I mean, what you were able to do is see that there was lies first, which is important, because otherwise, if you're telling these guys who don't believe they've even been lied to, they're not going to listen to you.
Yeah, exactly. And then luckily I did have some close friends I respect, you know, bring this up. You know, I just couldn't really take it seriously. I just didn't really have a reference point. But after, you know, looking into Tartaria, and then Charlie Froman, who had you on his Freedom Hub, when he had David Weiss on Freedom Hub last year, it was his most viewed show. So that's when I first got exposed to Dave Weiss, through when he was on Charlie Froman's Freedom Hub. And then I went straight to the, you know, 5-hour Lost History of Flat Earth documentary. And
do you think if you heard that now that you would still be able to find the same stuff that you did then? Or is it even more hidden now? Like if, let's say that you just heard about Flat Earth today. I think if you went to YouTube to try and find stuff, you would find nothing but the debunked stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough. I mean, no matter what, where there's a will, there's a way. But, you know, time is what we're all kind of bound by. You know what I mean? So, and then the fact that sometimes people's attention, you know, they're like looking up something on Flat Earth, and then, you know, something to discredit it pops up, and, you know, maybe they lose like their train of thought or something. I mean, that's a big part of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's tough for somebody who doesn't have thick skin to hear the people being made fun of, the Professor Dave, oh, he seems so smart, and it's just very easy for those people to get trapped in this. I think it is a globe just because these guys say so.
I may not agree with you about that. I don't think he sounds smart. You know, he's such a condescending prick. You know, I mean, I think most people would agree about that.
No, but I'm saying that,
mean?
like, if you're, because I guess what I'm not fearful of, but I think what people do is if you're going to look for evidence of something, you can find it. That's that's the problem. So if you're somebody who's like, oh, my brother just called me a moron, and I'm going to go show him that the globe is true, you can go to the internet and find evidence that the globe is true if that's what your goal is, right? Just like if you're somebody who says, well, I'm going to go prove that the earth is flat, to show to my friend, you can go on the internet and you can find enough information to say that the Earth is flat.
I
that's
hear
kind of an
you.
issue.
Yeah, I mean, and I would add it just, sometimes it takes a strong mind, to
Absolutely, not
overcome.
sometimes, every time. I don't know
Yeah,
any weak flat earthers.
we call it peer pressure, but this is like, societal pressure on a worldwide scale,
Yeah, it's like, people, it's one of the
and
biggest fears people have is of group rejection or public rejection or being made fun of in public or being called stupid in public. There's a lot of people who can't take that.
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And so that's why I really want to thank you, because I really got to, get to know you better when you were in the Truth Lab and your whole truth seeking journey. And, to see just how it's always, culminated to something. I mean, I'm sure before when you've done different, experiments, you kind of feel like, okay, a lot of your research is, leading up to this. And,
For sure.
that's why just looking, in the future, hopefully, just there's more freedom and, I don't want to go on and on, but that's why I start loving, permaculture and
Absolutely.
volunteerism. And, because even before, Jaron, I mean, we talk about, it's not just a huge money laundering operation. I mean, whatever space is, and this idea of it, the future tourism for the wealthy.
Right.
It's like beyond all this money, it's about
psychological,
power,
yeah.
and like the power is controlling people's minds, and just not us.
Yeah,
our
people think like we can't
imaginations
go
are all-
anywhere. Nobody's thinking about going anywhere because it's like, oh, that's all we have is the globe, and you got to be a billionaire to go into space, and we can't even do that. And so, yeah, it does psychologically affects people big time.
Yeah, and then people's imagination, it just gets misused because they're imagining, oh, maybe,
We can fold the
in our
space time
generation,
and travel to the
we'll go
next
to
stars.
Mars.
Yeah.
Well, because the whole
Good
idea
luck.
with that is that we're about to self-destruct here, and like the only
Right.
way to survive is to try to put all of our money, all of our resources into, Elon Musk and
So stupid.
Going to Mars. It really is so stupid when a lot of the solutions are like embarrassingly simple, but luckily, here we are, and I appreciate your community, and I appreciate the way you promoted Moringa. I didn't want to focus on that, but I can't help but like just like you said, I get energized by
Well,
all
yeah,
the
I
different
mean, it's-
customers that share the same thing, too. And
I'm always looking for anything that I can
and-
benefit people anyway, right? I mean, from how to distill
Yeah.
your drinking water to tons of the different videos I've done as far as how to's or helps. Just because I think it's important to help people where we can. And there's probably a lot of people who have little tips and little tricks that they just never verbalize. I bet you there's so many things that people know that I don't know. So I would be open to people talking about those things too.
And did you see I had Justin Harvey on a couple weeks ago? Do you know about him?
I know about Justin Harvey. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. So that was fantastic because I was really hoping to meet him when him and Austin were speaking, not far from me, and it was about an hour or so away. I think it was in Lakeland, some freedom conference or something. But
I
I
remember
missed
it.
out on that. Yeah, but anyways, Justin, it's inspiring because I see it all connected. The idea of trying to
He does such
limit
good work.
toxins.
He's somebody who
Yeah,
does it. He focuses on like
exactly.
facts, on everything he says is backed up. I really appreciate his work.
Yeah, and it's so wide ranging from speaking at a public meeting about trying to get fluoride out of the water to actually confronting alleged astronauts and
Right.
stuff like that. But to see it all being connected, where like if we do get toxins out of our food and certain neurotoxins out of the water, maybe there can be like this radical flourishing of consciousness.
certainly hope so.
and people not getting duped so easily or getting
Although, did you watch
triggered,
the?
offended when you try to just be like, hey, I think maybe we were all swindled a little bit.
Did you know that
We're on
Austin
the
just
same
debated
team.
a guy, a dentist, about fluoride? Go to modern day debates. Austin debated a dentist the other day, maybe last weekend. It's just terrible. I mean, this guy is trying to promote that it's good, that babies should take it, that even if they don't have teeth, they should be drinking fluoride. It's like,
I mean, yeah,
it's a no-brainer. I
get
mean,
it.
it's a neurotoxin, period. And then he's like, well, only at a certain level. It's like, yeah. Well, who's keeping track of how much people are drinking? I mean, you just give me a break. It's like, how much water actually passes your teeth when you drink it anyway? Very little. It's just so stupid.
Yeah.
It's clearly a byproduct of nuclear waste that they basically are.
You
had
took
nothing
the
to do.
words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
That exactly. It's like it's.
So, All right, let me let you go. I've
insanity,
got
but
a bunch of
yeah.
people behind you. We got to get out of here
All right,
eventually.
appreciate you though, man. But like I said, I wish you the very best, and looking forward
Excellent.
to staying.
And if you don't like
All
my moringa, if you don't like the Jeranism moringa, you can look for the Moringa Man. He also carries the same moringa. All right,
yes,
thanks.
sir. The world's best. All right, peace.
World's
Jaren.
best, straight out of
Bye.
India. Peace. We've got Run Boston Bear, the marathon man himself. He's crazy though. He talks about doing like 56-mile runs or 26-mile. What are you thinking about doing?
This January 11th, I'll go 62 miles. It's 100K.
Do you can't run the whole thing?
Yeah, 14 and well, my first one was 14 and a half hours, and this one I hope to do in 12
You don't
hours.
stop and walk a little bit?
Yeah, sure. There's
Okay,
aid stations. You stop.
making
you,
sure.
You know,
So you seem to do the whole
refuel.
thing.
Yeah,
Good.
It's walk, run, move forward. I mean, when the gun goes off, the time's ticking. I mean, you can sit down in a chair for 30 minutes if you want. Some people lay down for 15 minutes, take a nap. But I mean, I'm just trying to get it done.
I'm trying to think how many I could do. I could do maybe 5. That'd be it.
I want to do a 100-miler next year.
Wow. Yeah, don't count me out. I'm out.
Yeah, was that actually one of the topics I was going to bring up? Is like I was hearing you the other day talking about your like HIIT training or your high intensity. I wanted to ask how that's going.
It's going fantastic, man. Adam is awesome, and I've never felt so good. I've never really looked so good, to be honest. I mean, if that's something, but yeah, I mean, just because I had gotten healthy, but then you're looking at yourself finally before when you're kind of heavy or you're a little bit. I weighed 235 in like 2018. And it got to the point where I couldn't put my socks on standing up anymore. You had to get sit on the bed, put on your socks, and you just kind of chop it up to being old. And then you start taking little steps at fixing things. Then Mavi, I think Mavi was sent for a reason, because all of his allergies, we got rid of dairy out of the house, we got rid of anything processed, we got rid of wheat, and then so all of a sudden now you're just eating organic fruits and vegetables and like steak, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, now I start to feel better, you start to look better. And then I asked Adam, who's, if people don't know, he's in my VIP. He always gives good workout advice or good health advice. And I just called him up and said, hey, if I want to start putting muscle on, but I'm kind of lazy, and how do I go about, what's the best way to do that? And he just told me this workout method that I would have never even thought of. I would have never even guessed that that's what you should do. So, but it's made all the sense in the world, and you can actually see results like the very first week, because you're damaging your muscle to the point that your sores could be the next day, but you don't have to do it again for a week, and then that gives it time for it to rest and regrow. I mean, that's what it makes so much sense, because I do remember, like in my 20s, I would go to the gym every day, and I just would never see any gains, and I was like, I don't really know. And it was like a year I went to the gym every day, bench press every day, didn't see any gains. Well, of course not, because you're damaging your muscle on Monday, and then you're going there and damaging it on Tuesday, and then damaging it on Wednesday. So you're never giving it a chance to rest and regrow, which I think would lead you to basically question what the hell you're doing at the gym so much. So I like this. His plan is to basically pick a muscle a day and do it until you can't, and then then you don't have to do it again for another week.
Man, that's awesome. And then you get the momentum, like that feeling of well-being. Like you already said, the thing with like the fruit and the steak, eating, enjoying it, and then you get this momentum going where you're like, man, that feels good. I feel the pump. You heal, you hit it again,
right?
And really, it's just cumulative. So one of the buddies that I train with, he says it's not what you do like in a given week or in a given period of training. It's the least you do over time. And I had to really digest that, because if you hit it really hard, but then you're on the couch like slacking, you're not really getting gains. But if you just do something every day, some movement, dynamic movement, lifting, because if you think about like the hunter-gatherers, like they definitely walked around and moved a lot. And
right.
Then when they went after prey, they sprinted, and like just even warming up and doing just sprints in the grass, like that'll boost your testosterone and make you feel better. So I'm proud of you, man, for making these changes. These small changes now, they compile, and it's just gonna make a big difference.
Yeah, all of a sudden you start to look at yourself a little different, like, oh wait, what's going on here? So what's up?
Oh, I look forward to Saturday with Elizabeth and Witsit on your VIP. I've been
should be fun.
I've missed quite a few of the gatherings just because the family.
You pop in though, it seems.
I pop in. Somebody will message me. They'll send me, hey, come, where's RBB, and they'll get me in there. You had some really cool guests, and this one's going to be great. It's totally worth it being a part of the VIP. I'm enjoying that. And then the only other thing I was going to ask you about is really microphones. Like I've enjoyed this one. I told you I got it. The Sennheiser I don't even know,
Got it.
profile, and it's okay. I mean, I don't ever know how to. I mean, the gain and everything. I was wondering, what mic do you use, and do you think the Shure SM7B? That's like what.
That's what everybody says to get that.
Everybody
one, right?
says is like the best one for
This
their voice.
is a blue. I forgot what it's called. Blue Baby or Blue Bonnet or something. And I like it. I mean, but it's temperamental. I mean, you can't talk from behind it. You know, if you're over here, then you can't really hear it. It's got to be on this side. It's I think what they call that cardioid or something. But it's got weird switches on the thing I don't even like, because like if I press this one, that doesn't put me out. This one here makes it all tinny. I don't know. I don't even know what the switches are. But I've got it set where I like it, so it's okay for now. But if I had an unlimited budget, I would probably go with something better.
Something really good.
Sometimes I hear some people, like when they're on shows, I'm like, why does that person sound so freaking good?
Yeah, like really perfect.
Yeah, I think there's like mics you can buy for like $1,000 that'll do that.
Right. I streamed earlier today. I just kind of like
live streamed.
Well, yeah.
Nice.
I've been doing more on my channel. I've interviewed a few people, but then today I had Blair on with a guy named Laz. Laz popped into Dave Weiss's crypto talk the other day on X. He just did like his second space. I was the co-host. Laz said a little something. He reached out to me actually. He was like, "Hey man, I really like your vibe. We should connect and talk." And I was like, "I don't know who this guy is." He came on. He was excellent. He's
Really?
only been looking into flat Earth since late September. Like he's brand new to it, but he's so based, so chill. It started out with Blair, who's psyop within a psyop, and Laz and me, and it was just kind of impromptu. I was like, "Yeah, let's go live." And then I opened up the panel, and Dave Weiss came on. Dave Trinity for Man came on, and just people were rolling in and rolling through. I went over 3 hours. It was so epic.
Nice. Yeah, but sometimes when you get going, it's just sometimes I finish the show, I'm like, oh, what the hell? It's been 6 hours, and what the hell how'd that happen?
Yeah, but thanks for having me up. I was actually put the kids down, got my wife, settled, because she's big pregnant now, like 28 weeks.
Big pregnant.
So, yeah, we're feeling the baby kick a lot more, move around in there, and
this will be your fourth.
That's a girl.
This will be your fourth.
Yeah, the fourth one.
Congratulations.
Thanks, bro. But I got dressed, came back out here, set all this up. I was like, I gotta jump on real quick, because I had gotten to the point where I was like, just forget about it. But I really wanted to come on and say my final words. I'm really proud of how you've maintained your composure in front of all, and I've said this before, in front of all the insanity, the naysayers, people calling you a shield, people calling you an operative, CIA, this and that, blah, blah. These people that want to judge you and call you names and guesstimate that you're some sort of evil, twisted person, that they don't even know you, that's so lame. And you have stayed chill, and so is Witsit. People can say whatever they want about any of us. Like, we believe the Earth is a stationary topographical plane and that the luminaries move over top of us. We don't know exactly how it all works. Nobody does.
Right.
But the way that you've just continued on with your channel, with your content, getting your reefer channel rolling, the roulette, it's hilarious. And
it's fun, but it's my least watched show, but it's still fun.
I still commend you for your countenance, man, for how you just maintained, and I'm proud of you. I'll be lifting you and Wits It Up, and I'll be there Saturday to talk some more to y'all. But
awesome, looking forward to that.
Love everything you do, and thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Run Boston Bear, everyone, and you can check him out on his channel. He's starting to live stream and have some fun over there. Thanks, buddy.
Peace.
We've got Swalla GE. I don't know what that is. Swalla GE. Swalla.
G'day, can you hear me?
I can. G'day.
Excellent. I want to keep it short. I won't go on for very long. By the way, man, I'm excited for you guys to go down there. Obviously, I hope you stay safe, all that sort of stuff. Just be careful. Obviously, I hope you don't get the snow's obviously gonna be very white, so just be careful about wearing your glasses and don't become blind and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, tomorrow on the show we're gonna. I had a few people submit to me like cold weather tips, so we're gonna go over all those tomorrow.
Right, excellent. The only thing I wanted to mention when I wanted to jump on is I noticed you pulled up, I think, the Admussen base, the one.
Yeah.
Do you know from NOAA? Yeah.
Scott base.
The base down in Antarctica. I was just wondering, have you checked out any of the Australian bases? Like there's like Casey and I think Davis and Mawson and stuff. Have you checked out those ones before?
No, I've seen them before. Yeah, but I mean, like, have I looked at them lately? You mean?
Yeah, well, they've got webcams running all the time as well, and they run 24 hours throughout the night. So they certainly do.
Wait, where are you seeing those?
Sorry,
where do you see those?
Oh well, they're on the Australian website.
On the what?
So there's an Australian there's some sort of .gov.au website which is like Australian webcams. Well, if you just Google, Australia, Antarctica, sort of Google webcams, then you'll find those channels, and you'll be able to watch. They'll have like a still shot of what it is right now at this present time, and they do stitch it up into like a 3-day sort of loop.
Right.
And so if you went to that, you'd be able to see what what it looks like down Mawson Base right now, or Davis Base.
Right, but how do you look at the previous shots?
The previous shots. Well, every single shot that is in the frame is actually that present shot.
Right.
Unless you wanted to go and be the person to like press the refresh button all the time to see the next shot.
So what I mean is that if we wanted to see,
you scroll down a little bit, and there's a little video which does 3 days.
I must be on the wrong site. I see.
Yeah, so if you scroll down, there's actually a video, and it'll repeat the last 3 days worth of shots.
Antarctica.gov.au, and this is Antarctica webcams and time lapse.
Maybe I don't know it offhand, but yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But the live stream video actually does replenish. So if you actually come back 4 hours later and replenish it again, it will catch the 4 hours back up.
But some of those places should have 24-hour sun. I know that what's the one that starts with an M?
Mawson.
Yeah, I believe that one wouldn't see it at all, right?
Yeah, they're very close, because I think that they're at that point where they might be getting a little bit of sunset.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, that's the thing. They're way outside the 80 zone where you're going to be, next week.
Right.
So they're like about probably 65-ish or 66 or something. So they're like right on the cusp. So right until December 21 is probably when they're potentially going to get their best sun. But right now, early December, maybe they're going to get a little bit of a sunset to some degree. But having a look at that website, they got pretty good ones, and it's good streaming. So
yeah, and I know that on VentuSky I can actually pull up a couple, but I don't know. I think one is from. Let me see if we get in here a little bit closer. Wasn't there a Mawson and I see one. This one is oops. Let's see if this is Australian. What is this one called? Trollhaugen? No, that's not Australian.
That's the Norwegian area.
Okay, keep
but
going,
you should be able to find just a simple Google search will just bring up Antarctica webcams.
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm looking at, but I don't see. Then the other one is Davis. Davis is yours?
I think Davis is yes.
Okay, so I do see Davis, and they have 24 hours. But what's weird about these is that if you go to 30 days, it only shows you noon for every day, and if you go to a year, it only shows you noon for every week. So of course.
Oh yeah. So what they are is they'll take that's only one frame at noon for the entire thing, and so they'll stitch those 30 days together.
Yep.
But that's not the 24-hour one. So the 24-hour one, there'll be 3 days, and you'll see every single second. Every single second will be, I think, 1 minute or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So far, I don't. So I see here's webcams in Antarctica, McMurdo Station webcams, but so far, oh wait, what's this one? You say there's movies somewhere?
Not McMurdo. I don't know about no. I wouldn't do McMurdo.
No, there's Mawson, there's Casey Station, there's Davis Station.
Yeah, Casey. Just go to Casey.
Okay, so I'm clicking
Easy.
Casey, but you said something about movies, and all I see is one image.
Is it the Australian Antarctic .gov.au?
It's geocam.ru. something else.
Yeah, well, it's not the official website.
Okay, so let me go back, but I thought you said just a simple Google search. So then,
yeah, well, it really should be bringing it up, because when I search for it, it just pops up first line. So, but I mean, that's my search history, my cookies.
All right, well, I'll look at it after. I don't have time to look at it during the show.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
That's all right.
All right, I appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Have a good one.
All right, bye.
Okay, we got more people keep coming. How about Mount Crushmore? I wish I had a sound effect for that. That sounds like fun, but I don't have one. Enrique, do we have any sound effect for that? Enrique? No. Go ahead, Mount Crushmore. What's up?
Jaron, is that you?
Tis I.
Hello.
I'm here. Hello.
Thank you. I want to first just thank you for doing what you're about to be doing, man. It takes a lot of nuts to do that.
Thank you.
After that, I was wondering, are you guys going to be able to point a camera at wherever Signal Canis is supposed to be and see if you can get some southern star trails for us?
No, because it shouldn't. I don't expect it to be dark there.
You don't think that you're going to see any stars then for the whole time?
Well, I can't say that. We would be prepared to see them because I'm guessing if it does set that you would have some sort of at least like twilight kind of situation. Right. I don't know how many stars you'd see. But I know that there's ways. I don't know if you've ever heard this before. Somebody told me that if you take like a paper towel roll, a paper towel tube, right, and you paint the inside of it black. I don't know if anybody knows this is true. Paint the inside of it black, and then you look at the sky with it, that you can see stars.
Okay.
Does that sound legit?
Never heard that one. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
The other thing, I heard you mention that you got a thing that's supposed to automatically track the sun for your camera.
Correct. So yeah, it's a mount.
Right. So does that thing work purely off 15 degrees per hour by chance, or do you know how
it actually tracks it? It actually tracks it with it. It has to see the sun to track it. They say it'll usually stay with it in the clouds, but barely. If it gets too heavy of a cloud, then it does fall off that because it's really meant for observing the sun. So if there's clouds in the way, then you wouldn't be able to observe the sun anyway.
I have that. But this device that's going to track the sun, then, if this pastor from Colorado and all these clowns are thinking what's going to happen, your camera should spin around 360 degrees while it's sitting on its tripod, right?
Absolutely. 5 times.
Right. And there's no way. Okay. So my other thing, I'm just wondering what's going to happen when you guys come back and you go, no, there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. What happens to the world after that? MIT closes, Caltech closes.
Doesn't seem possible, does it? It would be pretty insane. But I also think equally insane is the thought that they would be able to fake the sun. So that's why it's kind of one of those situations where I'm like, well, I just feel strongly that we have to force these controllers, these leaders, these elite, whatever, to do shit. Because I think once people get so scared that they're just afraid to do anything anymore, then those guys can just sit back and laugh. And if no flat earthers went on this trip, then it would be very easy to just continue on with their lie. Whereas if we force them to go on it, either something's going to happen. Either the rubber's going to meet the road, they're going to have to cancel it, something like that, or we're going to find out that it actually is there. So any of those situations to me is worth doing it.
Yeah, and my other question was, I actually kind of considered trying to do this thing with you guys, man. It's so interesting, but you got all these idiots. Isn't that the Craig guy and the McToon guy?
No, not Craig. I don't know why everybody thinks that. No, Craig's not going. Craig can barely walk.
The other one's going, the McToon guy?
MC Toon is going.
Yeah, so my last question, I guess, for you, if you got a chance, could you just, like a straight right hand right in the dome on that guy?
Like an uppercut or more like a hook?
Just a straight right hand.
Oh, just straight right. Okay.
Just blast him. All right.
I got that.
Thank you again.
I will do that.
I love you, man. Oh, yeah, and you know about Bryson Cron, the Flat Earth War, and UFC Saturday night?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Appreciate it.
Have fun. Have fun down there.
That's the sound of Toon right there. Did you see that? Oh, that was a bad one. Enrique, don't play that anymore. Okay, good. All right, thank you very much. Later, Crushmore. Love you guys. How about Roger Ledwell? Welcome to the show.
Hello, Jaron. How are you doing today?
Excellent.
Good. I was just listening to your Home Depot. I've never heard that one yet. I know that concrete has tolerances, and you're not going to be able to get a completely level surface when you actually pour it. But
right. Well,
I've never heard
it's the equivalent. All I was saying is that Bro Sanchez kept saying to me, well, it doesn't matter what the sun does because the earth below our feet, it measures flat. And I was telling him, okay, well, let's come up with better evidence than that because that's what the globe says. And he couldn't grasp that. He's like, no, the globe is curved. I said, no, I know that, but the earth is flat underneath our feet on the globe or on a flat earth. So I'm just saying come up with it. And they couldn't grasp that. And then people started making songs saying that I worked for Home Depot or Home Depot Earth or something because these guys have the brain capacity of a mouse, basically. So
I guess so. Well, I'm glad you're going to go. You actually got everything ready and packed up, man.
Kind of. I'm waiting for a filter for the time-lapse camera And I think that's it. Is that all I'm waiting for? Yep. And then just packing the bag. I finally got it down to, I'll be able to get it within weight. For a while, I was a little bit worried, but it's fine. I'm bringing a whole bunch of hand warmers for the cameras, for the batteries, for the, what are they called? Power bricks. And then I'm trying to get on board of a plane with like 6 or 7 excess power bricks that you're not allowed to take. So that probably will go real well. Nice. But I got to try it.
You think they'll catch it?
I don't know. It depends on how strict they're being or whatever. But I mean, like their rules are like 2 power bricks per person. They have to be a certain strength and certain megawatt. I don't know, what are they called? Milliwatt hours or something. But I did find ones that are all within that region. But I want to bring about 6 of them, not 2. And that's because I want to daisy chain them basically, right? So if I always have one charging the next one, then I'll never run out of battery because I'll just keep replenishing the last one. And they're just daisy chained that way. But then I need basically 2 for each device. So anyway, we'll see. If they take them away from me, then that's okay. I still got the 2, and I'll just have to watch it a lot more closely. But that's
nice.
Yeah.
Did you ever look into any of James Ross Clark's expeditions and his circumference? I was just wondering if you had.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that the area you're going to is probably just the tip of what Antarctica is.
Oh, yeah, I'm guessing. Well, even if you believe what the globe says, because they would say that Antarctica is bigger than the United States, and it'd be like us flying into Kansas and Kansas City and feeling like, oh, we've been to the United States now because we went to one place. So yeah, but I think it's the outstretches. So I think it's even very minuscule compared to the whole thing.
Well, I remember they said that they tracked like 400 miles worth of ice in their expedition. Just that one alone. That's a lot of ice, man. That's a distance far greater than they thought they were.
Yeah, and there's like most of those people couldn't even see the Antarctic continent because of the ice.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's melting out here now. That's the newest thing. And UFOs are popping out of it.
Oh boy, we'll have to see that. I still think Antarctica is just insane to even to think about. It's like 9,000 feet, so that's 2 miles high, and they say it never snows there. Like really, it's just ice that never melts, stacked on top of ice, stacked on top of ice. Fun.
No, global warming will take care of that.
Yeah.
That's a real thing too.
Yeah, I wonder if I guess you can do that. I mean, that's the thing. What ultimately the ultimate expedition would be is somebody in a helium ship just goes south. I mean, that's why I think that they perpetrate the whole fuel hoax, is because they don't want people to have free energy. If you had free energy, you could just turn your craft and go south and let's go see what's out here. Let's go fly across Antarctica. You get over to the other side and see what's over there. Well, we can't do anything like that because you would be basically signing a death wish in the fact that you would run out of gas and you'd be where? Out in the middle of the ocean? That doesn't sound like fun.
That would be horrible.
Oh my God, it's like my nightmare. In fact, if I ever get dropped in the ocean, like I'm gonna purposely swallow water until I die. I'm not even gonna try to swim or anything. Just cut it off and done.
Hope the sharks get you.
Yeah, just let them come. Start cutting my own foot so that the blood starts going out there. And come on, sharks, let's go. End this. No, but that's one. Have you ever seen that movie? It's called like Alone in the Ocean or something. I think
I have seen part of it.
Yeah, it's like the biggest nightmare to me. I can't imagine anything worse than that. That's just the thought of it just scared me. Yeah, me too. Anyway.
Yeah, there's one little book you might want to take a look at one day.
Okay.
It's called Land Beyond the Poles, I think, or is it World Beyond the Poles?
Yeah.
They did expeditions like that with airships.
Yeah, with
they actually went.
What's the guy's name that wrote it? Hickson. Hickson, right? No, wait.
He's Italian.
Okay. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The current one, a recent one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
They documented a lot of stuff, and it's not just a book too. It has they tried to go beyond further out there, and they ran out of resources. Is what they were having problems doing. They had to land a lot with the airships.
Makes sense. That's why
they can only go so far. I think they got like 17,000 miles in somewheres
into Antarctica.
Into the Arctic. Yeah, that's what they were saying in the book. So I can't verify that myself.
Amadeo Giannini.
Yeah. It's either 1,700 or 17,000. I can't remember. Maybe it was 1,700 miles in.
I thought I read it, but I'll have to read it again.
Yeah, there's some interesting things. They actually went to universities in Berkeley and California and Los Angeles too to get funding to do their trip. And,
So is it a real story or it's a fiction?
It's actually a real story. They actually have documentation. They
wow, really?
They shot the V2 rocket from Chicago to New York, and they got straight horizontals all the way across. And they were taking pictures, but they were distorted pretty bad. So
Gotcha.
they had bad cameras that were worse than what we have now.
I'm going to look into it again because I did not know it was meant to be a true story. I know, like, you know, Iron Republic, same kind of deal, that I think it's a real story, but they have to pass it off as fake.
Well, there's like a beginning story. They lead you into it in the beginning of the book, and then they start breaking out, like, you know, pictures, graphs showing you what they did do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in Iron Republic, the thing about that is, I mean, if you go to the first chapter somewhere in there, the guy says, "Oh, and you know, we'll have to change the way we look at the world. We have to go to the plane version of the Earth because it's not a sphere; it's a flat plane." And then by the end of the book, the guy's talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and it's completely dropped ever again. So you can tell it was actually rewritten by somebody pro globe after that book came out. And one of the proofs of that is no one's ever seen the original Florida magazine from 1902.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, crazy.
I think Dave was looking for it for a long time.
I had a couple people that were looking for it too, but they never could find it. But I do think it's in a couple libraries. But somebody told me you could go into the library, but you can't even bring a pencil. That let you go in and read the book, but you can't even like make notes on a piece of paper when you go see it.
Wow, that's harsh.
Yeah, I don't know what sense that makes.
We had a guy at Ironworks on our side over here in our little community. He actually went to go look at the what the 18 or this. I can't remember the big map. The
Gleason from 18 whatever the
the Gleason's one. It's the one that has all the
Ferguson
artist work on it.
Ferguson, no. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The the old one, the guy that Piri Reese. No, I know what you're talking about.
It's an Italian.
Yeah,
another Italian. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I was trying to find. Oh wait, that's not okay. Anyway, I was going to read that part of the Iron Republic, but now I'm looking and this is not for free. All right, what do you got for me? Let's. We got one other person behind you, so go
okay.
ahead.
Well, enjoy your trip. I'm seeing McToon got his money. Obviously,
I think he's like 5,000 or 10,000 from it, but he said he would cover it.
All right.
Unfortunately.
Well, have fun down there.
Thanks
I could
a lot.
have been going with you, but I don't have the money.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the money. I mean, even if I was a multimillionaire, even if I had $1 billion, I would not spend this much money on that trip. Just not.
That's what we were telling them to start with, dude. Here we go.
Yep. Here we go. All right. Thanks, bro.
All right.
We got, is that Crazy Doug? Crazy Doug. Tell me you're smoking in your house and make me happy.
No, I'm picking up my daughter from after choir concert thing.
Choir?
Yeah, she sings.
She didn't get that from you. I'm taking it.
No, definitely. I mean, I could sing, but I don't have a good voice. Anyway, so unfortunately I wasn't able to watch the show because I went to the concert. But I don't know if anybody said it, man. I feel for you. I'll be smoking for you. It's a long time to go without your Derek Jeter.
So am I mistaken in my thinking that I can actually get to there?
To where?
I can actually get a J there.
And maybe in South America, but not in Antarctica, right?
Why not? Why can't I get it there?
Oh, you mean take it with you?
Yeah, I mean, like you can put stuff in your check-in bag. They don't. I mean,
if you run risks, I guess. I just assume you would be. I take a vape with me.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate vapes, but
I do too. It's the only time I smoke it.
Yeah, maybe that's what I gotta do. I don't know. I prefer the leaf.
Oh yeah, man. I just feel that's a long time to go without it, and especially being in a high stress situation with these.
I'll probably the scariest thing I'm thinking about is what are the dreams I'm gonna have, because if you don't smoke, sometimes your dreams come back.
Well, and hopefully you got some sleep. Oh yeah, you're gonna be sleeping in shifts, right? So y'all can man the camera.
Yeah, but I'm sleeping the whole stupid long flight down there. So
you can sleep on a plane?
Yes. I mean, not great, but
no
you know what I used to do though? I didn't realize that the head pillows go in front of you, the neck pillows. That's how you sleep on a plane. So people always put them behind them, and they're like, "Oh," but if you put it in front of you, then you just lean forward and just pass right out.
And don't end up with a crooked neck. No, that's kind of smart. Yeah, I don't know if you're right, but
try it. Try it. That's all I gotta say.
I'm gonna try it on my computer desk when I fall asleep.
During work?
During
During
work?
work?
Nah.
Yeah.
Never during work.
Yeah. I would admit I did that a couple times as a store manager, believe it or not. Like, you guys got
Dude,
it. I gotta be on a call. I got a meeting, and then I would just go up in the office and put a roll of toilet paper on my desk and out, lock the door.
Oh shit, yeah, I would take naps for sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
One time I fell asleep in the back of a Radio Shack, and like a customer woke me up. I fell so asleep that the customer come back here and woke me up, and I felt so dumb.
Shout out to Tom Gallardo too. Me and Tom Gallardo used to, when we both worked, we were both department managers, and he would we'd take turns taking naps. Like, can I go take a nap for just an hour? Go ahead, I got the floor.
Dude, having a napping buddy is where it's
Oh
at.
man, it's money. It's great. Getting paid $15 an hour to nap in the back.
Well, I really hope the trip's gonna happen. I know you've been preparing for it. I'm still with you. Like, man, something's gonna happen.
I still feel. I mean, that every day that goes by now, you have to like, okay, well, I better prepare. Like, it's not
Right, like it might actually happen.
Yeah, you can't just say it's not gonna happen.
Fuck, dude. So.
Yeah. So anyway,
y'all stay safe, man.
We will.
Don't freeze your balls off. Get some good
so there's some
footage.
good news. I mean, we're going to talk about it tomorrow, but they have found a tracking. There's a site that's going to be tracking us. We're all wearing GPS trackers, and it will actually track us on the plane. I believe it already knows where we're at. Where's that? I don't think I'm supposed to show it yet because it's not a. Well, I can just show up and not do the URL. 1 second.
So they must have got with Elon and be like, send us some Starlinks and some balloons over.
Supposedly, Duffy bought one. Poor Duffy. So we all have the same luggage requirements, and the Starlink that he bought is 26 pounds. So he goes down from 55 to 26. So he only has 29 pounds that he can do all his stuff. And like me, I only had 11 pounds of my gear.
Wow.
So like he doesn't have a lot of stuff. What was I looking at?
Well, I did want to also say, I guess they're gonna provide telecom for them all the time because there's a station there. But you know what happened in North Carolina?
What do you mean? What do you mean they're going to telecom what?
I was talking about how they got telecom down over in Antarctica. It makes sense because they got to provide them something.
What's telecom?
There. Internet, phone connectivity,
telecommunications. I don't think they do. Not enough to like run a live stream.
Well, no, I mean they just have something out there. These people communicate somehow.
Yeah, they supposedly have one way, and then they've got telephone lines. Yeah.
Well, and if you're tracked, something's tracking you. Something's getting that signal.
So according to them, there's no cell phone towers. So the tracking, we had to go with Iridium. Iridium is the only two-way satellite that there is, which means it's not just telling you the GPS; it's also receiving data back. So supposedly that's how they're going to use it to track us. I don't know. They don't have any cell towers though.
It's not a satellite like they say. It's whatever they.
It's probably something just above that area.
But so you know what happened in North Carolina and Tennessee, right, with the flooding?
I heard that it flooded. Yes. Okay.
Have you watched any of the videos about it?
A couple things, but which one in particular?
Well, the one Karen shared with the guy walking up to Chimney Rock. Anyway, I'll send you a few later. But
okay.
A lot of the people he interviewed said their cell phone communication went out before the storm even hit. And they went without any communication for a week. And if there's fucking satellites everywhere, they should not be without communication. So that just proves it's all ground-based towers. That there's no satellites. Like they would not have lost all communication.
No, unless they did it on purpose. But I mean,
well, and it happened beforehand, which is kind of odd. That everybody lost their cell phones before the storm even hit.
So this is kind of, I can't show you the URL because this is not going to be the final resting place, but you can see that it already knows where we're at. We know where you're at. It's in Florida. Yeah. So everybody's already there. We got McKeegan over here.
How big is it?
Tiny. It's like half of a box of cigarettes.
And you can see their location too?
Yeah, right here.
That's disgusting.
And then we go down here, and then it's, I think you have to switch to this button. Take us there.
So they basically installed Dave's app on it and sent it over.
Yeah, we need the flat Earth map. Somebody redo this real quick if you could. Oh, so is this the South Pole or is this where we'll be? I don't really know how this works. Anyway, so that'll be up by I think Sunday, and then people can just track. And then what we are supposed to do is we're supposed to on the little device. It's got an audio recording button, and we're supposed to record up to a minute, and then you'll be able to see on the map everywhere we were when we recorded our little soundbite or whatever. Something like that. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but you're saying you can see all the other members locations, like precise locations? Right
No,
now?
no, no. It's like generic.
Oh, okay.
It's not going to show you my house or anything. I hope.
Well, that's what I'd be worried
Jesus.
about. Because I mean, there's no button to say.
Doug, have you heard John Breaks Bad News?
Yeah, I watched the thing earlier. I've never heard him before you.
Oh,
him up.
you'll like him. He's funny. At least the ones that he actually gets through, which I've been surprised on. Like a live show, he'll gets through. Maybe there's like 5 minutes of downtime, then he gets one call in for a minute. But you'll like it. It's funny.
So the one that played while you were fixing your monitor, the guy, it seemed like he was playing along with it, like he expected the call.
Yeah, because I guess most times somebody's going to tell their, like, let's say me and you listen to the show, and then something happened. Then I got to call you. So as soon as you heard the, hey, it's John Breaks Bad News. Got a bad news from Jaron. And the way that he does it is brilliant because he starts out by saying, hey, is this John? Or is this Larry? And the guy would say, yeah, who's calling? Say, hi, this is John from John Breaks Bad News. I got bad news for you from so-and-so. So he's already in the first sentence made it so that you can't hang up, right? If what's your wife's name?
Nikki, you don't know.
Nikki.
You don't remember?
That's right. I remember that. But if you let's say that John called you and said, is this Doug? You'd be like, yeah, who's this? You'd say, hey, this is John Breaks Bad News. I have bad news for you from Nikki. As soon as he said that, you're going to be in. You're not going to hang up.
Always you lost the game? Or
No. It's whatever
it's
people
whatever
want.
bad news you choose.
Dude, the other day, guy called in and broke up with this chick. And at first the chick was like laughing. She thought it was like a joke. And then she realized, oh no, this is really him breaking up with her that way.
This is legit bad news.
It's legit bad news. There is sometimes bad news, or there's one. Let me show you one just for fun on the way out here. This is hilarious. The one that he ended last show with, or close to the last show, is just hilarious because lady gets all pissy. And you gotta hear it. It's funny. What else is new, Dougie?
That's it, man. Just want to say much love. Do the damn thing, man. We're all cheering for you.
Thanks.
And I can't wait to see what happens.
Me too. All right. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
All right, we'll listen to one more of these, then we'll go back to calls. I just want to hear this one. I don't remember if it's this one or that one, though. Oh, no, it's not this one. It's this one. This one. Right here.
Hey, I've seen you on Dax's podcast.
Who are you calling?
Yeah. This is hilarious. Watch this one. Too funny.
I'm not real, guys.
Alyssa's an AI.
Hello?
Hi, Judy. This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Eric for you. You are a Karen at restaurants, and it's embarrassing sometimes. Matter of fact, you aren't even a Karen anymore. You're beyond that. You are officially a Debbie now, which is funny because I know a Debbie that's also a nightmare at restaurants.
What are you, who are you calling from?
I'm calling from John Breaks
How
Bad News.
dare you call me up and just start ranting off?
You're
Who
bad.
are you?
It sounds like a real Karen to me. That's what it sounds like.
Do you want to tell me your name and why you're calling?
Oh, my name is John. I'm from John Breaks Bad News, and I have some bad news from Eric for you.
Okay, go ahead and tell me the bad news.
You're a Karen at restaurants, and it's embarrassing sometimes. And as a matter of fact, you aren't even a Karen anymore. You're beyond that. You're officially a Debbie. What do you do at restaurants? What do you harass the wait staff?
You know what?
Constantly
I don't even
sending
know
back your
who the
food?
hell- I don't even know why you're calling. Are you calling to just harass me? Because I got your number, and I don't even know why you are making this phone call. Do you have
To tell you
nothing
that you're a
better to
Karen.
do?
At restaurants.
Oh, really?
And probably
Oh, that's good. What
Oh, really?
restaurant have you seen me at?
Well, Eric has seen you at plenty of restaurants.
Oh, really? And
Yeah.
he's told you about all this stuff?
Are you also drunk right now?
What is your name?
My name's John.
John from where?
John Breaks Bad News.
From John Breaks Bad News.
Yeah, you know what? You are an asshole.
No, you.
And
No, you.
fuck you.
No,
You're
no, you.
done.
No, you.
There's no way she said, "Oh, really?"
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Twice.
The rude thing is then he reads the rest of it and he's like, oh, and then it says, Eric says, that's my mom, and she doesn't very with it, and she might not understand it's a live show, and she might be a little bit confused after he tells her she's an asshole. And she's anyway, that's fun. Let's go back to the calls. We got free pizza's back. Free pizza. Let's make you sound better.
Jared, can you hear me now, man?
Hear you great. Perfect.
Good, man. Hey, man, I just wanted to give you my best wishes.
Thank you.
I've been a flat earther since 2014, and I came up with the conclusion that the only way to prove it is the observation that you're about to go do.
Probably one of the best. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is, man. One of the other best arguments I heard was like the Southern Cross argument, but you're gonna be down there,
what's
man.
the Southern Cross argument? What's that one? What do you mean?
The Southern Cross argument was like, I guess in Australia.
Oh, you mean like the people can see it from the three, and they're all looking at the different areas?
Yes. And honestly, I like the legitimacy of this observation. I hate that this guy Duffy named it final experiment, because when I'm on these forums and X and I'm talking about this, the first thing they want to the first thing you want to do is like give me like a fucking gotcha moment, because it's an observation and not an experiment. But man, I love the legitimacy of how Witsit gets it and how Jeranism is gonna be out there, man. I really love you guys, man. I always watch you guys stuff. And I want to give you my wishes, and man, I can't believe, I used to argue that flat earthers were like smarter than the average person, but man, now I've come to the conclusion that most flat earthers just don't see it, just don't get it, and they're fucking retarded. I can't believe this shit. I'm really happy you guys are gonna finally put the nail in the coffin, and honestly, I'm hoping you go down there,
man,
and you prove the AU map right.
The other thing about them being maybe not the most intelligent, a lot of them are very, very pussy, very, very afraid. Oh, you're gonna die. This guy here, Canada Spaceman, have you filled out a life insurance policy? No way you will get to tell the truth, because they will off you, and if you do not bow and lie to us, Jaron. I mean, if that's your attitude, then just admit defeat. Give up on life. Give up on ever amounting to anything, ever getting rid of these elite, ever getting to the next level. You're basically giving up, and you want me to give up with you, and I won't. So keep saying that, but it ain't gonna happen to me. I say we gotta challenge him. We gotta force him.
I really hate that Dave, Flat Earth Dave. He doesn't see it either, and I used to really put these people on a pedestal, and man, honestly, growing up, they used to say I was retarded. I was in the retard class, and I can't believe I can see the geography of it, and they don't.
Well, I mean, I think part of me
really
thinks,
don't understand.
I do hope that we do see it set, and then some of those people will maybe just get it through their head that all that worrying and all the nonsense that they went through and making up different things, and it could be this off of a dome, and it could be this in a refraction and a reverse polarity with a mirrored sky, is like, we didn't need to do any of that. We didn't need to do any of that. So nope. I hope that's what happens, and that those people realize that they could have just stood firm like I did and said, no, the AE map is right. We've known that forever. Why would we deviate from it? But again, I could also be proven that I'm wrong. So who knows?
Exactly, man. I'm actually this is like you guys going down is the second best moment in my whole life, besides me having my son 9 months ago. This is awesome.
Well, that's awesome.
I've always believed in God. I always believed in God. Weird things have happened to me in my life that prove that God was real.
You're roboting really bad.
Yeah, and honestly, this is like a really great. I hope you guys go there and really. I want to like just right now.
Do me a favor. Turn off your camera.
This is like
hold on. Turn off your camera. Maybe we'll be able to hear you better. Just turn off your camera. Leave the audio on. No, just leave the audio on. It'll be better bandwidth.
I got you. I'm turning it off.
Okay, try that. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. I just want this to be like like I want you to know that I'm on your side, and I'm always seeking for the truth, and that if flat earthers can't understand what you're like the 24-hour sun in the north hemisphere makes sense, and that the AU map wouldn't make sense if there's a 24-hour sun in the south, then they can't even be like legitimate. They can't even be like heard anymore as a legitimate
Yeah, I think that they will think that they will think that they can, and maybe it will take a rude awakening to realize that they can't. We've been in this conversation for 9 or 10 years because we've been making it work with reality. So you can't all of a sudden get to a point where now we can't make it work with reality anymore, and we're just like, well, let's keep going. Not on that same. I mean, we can draw it again. We can come up with a new map. We can come up with new ideas. But as far as the
it's impossible.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's interesting that you say that because I have kind of looked at it myself, but I've realized you cannot convince people of that. They need to realize it themselves. So I hope that people will draw it out and start to see that the sun circles. And if the sun circles, then it can't go backwards and inverted and upside down for no reason. That'd be weird.
Geography has always been my best subject. And Jared, I want to ask you something.
Yes.
What is say you go down there, and I hope this doesn't happen, but say, because you have 5 days to prove it, right?
Right.
Okay, so say there's a 360 sun down there. What's the next step for the real truth movement?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think that I wouldn't want to come back and say that necessarily. I think what I would do is come back and say, okay, here's the footage. You guys can look at it how you want, and then have to assess it myself, because I guess it's too early to say any of that because I don't know what it looks like. And if there's any question to it, if we've got clouds half the time and you couldn't really tell, and when it's in the south, it's behind the clouds, we never could verify it. That's nothing. That's garbage to me. In fact, that would be evidence of the flat Earth. Huge, right? I mean, there's just no way that we shouldn't be able to see the sun in the summer do a 360 if that's what it really does. So,
yeah.
And then also, I mean, it'd be very easy to show it set once. It can't even set once, right? So, I mean, if you see it set once, there's a problem. So I guess I have visions of grandeur where I think that everything that we've been researching and studying, and that there's a reason why everything's been faked, and there's a reason why there's no undersea cables in the south, and there's a reason why there's no ships, and there's a reason why there's no cruises, and there's a reason why the planes don't use the jet streams. Like, to me, I really hope that there's a legit reason for that, and it's not a psyop, because then I don't know who you yell at for psyops. I don't know who you.
Hey, last question.
Who you get pissed
last
at.
question for you before I go. The jet streams in the south, do they go both ways?
You can find different jet streams at each level, but I mean, you're talking about the predominant jet streams go west to east, and if the ones that go the other way would be very slow. Like, I mean, you know, less than 50 miles per hour or something.
I guess that's the best argument that that Globers give me is like
the 14-hour flight.
The airlines that go. Yes, like the ones that go the opposite way of the strip.
I don't know if you saw my
faster.
Yeah, I got you. Did you see the show that I did recently where I was looking at Banjo's video, but he showed there's like this plaque in Australia that says how far away Johannesburg is, and it's off by like 6,000 kilometers, which is crazy because basically
Australia is capped, and there's something weird with Australia.
What? I lost what you said.
Like, there's something weird with Australia. Like, I don't think it's exactly estimated how big it is. There's something weird going on with Australia.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. All right. Well, any other final words?
Yeah. Best wishes, man. This is your last speaker's corner until your trip, right?
Yep. Yeah, we just got a show tomorrow, and then we've got the VIP on Saturday, and then that's pretty much it, I think. I don't think. Oh no, we had to do something Monday night with Lizbeth. I forgot where I have to go. Some one of her clubhouse things, I think.
Man, do your thing and prove God is real, man. I love you, man.
Absolutely. I've actually heard God's voice, so He is real. But
anyway, is it real?
I've heard it twice. Both times real. Later. Peace. I don't know why this guy's back. Sacred Knowledge. Why do you have to be the one who bucks the trend? You're allowed here once. Go ahead.
Word up.
Word up.
So I wanted to ask you something before you
Can I ask you something real quick? Are those Christmas lights put up for this year's Christmas, or are they up from last year's?
They're just permanently up.
It's always Christmas in that bedroom.
They're party lights. Hey, so let me ask you something.
Yeah.
For promise me this, just or whatever. Yeah, I want you to make me a promise
Okay.
that if you get famous, you'll mention me. No,
I will not get famous.
if you
I don't
get
wanna be famous.
interviewed or anything, or if they come at you like, yo, so because this is what the people, what they're afraid of.
Right.
If they're gonna,
But they don't realize. So just real quick, Austin and I are very smart. I know what happened already. So we have final edit approval on any piece of film, audio, video, photography that is taken by anybody who's on that trip with us. Period. So
right. But that, that's kind of like, we all trust you, Jaron, but at the same time.
So why would I want to be in their documentary?
No.
Oh.
But I always just remember to bring up the point, no matter what, that we have measured the ground, we've measured the earth, and it measures flat. So whatever the sun is doing, we're probably in some kind of a weird phenomenon that we can't even explain because it's too, it's not even physical.
So this is
perhaps.
the same, but this is the same issue I had with Brother Sanchez. There's other proofs of flat Earth besides it's measured flat because the globe says it's measured flat. The globe does not claim that if you measured the ground beneath your feet that it would be curved. They claim it would be flat.
Right, but they also claim that there's a curve, that there'd be a drop-off point, and they're claiming things should be
hidden. Right.
We're seeing things that should be hidden.
Absolutely, we see too far, 100%. Yes, but what I don't like when people say is that the ground beneath our feet is measured flat. They act like that's a rallying call for flat Earth. But I'm like, yeah, but the globe believes the ground beneath your feet measures flat. So it's kind of like.
How long though? Because we got submarines.
Well, between a mile. Think of how far a mile away is from you right now. Look off in the distance and imagine a mile. That mile is 8 inches of drop.
Right.
Right. That's it in 1 mile. Now, if you walk to that mile and then you measured the next mile, guess how much it is there?
32.
No, 8. It's always 8.
Oh, it's 8. Yeah.
It would, compounds if you're talking about bigger distances. Now that's where they get lost. That's where we see Canigou. That's where we see. These where's the one we just saw the other day? The Anacapa.
Or just even like the submarines with their
absolutely
periscopes and stuff, and the way they can paint lasers on,
the rail guns, everything else, right?
It doesn't
Sonar.
add up,
No.
So remember to keep that. Always make that bring out to the forefront because we're.
I already said to them. I said if they ever interview me at any point, I'm just going to say
they're going to use you They're going to use you or whatever.
But they can't use us. That's what people are missing.
What if they like hit the trigger on their mind control and you just start spurting off?
Oh, well, that's them. Okay, well, yeah. Then, but here's the thing: if they have mind control like that, then we already lost.
I know.
Okay.
And they do, but if they
do, then why are we even doing anything? Why not just all give up?
Hey, have you seen that video where Johnny Depp, his clone, like comes out of some kind of a club and falls on the ground, does some crazy shit that would have broken the head of a normal person. He gets back up all fast.
No, where do you see that?
It's that footage is now censored and I can't even find the original one, but it's so weird what he does. And then they shut him up. The dude, he has like some handler there and they're telling it, he acted like a robot for a second. I swear to God, but check it out.
I'll look for it.
I worked on the Black Pearl with from Pirates of the Caribbean 2 with Johnny Depp. So I met him.
Okay.
And after, I remember, this is weird how I made this connection.
And
they used to tell me, oh yeah, after we get off of work, after working 16 hours, on this ship, we're all exhausted. He goes and signs autographs for hours for all the fans that have been waiting for him on the shore for all day long. And he's such a great guy. And everyone's like, oh, Johnny Depp is such a great guy. Even me, I can't, that's amazing that he would do that.
It wasn't him?
You probably got a clone doing that shit, man.
Or a lookalike. I mean, a clone is a bit of a stretch for me.
Anything.
Lookalike
well,
is
that's
easy.
a good point. That we could go too far, but who knows, man? That clone shit. I was just thinking that's probably what
Although,
they're doing.
they clone pets, but what they do is they just keep killing the animal until it looks like the one that they're cloning and then they give it to you. That's what they really do. So they really do. That's what they really do. They kill 10 dogs until the one looks like the one that you told them to clone, and then they give you that dog. Like, here you go.
Who said? Where'd you get this at?
That's how they clone pets.
I know one thing. If the cloning thing, if you just look at it from modern society, we haven't been around that long. But if you know the truth about the ancient past, you know that over this much time, they must have already perfected cloning.
But okay, but what do you mean by cloning? Like you're saying that they can make me in my current form?
They could. From my studies and my research, and I'm pretty sure they can they got beans that they can grow quickly. It'll look just like you, and they can actually a lot of your.
Oh, I disagree.
It'll seem like you. It'll have your memories and everything.
I mean, my entire makeup is a product of all my upbringing of whether or not I smoked cigarettes, whether I did cocaine, whether I drank soda, whether I
patents of technologies where they can digitize your memories, dude. That's
sure, but then they grow a human being from what?
It's this is highly classified.
It's highly classified, I'm sure.
Like they're not just gonna they're not gonna talk about it in no articles, but yo, I've seen. I mean, you have to research like Dr. Carla Turner. She's the reason they made the movie The Fourth Kind.
Right, and I mean, B.O.B. said that he thought that they cloned him because he saw himself on the Grammys or something. He wasn't there, and he saw himself there. But then he realized it was probably a lookalike. So
I mean,
makes more sense.
But if that's why they had to kill Dr. Carla Turner, because she got flown all over the plane interviewing all the people who have had real alien abduction phenomenon experiences, and she put together like this body of knowledge, and that's why they made the movie The Fourth Kind off of her research, but never mentioned her name at all in that movie. And they took her out because of the fact that some of the people that get abducted, they say that they get shown their clones, and they're like, oh, you better do what we say, because if not, we can just use your clone. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've been threatened with this type of stuff, but this is a reoccurring experiences that people have had. So, dude, we don't know what we're dealing with. I mean,
we don't know. It's true. All right, I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna show you something. You can watch this after.
Good luck, brother.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Love you. Peace.
All
right. So this is banjo here. This is what I was gonna show you. This is kind of evidence to me that seems like it's definitely got some merit. So this is what's going on here? Browser there.
Are you talking to me still?
Oh, geez, you're here. So let me get rid of you. Bye. All right, there you go. All right, so we got what was it? Flat Earth banjo. So this plaque or stone marker is
that dates several decades. Where?
Okay, so the stone marker is in Australia, and it shows a bunch of directions and how far those things are. But you'll notice here it says Johannesburg, 16,087 kilometers. And this is from near Sydney. It's kind of close to Sydney. Well, I think it says right here. Sydney is 52 miles. What's it say? 57. So Sydney's 57 miles that way. So Johannesburg is this way across the Southern Ocean, but it can't be 16,087 kilometers. What is that? Let's go 16,087. Oops, 16,087 kilometers. 2 miles. So that's 10,000 miles. But if we bring up the globe, that would be about 6,000 miles. So why do they have a plaque that's stuck to the ground here in Australia that is off by 6,000 miles? It's not just a mistake. That's a blatant mistake. Unless you believe, like me, that distance is 10,000 miles. Just like I think the distance between Sydney and Santiago is 10,000 miles, not 6,000. But again, that's one of the best evidences you're going to find, because why would they make this plaque? Why would they keep it there? Why would nobody change it? Just seems weird. Very weird. All right, let me check the super chats here, see if there's anything left. We've got fan funding. Thank you very much to Lytton and Natural Balance. I'm going to also check the Rockfin. And then I'm going to be getting high. Just letting you know that in case you wanted to know. Probably cared a lot. We got $5 from Plum Level Square Bear. What's up, everybody over there at Rockfin? We've got, what is that name? Naha. Yep, DB Cooper the third. Truth Hurts. And then Naha again. Welcome. All right, let me get rid of this one. John Breaks Bad News. Thank you for filling in the time. We don't need the clock anymore. No. So anyway, yeah, you guys can see that. Yeah, so that's just weird because again, where are they getting this distance from? Now, somebody did point out to me that all the water distances are wrong. None of them are this bad, I don't think. But Auckland is off by a little bit, and so is, where's the one that says, so this one here says Tokyo. Tokyo, 12,100. And I think that's off by like 2,000 or 3,000 miles. So it's weird. All the land distances are fine. Ocean distances are way off. Wouldn't that be the case if they were lying about the Southern Ocean being an expanded area? And with planes and with planes planning software or plane flight software, you could easily hide that. Oh, but today Duffy put out a terrible video where he's talking about, oh, we're going to do a challenge and we're going to see who can come the close. It's like, this is like a McToon challenge where he's like, hey, let's everybody, you give me your equations for gravity. I'll do the globe equations for gravity. And then what we'll do is we'll check them against the globe answer and see who gets closer. And then that's who wins. Oh, I wonder who will get closer to the globe answer if you use the globe math and we use something else. What a challenge. All toon challenges are fake, by the way. I think he says all flat earth challenges are fake. So all toon challenges are fake because they're set up in a way that you cannot win. In fact, people have tried to win the celestial navigation, and he says you're not allowed to use the AE map. Even though that's the map that we say is the Earth, you can't use it for his celestial navigation challenge. Does that make any sense? The answer is no. Enrique, when I say the answer is, you have every opportunity to press no on find the no. Just press it. Jesus. The guy is just bad.
No good!
Not that one. Not that one. The other one.
Like my wife always says, not tonight!
Not that one either. Boy. Anybody want to hire some Hispanic guy that doesn't do a good job?
No, God!
That's what I said.
No, God, please, no!
Yeah,
no!
no. All right, so anyway, I wanted to point that out. What else did I want to show you? That was it. Stop it. Is there anybody left? I'm going to close down this calls. I'm going to give it count of 30 seconds. That's going to put us at 25 seconds. Got to hear Clark Griswold, though, real quick.
Cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit.
He has a point. He has a point. Let's see. Should I give away one? I'm going to give away one VIP for just a month. If I'm going to do a wrestling entrance music quiz. Yes, you heard it right. Just because I just saw this person say, oh, let's play the music. So I'm about to play a wrestler's music from back in the day. I don't know how long ago. Maybe 10, 15 years ago. First person, you have to spell his name correctly in the chat. I'm going to be looking for you. You will win a $15 package, which includes a VIP. Means you get to come Saturday and listen to Lisbeth and Austin answer questions in a very private setting. What do you think about that, Jack Black?
You fucking bitch!
No. I didn't mean that. What do you think of what we're going to do with this guy? Give away
Fucking fuck out!
Yeah, there you go. That's better. All right, let's get on with it. Ready? You're going to hear entrance music. First person to write his name completely and spell it correctly wins. Ready? Get on your marks. Get set. Who is this wrestler? Somebody's going to get it. Oh, it's Yurki. Winner. Anybody else going to get it? Just one person, probably. Going to be just one person. All right. Where'd you go? Yurki, you need to send me a telegram, t.me/Jeranism. And I will get you a code that you can use to become a VIP. Excellent. Does anybody else get it or just one person? The dead guy? No, this is the guy that drank blood, by the way. Oh, dude in your chat said gay. Yeah, well, those people are a little out of it. And I'm not saying that it's totally heterosexual to enjoy wrestling, to be honest with you. Looking back on it, it's like, well, that's just those guys are in underwear. I was watching them. All right, just making sure. Just checking. But I don't watch anymore. So. But I did go to WrestleMania 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 31. So it shows you the kind of life I've had. And I also was with a diva, believe it or not, at one point. But I'll never tell you who. Because I wouldn't do that to myself or her. Anyway, let's get out of here. It's been fun, guys. Yurki is a nerd. Maybe. I think you're just jealous that he likes wrestling. I only know it because of the Nintendo 64 game, which was a great game. No Mercy or the other one? But that was his music. And he used to come out of the stage. He used to rise up with a chalice of blood, which is very Christian of him. All right, what's about this one?
Oh, there goes gravity!
That's funny. That is funny. Good stuff. All right, guys. Trying to think if there's anything else we need to talk about. So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, Lisbeth and Austin, myself, will be going over some final preparations, talking about some tips people have given us for cold weather tips, talking about how you can keep track of us, where we'll be, if you want to support, if you want to follow, if you want to know how to find us, if you want to keep track of our whereabouts. We'll go over that tomorrow. And then Saturday at 12 noon, if you want to become a VIP, what better month to try it out? This month would be a great month. Number one thing you get to do, you get to come tomorrow night to the crypto class where we're going to hear from Todd, Uncle Odd, if you remember him before. And Todd is now in charge of a business that many of us have taken a part in over the last couple of years. And I'm the first one to tell you, reach out to me on Telegram if you want to know what I'm talking about, and I'll give you a more detailed rundown of what something we've taken advantage of, many of us, and it has gone very well. And I think it's a trick of the elite, and I think that you should do it. But you might need to reach out to find out what that is. Anyway, he'll talk about that first, and then Dave Weiss is coming on to talk about Dome Shot crypto coin, and also we'll have a little celebration as Bitcoin has reached the 100K, which I told you would happen. If you guys don't remember, I told you in less than 2 years ago, when Bitcoin was around $14,000, maybe it was, or was it going to cost? Maybe it was like $28,000. I don't remember the exact price of it. But I said to everybody, get 0.25 Bitcoin. That should be your goal. So your goal, because then you'll own more than 99% of the world forever, no matter what. So why wouldn't you want that? I mean, this is what people don't realize about Bitcoin. I'll tell you again, listen carefully. We've never dealt with anything like this. There's only 21 million ever, and we won't even see that. We'll be dead. Not to mention, there's been millions lost. So the actual total amount of Bitcoin in the world is probably around 15 million right now, 16 million, something like that. That's it forever. This is not the dollar bill that they can print every single year in excess. This is not like any other money that we've ever seen. We have never seen a deflationary currency that will actually stop being produced in 2140. And so what do you think the value of something that there's only 16 million of? There's more than 16 million millionaires in the world. So if every millionaire wanted one Bitcoin, there's not enough to go around in the world. But you can still get one. Now that gets granted, it's 100,000 now. But many of those who have been in crypto for a while didn't pay 100,000 for theirs. I'll tell you that much. All right. What does that say? Oh. 351 Marine. No 24-hour sun in the south means what to you? If there's no 24-hour sun in the south, it should be pretty clear. Have a great trip. Thank you, Dr. Bass Ackwards. Good guy. Let's get out of here. Safe trip. Thank you. Don't let him roofie. Oh, great. Don't even give me that idea. We're all going to be very protective of each other. Lisbeth, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And wish Witsit good luck tomorrow. He's got something going on in the morning that I don't think he's revealed, but I'll just tell you, wish him good luck, as should be very interessante for sure. All right. Let me hear you guys make some noise. I remind you guys, please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till next time, let's watch some people dance, shall we? I think so. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything. We got that. Become a VIP, please. We need more. I need more. It is at wap.com/Jeranism. There's no better time. You get to go to the crypto classes on every other Friday night. You get to go to the every first and third Saturday. We have a hangout with a member of the community. You get to hang out with me and a bunch of people. We have fun. We have laugh. We fight a little bit. And you also get all my videos on Telegram immediately after they're done. Well, next day at least. And all my videos, everything I've done in the last year and a half, is up on Telegram in audio form. So if you want to listen to it at work, if you want to listen to it like a podcast, we do all that for you. There's all these links. There's interviews. There's a private chat. There's a private singles chat where only singles are. There's a private fitness chat. What could be better than that? I mean, I can't think of anything. Unless you actually got to spend a day in my pocket. That would be about the only thing that would be better. More of a VIP experience. I do love you guys. Even those that hate me, I love you. I will always love you. And I'll just continue to take your hate. You know why? Because I've had it all before, and it literally doesn't bother me. It just makes you look really bad. That's all. Till next time, guys, this has been Jeranism. This has been the fantastic, well, Speaker's Corner. Too bad it would be fantastic if we had the whole show on one thing and it didn't poop out, but it did. All right, we're out of here. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. if you know what we bout. It's never for the cloud, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all in the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You stay spinning, he stand out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you passed out. Globers pound, screaming, shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's felt throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Try to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for. They try to teach you things against the things we taught before. No point in arguing now, they don't wanna talk no more. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. This what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning, DFI, all just scientism lies.
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think people who don't join my VIP club?
Guys, join the VIP club. $15. If you can't afford that, you need to stop watching YouTube and go freaking get a job. But if you can't afford it, come hear some truth from a real pimp on a blam.